Hey there, my name is Antonio and welcome to this comprehensive tutorial where we'll take you on an exciting journey to recreate one of the world's most popular music streaming services, a Spotify clone. In this video, we'll guide you through the process of creating a fully functional and aesthetically pleasing music platform using the most powerful and modern web development technologies. We'll kick things off with Next.js, making use of its new app router to efficiently manage routing and dynamic page rendering. We'll dive into React for creating interactive user interfaces and crafting reusable components that will form the backbone of our application. When it comes to design, we'll leverage the power of Tailwind CSS, and Redux UI will assist us in building a sleek, modern, and responsive user interface. On the database side, we'll be working with Supabase and PostgreSQL to create a robust and scalable data storage solution capable of handling a multitude of users, songs, playlists, and much more. We'll also be focusing on creating advanced authentication. We'll cover forgot password functionality, custom email templates, magic links, and social login options for user convenience and enhanced security. We will also guide you through the process of MP3 song and image upload using Supabase storage, providing users with the ability to customize their songs. Last but certainly not least, we'll integrate a payment gateway for monthly subscription handling using Stripe. This will allow users to opt for premium features and a seamless payment process. So, put on your developer hat and get ready to immerse yourself in this rich tutorial. Let's create a Spotify clone that rivals the best in the music streaming industry. On top of all of that, our website is going to be fully responsive, and in the end, I'm going to show you how to deploy all of that on Vercel. So let's get started and let's configure our Next.js application. Go ahead and open your terminal either in your VS Code or in a separate window and run the following command: npx create-next-app at latest. And before you press enter, make sure you put the name of the folder where you're going to develop your application. In my case, it's going to be Spotify clone, like this, and press enter. After that, you're going to get prompted with a couple of questions. For the TypeScript, select yes. For ESLint option, select yes. For Tailwind CSS, select yes as well. For the source directory, select no. For the app router, select yes. If you want to change the default import alias, you can do that, but I recommend you press no on this option so you use the same code that I'm going to write. And just wait a couple of seconds for all of this to install. Great! After this has been installed, you're going to get a message with a success and the folder name where this has been initialized. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click open here and I'm going to select the Spotify clone folder like that. And right here, you should have a structure very similar, if not exactly the same as mine. So we have the app folder, this time without the API folder. In previous versions or previous tutorials, you might have seen that we also got an API folder, but now that does not exist by default. We have to create one if we need one in the future. We also have the globals.css file with some predefined styles, the layout.tsx with some metadata, a predefined font, and we have the page.tsx with our welcome screen. So without further ado, let's go back into our terminal and let's actually run this application so we can see what's actually going on. In order to run a Next.js application, all you have to do is write npm run dev and press enter. And that is going to start a server on localhost 3000. So go ahead in your browser and you can just refresh like this. And I'm just going to zoom out a little bit so you can see so I can see exactly what you see on this desktop version, a new Next.js welcome screen like that. Great. Now what I want to do is I want to remove all of that because we are not going to need it for our project. So I'm going to go back and make sure you're in your page.tsx file inside the app folder like this. And we're going to remove everything inside of this return function here. So start with the main and find where it ends, and you can just go ahead and remove it. And instead of that, you can just write a div with a hello Spotify like this. And you should have a completely different text here right now. So the only thing visible on the localhost 3000 should be hello Spotify like this. Great. And while we are here in this page.tsx, you can also remove this import for the image because we're not going to use it in home. Great. And what I want to do next is I want to go into globals.css right here. And I want to remove everything inside except the Tailwind directives because we're going to need those. So go ahead and remove everything like this. Just leave the Tailwind directives. And that should change your background to white. If it was already white, that is because of the color scheme that you're using in your computer. So no worries about that. Great. And while we are in this globals.css file, I want to add a couple of styles. So let's go ahead and let's write HTML, body, root, and just write height 100%, background, color black, and color scheme dark, like this. And that should turn our screen back to black, exactly as we want it for our Spotify clone. Perfect. And one more thing I want to change is I want to go into tailwind.config.js file right here. And I want to remove everything inside of this extend object because we are not going to need that. So just go ahead and remove everything like this. So your theme object should have an extend object, which is completely empty because we are not going to use any of those files. Great. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go back into our layout.tsx file inside the app folder. And I'm going to replace the inter font with a fig tree font. So go ahead and just write fig tree like this, and replace the inter with fig tree like that. The constant should not be named inter anymore. Instead, you can just name it font, and make sure you replace the body class name font.class name as well. And you should see a very slight font change in our localhost 3000 here, which is a bit more similar to what Spotify uses. And before we wrap this up, let's also change the title in this layout metadata to Spotify clone, and a description to listen to music, like that. And now if you take a look at your tab, it should have the new title of Spotify clone like this. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's go into our page.tsx right here, and let's try a class name here. So I'm going to give this a class name of text-green-500. And if your Tailwind has been configured successfully, you should see a new green version of your text right now. Just make sure you actually save your changes right here. Now, if you're wondering how come I'm seeing this green little box at the end of my class, and how come when I hover, I can see the exact CSS inside, for that, you're going to use an extension called Tailwind IntelliSense. So just go into your extensions and click on the first Tailwind result and make sure you install that. And beyond seeing the CSS and the colors, you can also see some autocomplete functions right here. So make sure you install that extensions. It's very useful when developing with Tailwind CSS. Great. Before we wrap it up, I just want to modify our structure a little bit. So I don't want to use the page.tsx inside the root of the app folder. I want to create another folder inside of it, but I don't want to change the route. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go back into my terminal, and just make sure you shut down your application to avoid any problems when doing this. We're only going to do this once, so go ahead and shut down your application and refresh your localhost and make sure it says this site cannot be reached to ensure that it's not running. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder inside of this app folder called parentheses site. So it's very important that you put this inside parentheses so they don't create another route. And now what you're going to do is you're just going to copy and paste the page.tsx file inside. And then you can remove this old page.tsx like this. Great. So the only page.tsx file which you're going to have is the one in the parentheses site folder like this. And you can change Hello Spotify to Hello Site like this. And now let's go ahead and just run this in the terminal again. Just make sure you removed the old page.tsx, which was in the app folder. So the only page.tsx you should have is the one in the parentheses site folder. And just run npm run dev again and refresh your page. And you should see the very same text right here. So hello site like that. Perfect. And if you change it back to hello Spotify again, everything should work just fine. Great. So we successfully finished setting up our environment. In the next part, we're going to start working on our layout, on our sidebar, and some other items. Great job so far. So let's go ahead and let's create our sidebar component, which is going to wrap our main content here. So first thing I want to do is I want to change this Hello Spotify again to main content, because that's what's going to be our main content. So I just want to point that out right here. Great. And now I want to go and I'm going to close everything, and inside of our root folder here, so not inside app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called components like this. Great. And inside I'm going to create a new file called sidebar.tsx like this. Let's go ahead and let's name it sidebar like this. And for now, all it's going to do is it's going to render children like this. In order to fix this TypeScript error, we have to create an interface sidebar props like this, which accepts children, which is a type of React node like this. And then we have to assign this, so react.fc sidebar props, and then in the parentheses you can just extract children like this. Perfect. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into our app folder, into layout.tsx, and we're gonna wrap our children with that newly created sidebar component. So go ahead and write sidebar and just wrap the children like this, and you can indent it if you want to. And you can import sidebar from add/components/sidebar, because we just created that component right here. And if you save, nothing much should change. So we're gonna go ahead and improve that now. So go back into your sidebar component here, and first thing, I want to mark this as use a client, because our sidebar component is going to be dynamic. So don't worry, this will not mean that every single thing inside of our sidebar will also become a client component, because we are passing them as children. So this is the proper way to pass server components inside a client component. But we do need this sidebar component to be a client component, because we're going to do some dynamic stuff here. So first things first, let's add a hook here. Const path name is equal use path name, and you can import use path name from next/navigation like this. I'm just gonna expand my screen a little bit like this. Great. And besides path name, we're also gonna create an array of possible routes in our project. So go ahead and write const routes is equal use memo. You can import use memo from React like this. Go ahead and just return an empty array, and don't forget the dependency array like this. Great. And inside of this array, you can go ahead and open it. We're going to add a first object, which is going to have a label of home like this. It's going to have an active prop, which is going to compare the current path name, which we just imported here using this path name hook. And the home navigation is going to be active every time we are not on /search. So we're going to have a very simple navigation in this project. So that's why we don't have to compare it with /home, for example. We are going to use it, we're going to make it active every time the path name is not search. Great. And the href is going to be /. Great. And the second object we're going to have is going to have a label of search. Active is going to be path name is equal to /search, and href is going to be /search like this. So now that means that we have to add this path name to the list of our dependency arrays right here. And before we continue, I also want to add an icon to each of these navigation objects. So go ahead into your terminal. I'm going to shut down the app and write npm install react-icons like this. Wait a couple of seconds and you can run the app again. And if you've shut down your app, make sure you refresh it after you run it again. Otherwise, you're not going to see your changes in real time. Great. And the icon I want to add here is hi home like this. And you can import hi home like this. Hi home from react-icon/hi like that. Perfect. And for the search, I'm going to use an icon of bi search like this, and make sure you import that from react-icons/bi like this. Perfect. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to modify this div a little bit. So I'm going to remove the children from now, and I'm just going to write sidebar like this. So now only sidebar should be visible here. Great. And let's give this div a class name of flex and h dash full. All right, nothing much should change. Now remove this sidebar and inside create a div with the following class names. It's going to have a class name of hidden. Now, this is very important. Make sure you're not accidentally in mobile view. So make sure that your browser is not too small. Expand it a little bit so it ensures that it is on desktop view. The reason I'm telling you this is because we're gonna work mobile first. As you can see, I just added a hidden class here, which means display none. But the second class I'm gonna add is MD flex, meaning on medium screens, it's not gonna be hidden, it's gonna be flex. So if you're developing on a mobile screen, you're not going to be able to see the changes that we are doing right now. So make sure you expand or zoom out your screen a little bit. Even though nothing's happening right now, you're going to notice things very soon. All right. Besides MD flex, we're also going to add flex-call, gap-y-2, bg-black, h-full, w-square brackets, 300 pixels, p-2, like that. Great. Now inside of this, we're going to create a box component. So go ahead and just write box like this. And for now, you can just write sidebar navigation like this. And if you save, you're going to get an error because box does not exist. So let's go ahead and let's go into our components folder and create a new file, box.tsx like that. And let's just quickly write box like this. And what I want to do is create a div which is going to accept children like this. So let's quickly create an interface, box props, which accepts children, react.react node like this. And it also accepts a class name, which is an optional string like this. Now let's assign this. So react.fc, box props like that. And now you can extract children and class name like that. Perfect. And now go back into sidebar.tsx and you can import box from /box like this because they are in the same folder in the components folder here. Great. And now let's go back into box so we can focus a bit more here. So before we continue, we have to install another package called Tailwind merge. So go ahead and go into your terminal here. I'm going to shut down the application and write npm install tailwind-merge like this. I'm just going to expand my screen a little bit. And there we go, npm install tailwind-merge and just press enter on that one. And npm run dev again and refresh your page if you've modified it. Sorry, if you shut down your application and run it again. Great. And now I'm going to give this a class name, open curly brackets, tv merge like that. TW merge, sorry. And we're going to import TW merge from Tailwind-merge like this. Great. And now go ahead and open parentheses here. And you can either use normal strings and write classes inside of here, but because I want to collapse them for a tutorial in multiple lines, I'm going to use backticks. So choose what you like. And inside of here, I'm going to write bg-neutral-900. You can see how I got a small little effect right here. Great. Rounded-lg, h-fit, and w-full like this. Great. And after this last thick, or in your case, it might be a normal annotation string, I'm going to add a comma like this, and I'm just going to pass in class name. So what I've done here is I've enabled us to reuse this box component and to pass in some additional class names if we want to do so. Great. So that finishes our box component here. So let's go back into our sidebar here. And I'm going to add, I'm going to copy this box one more time like this. And this second one is not going to be navigation. It's going to be our song library like this. And I'm going to show you how this class name that we just passed works. So I can now modify the class name and I'm going to write overflow -y-auto and h-full. And you can see how that box fills the entire screen that we have here. Great, that looks great. And now what I want to do is I want to modify this sidebar navigation to actually display these routes right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove sidebar navigation text from here. I'm going to open a div. I'm going to give it a class name of flex-call gap-y py-4, px-5, and py-4 like this. And inside, I'm gonna open curly brackets and write routes dot map item, and I'm going to immediately return a new component which we are going to create, sidebar item like this. And I'm going to give it a prop key of item.label, and the rest I'm going to spread like this. And if you save, you're going to get an error because sidebar item is not defined. So let's go into our components and create a new file, sidebar item.tsx like this. Let's just quickly fix this. Sidebar item, a div, sidebar item like that. Go back into sidebar.tsx and just import that from /sidebar item the same way you did box. And you can see how we now have two instances of the text sidebar item. That's because we iterate over this routes array right here, and we render the same text every single time. Great. So now what I want to do is I want to modify this sidebar item so it actually does something useful. So let's go back into sidebar item here. And first things first, let's create an interface. So interface, sidebar item props, like that. We're going to use an icon, which is a type of icon type, which you can import from React icons. So I'm just going to go ahead and import icon type from React-icons like this. We're also going to have a label, which is a type of string, an active, which is an optional boolean, and an href, which is a type of string. And now let's assign these props. So React.fc is sidebar item props like that. And now we can just extract all of those. So icon, label, active, and href. Great. Now, instead of using div, I'm going to use a link component. And you can import this link component from next/link like this. And the required property that link component has is href. So go ahead and immediately pass in the href like that. Great. And the other thing we're going to do is we're going to write a class name. So go ahead and instead of using strings, we're going to use a curly bracket because we're going to use TW merge again. So go ahead and just import TW merge from Tailwind-merge like this. Go ahead and open parentheses. Again, you can use normal annotation strings, but for the sake of the tutorial, I'm going to use backticks so I can collapse my classes. I'm going to give it a flex, flex-row, h-auto, items-center, w-full, gap-x-4, text-md, font-medium, cursor-pointer, hover, text-white, transition, text-neutral-400 py-1 like this. So now you can see if I hover, you can see how I have a nice little effect here. Great. And now I'm going to add a comma at the end of my backtick here. And I'm just going to pass in active and end text-white. So you can see how my first item is active by default. That is because in my routes array right here, I gave it an active prop every time we are not on /search. And since we are certainly not on /search in our local host, that means that the first item is active. Great. So go back into sidebar item now. And one thing I want to do is I want to remap this icon prop to an icon with a capital I so we can use it as an element. So go ahead and write it like this. Great. And I'm going to remove this sidebar item here and I'm going to write icon like this with a size of 26. And you can see how now I have two icons, a home and a search icon. And below that, I'm going to add a paragraph and I'm going to render label inside of that. And I'm going to give it a class name of truncate and the w-100 like this. Full like this. Great. And now you can see how we have a working example of our navigation sidebar items. Great. Great. Now, before we create our library component here, I just want to find a way to render children using our sidebar, because if you go into our app folder into layout, you can see that we've wrapped the children, but right now the children are not rendering anywhere. So let's go ahead and fix that. Let's go into our sidebar component, find the last div right here, and write a main element at the bottom like that. And inside, we're going to render our children. So you can see how my main content just appeared here. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so it's a bit more visible. And I'm going to give this a class name of h-full flex-1 overflow-y-auto mpy-2 like that. Great, so now it's just a little bit more aligned to the rest of our structure. Perfect. So now instead of having a song library here, I'm going to have an actual component called library like that. And if we save, of course, we get an error because the library is not defined. So let's go ahead and fix that. I'm going to go into my components folder and create a new file, library.tsx, like that. It's going to be a client component. So let's write use client at the top. It's going to be named library. And I'm going to quickly fix this error by just writing library like that. Now I'm going to go back into my sidebar component and I'm just going to import this from /library like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's create a empty little function here, const on click. And for now, it's not going to do anything, but I'm going to write a comment handle upload later, because we're going to use this on click to open an upload modal, which we are going to use to add our songs. Great. Now I'm going to remove the library text from here, and I'm going to give this a class name of flex-call like that. I'm going to create another div inside with the following class names. So class name is going to be flex items-center justify-between px-5 pt-4 like that. Now inside of that, I'm going to create another div and I'm going to give this one a class name of inline-flex items-center and gap-x-2 like that. Great. And inside of that div, I'm going to add an icon tb playlist like this. And I'm going to import tb playlist from react-icons/tb like this. And if I save, you can see how I have a small little icon here. Great. Now what I want to do is I want to give this a size of 26 like this, so it looks just a little bit larger. And I also want to give it a class name of text-neutral-400 like this, so it's a little bit muted, a little bit more gray. Great. And now just below this playlist icon, I want to open a paragraph and write your library like this. And now let's go ahead and let's just style this a little bit. So I want to give it a class name of text-neutral-400 font-medium and text-md like this. So it looks just a little bit better. Great. Now just outside of this div right here, I'm going to write an icon AI outline plus like this. And you can import AI outline plus from React icons as well. So from react-icons/AI like that. Great, and you can see how I have a nice little plus icon here. Now let's go ahead and let's give it some attributes. So onClick is gonna open our onClick method, which we defined in the beginning, which currently does nothing, but in the future it's gonna open a subscription model. It's gonna open an upload song model. Let's give it a size of 20 and a class name of the following: text-neutral-400 cursor-pointer hover text-white and transition like this. Great. So now let's just fix this. So neutral like that. Make sure you don't misspell it. Text-neutral-400. So now you can see when I hover, I have a nice little effect that our element is clickable. Great. And now just outside of this div right here, open another div and give it a class name of the following: flex-call gap-y-2 empty-4 and px-3. And for now, all I'm going to write here is list of songs like this. Great. So that sums up our sidebar. Now we're going to focus on creating a main content a bit more better. Basically, what we've done in the sidebar is created the basic layout, which we're going to need. And later on, we're going to go back here to add some functionality to all of these items right here. So now let's go and I'm going to close everything here. I'm going to go into my app folder, into site, into page.tsx right here. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to remove this main content text for now. And what I'm going to write instead is I'm going to modify this class name a little bit. So instead, inside, I'm going to write the following classes: bg-neutral-900, rounded-lg, h-full, w-full, overflow-hidden, and overflow-y-auto, like that. Perfect. So you can see how now our content also has a similar element, to our sidebar. Great. Now inside of that, we're going to use a new component which we did not have until now, header. And for now, all I'm going to write is header inside. And if we save, we're going to get an error because header component does not exist. So let's go into our components folder, header.tsx. Let's just quickly fix this. So header like this, I'm going to return a div, hello header, like that. Go back into page.tsx and you can just import this from add/components/header. And if you save, the error should go away, but we're still going to have this TypeScript error because we have not defined the props for the header component. So let's go ahead and let's do that here. So inside, I'm going to create an interface, header props. It's going to accept children, which is a type of React.React node, and a class name, which is an optional string. So very similar to what we did to the box component. And now let's assign these props right here. Header props, like that. And inside you can extract children and class name like this. Perfect. Great. And now I'm going to add a router here. So use router, make sure you import it from next/navigation like this. Great. And I'm also going to add another empty function here, const handle logout, which for now is not going to do anything, but I'm just going to write handle logout in the future like this. Just fix the typo here. All right. And now I'm going to remove this text right here. And yes, we have an error because we used use router inside a server component. So make sure you mark our header component as use client like this. Great. Now the error should go away. Go ahead and write a class name here, open curly brackets, tv merge, which you can import from Tailwind merge, like this. Great, open parentheses here, and I'm going to use backticks again. I'm going to write h-fit bg-gradient-2-b, which means the bottom, from -emerald-800 p-6. Like this. And you can see how my main content now got a nice little emerald gradient effect here. Perfect. And after this last tick, I'm just going to pass in the class name prop like that. Perfect. Now inside of this, go ahead and open a div and give it the following class names. So it's going to have w-full, mb-4, flex, items-center, justify-between, like that. And inside of that, create another div component and give it a class name, hidden, md, flex, gap-x-2, and items-center. So while you're developing this, it's very important that your sidebar is visible. If it's not visible, that means that you're on a mobile view and you're not going to see what we're going to develop now. So make sure that at least your sidebar is visible like this. So you can expand it as much as you can, but just make sure the sidebar is visible. Great. And now inside of that, what we're going to do is we're going to write a button element like this. And inside I'm going to put in the RX caret left icon. And you can import RX caret left from react-icon/rx like this. And if I save, you can see how I got a nice little icon here. So I'm just gonna zoom out a tiny bit more so you can see more clearly. Great. Let's give this RX caret left a size of 35 like this, so it looks a bit better. Great. And let's give it a class name of text-white like this. All right. And now let's go ahead and assign some class names to this button. So class name is going to be rounded-full bg-black flex items-center justify-center cursor. Sorry, we don't need cursor dash pointer. So hover opacity -75 like this and transition like that. Great. So now if you try and hover on this element, you can see how it has a nice little effect here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to copy this entire button and paste it just below that. And you can see how we now have two elements here. But for this one, I'm going to use RX caret right. And you can import that in here the same way you did with RX caret left. Perfect. And now on the first button, I'm going to give it an onClick, which is an arrow function, which is going to call router.back. And the other one, you can copy this again and give it to the other one here. It's going to use router.forward. So we're going to use this as our personal forward and backwards inside the application. Great job. And if you try and collapse this, you can see how on mobile view, we're not going to see that, because on mobile view, we're going to replace these little icons with our navigation for home and search. Great. So we're going to do that now. So go ahead and find the end of this last button and find the end of the div that surrounds it. And below that, open another div like that. And we're going to give this div a class name of flex md hidden gap-x-2 and items-center. So what's important when developing this part is that you actually go into mobile view. So make sure that your sidebar and your navigation disappears, because you can see by default on mobile this is going to be visible, but on medium is going to be hidden. So make sure that you are in mobile view so you can see what we are going to be developing right now. I'm going to go ahead and write a button element inside again, and I'm going to use an icon hi home like that. And you can import hi home from React icons as well. So import hi home from react-icons/hi like this. Great. And inside of that, after I save this, you can see how I have a nice little home element here. Let's give this a class name of text-black and the size of 20 like this, so it looks a bit larger. And now let's go ahead and assign some class names to this button and wrapping the hi home elements. Great. So let's give it a rounded-full p-2 bg-white flex items-center justify-center cursor. Sorry, again, we don't need cursor because it's already a button element. Hover opacity -75 and transition like this. Great. And you can see how on mobile we now have a nice little home button here. So you can go ahead and copy this entire button and paste it just below itself. And now you're going to have two icons. For this one, we're not going to use hi home, but bi search like this. And you can go ahead and import that as well. So import bi search from react-icon/bi like that. Perfect. So now we have two nice little elements here. And if you try and expand, you can see how it disappears on desktop, but on mobile it's visible. That's exactly what we want. What we're going to do now is we're going to build our button component, which we're going to reuse here for login and sign up elements. So let's go ahead and find the end of the last button, which is only visible on mobile, and find the end of its enclosing div. And just below that, go ahead and open another div and go ahead and give it the following class names. So class name is going to be equal to flex justify-between items-center and gap-x-4 like this. Great. Now inside of that, I'm going to write an empty fragment like here, and I advise you that you do the same. It might not make sense right now, but in the future, we're going to make this content be dynamic depending on whether we are logged in or not. So I just want to prepare for that in the future. Now go ahead and open a div and inside of that, go ahead and write a button element. But this time it's going to be a different type of button. It's going to be our custom button. So if you save the file, you're going to get an error that button is not defined. Make sure you've written it with a capital B and not with a lowercase b like that. So let's go into our components and create a new file, button.tsx, like this. I'm just going to quickly fix our error, div button like that. I'm going to go back into header component. I'm going to import button from ./button like this. And you can see how it's on the right side of here, and it should also be visible on mobile as well. But for now, it's not looking like a button. Instead, it's just showing a text here. Great. So I just want to prepare for this. So I'm going to go into my header component. I'm going to find this button right here. And instead of a self-closing tag, it's going to be a normal closing element like this. And inside, I'm going to write sign up like that. Great. Now let's go into our button.tsx and let's actually add some attributes here. So we're going to create a special type of component here. We're going to pass the ref and we're going to create a smarter interface here. So instead of writing each prop that button can accept one by one, we're just going to use the attributes that React provides us. So go ahead and write interface button props extends React dot button HTML attributes, open pointy brackets, and write HTML button element, and just write an empty object at the end like this. Great. And now I'm going to remove everything here, and I'm going to write just const button here, and it's going to be equal to forward ref, which you can import from React like this. Before we move on, I just want to write button dot display name is going to be equal to button like this. Right now we have an error for that, but don't worry, it's all going to make sense in a second. Go ahead and open pointy brackets here and write HTML button element, and the second prop is going to be button props like that. Great. And now go ahead and open parenthesis here. Go ahead and open another parenthesis and open an object inside like this. And here we're going to extract class name, we're going to extract children, we're going to extract disabled, and we're going to add a type, which by default is going to be button like this, and the rest is going to be props like that. And outside of this curly bracket, we're going to also extract a ref. And now write an arrow function, open a function, and just write return a plain old button element like this. Great. So basically what we've done here is we've created this nice little way of forwarding our ref and forwarding all of the attributes the normal HTML button has without usually writing it. You can see how in header we had to write children and class name, but for this button we just extended the regular HTML attributes which the button has. Great. So what I want to do now is I want to give this a type of type like this. A class name is going to be twmerge again, and we can go ahead and import twmerge from Tailwind merge like this. Go ahead and open parentheses. Again, I'm going to use backticks, and I'm going to write w-full rounded-full. And also I'm just going to render children inside so you can see what we're working with here. You can choose whether you want to do this on desktop view or mobile view. I'm just going to expand a bit so you can see more of my code here. But focus on this sign up button because this is where the styling is going to change as we write it. So by default, I'm going to use bg-green-500, border-transparent, px-3, py-3, disabled, cursor-not-allowed, disabled, opacity-50, text-black, font-bold, hover, opacity-75, and transition like that. And at the end, after my last tick, I'm just going to pass in class name like this, so we can always modify our button if needed that. After class name, I'm also going to pass in the disabled prop and a ref like that, and I'm gonna pass in the rest of the props like that. Perfect. So that wraps up our button component. Now we can safely go back into our header right here. Go ahead and find where we use that button component. So there we go. I wrote sign up button right here. And I'm going to give it a different class name here. So I want to show you how we can reuse our button component and also modify it to look completely different. So it's going to have a bg-transparent, text-neutral-300 and font-medium like this. And you can see how now it looks completely different. I'm also going to expand this to desktop view so you can see how our sign up button looks right now. Great. So I'm going to copy this entire div wrapping the button. I'm going to paste it here again. And instead of sign up, this time it's going to be login. And it's going to be a bit of a different class name for this one. So what I'm going to use here is bg-white, px-6, and py-2. So you can see how my login button looks a bit different here. Great. And I'm just going to prepare the on-click here. So I'm going to give it an empty arrow function like that. And you can go ahead and copy that and give it this button here as well. In the future, it's going to open our login models. Great. So I think this looks amazing. If you collapse and go to the desktop view, you can see that it's still visible in the same way. Great. So what I have to do now is I have to find a way to pass children from our header, because in page you can see that our header is wrapping and having some children inside. And where I'm going to pass these children is right here at the end of our div, like this. And you can see how our header now appears right here. Great. So now we're going to go ahead and start developing that part. So let's go back into page.tsx where we wrote the header. So inside of our parentheses site folder right here. And instead of having the plain old text header, we're going to actually go ahead and add some divs and some h1 elements. So go ahead and write a div, class name, mb-2. Go ahead and open an h1 element and write welcome back like this. And you can see how we have a nice little welcome back text here. But I want to give it some styles. So let's go ahead and give it class name, text-white, text-3xl, and font-semi-bold. And now it looks a bit closer to what Spotify has. Great. Now just below that, I want to open another div right here. And I'm going to give this the following class names. So class name is going to have grid, grid-cols-1, sm grid-cols-2, xl grid-cols-3, 2xl grid-cols-4 like that, gap-3, and empty-4 like that. Perfect. And inside of that, I'm going to create a new component called list item. So I'm going to write list item like this. And if we save, we're going to get an error because list item is not defined. So let's go ahead and resolve that. Let's go back into our components folder and create a new file, list item.tsx like this. Let's go ahead and quickly fix this. So list item, div list item like that. And let's go back into page.tsx and just import it from add/components/list item, and the error should go away and you should see the text list item here. Now let's go inside of this list item, and what we're going to do is we're going to add the interface first. But before we do that, let's also mark this as use client because it's going to be an interactive component. Go ahead and write interface list item props image, which is a type of string, name, which is a type of string as well, href, which is a type of string, and go ahead and assign this. So react.fc, list item props like that, and you can extract all of those. So image, name, and href like that. Perfect. Now what I want to do is I want to get our router here. So use router, make sure you import it from next/navigation, not next/router, because it might autocomplete for that. Make sure you use next/navigation because in next 13, that's what we're going to use. Execute the hook so you actually have a working router here. And I'm going to prepare my onClick here. So const onClick is an arrow function, which for now, all it's going to do is router.push to whatever href we're going to pass here in the future. But I'm going to add a comment here, add authentication before push. So I only want users to be able to visit this if they're authenticated in the future. Great. Now, instead of having this list item div, I'm actually going to have a button. So go ahead and write a button, not our custom button. We're going to actually use the regular button element here. And let's go ahead And let's give this a class name of the following: relative, group, flex, items dash center, rounded dash MD, overflow dash hidden, gap dash X dash 4, BG dash neutral dash 100 slash 10, like this. Cursor, sorry, no need for cursor pointer. Hover BG dash neutral dash 100 slash 20. Transition and PR dash 4, like this. Great. And now what I want to do is I actually want to create another div inside of that. And I want to give it a class name of the following: relative min dash h dash square brackets 64 pixels. Below that, min dash w open square brackets 64 pixels as well. And what I'm going to use inside is an image element from next/image, like this. If you save, you're going to get an error because, or maybe you won't get an error. Okay, great. We don't get an error here. But what we have to do is we have to pass the image prop from our list item, but we do not have that yet. So I just want to prepare you for that. What we're going to do is you can either find an image on Google that you like, which we are going to use for your liked playlist, or you can go into my repository right here. So I have it right here. I'm just going to zoom out a little bit, and you can go into the public folder, into images, and find liked.png that I have right here, and you can just download it. And after you've downloaded the file, go ahead into your public folder and create a new folder, images, and drag and drop the liked inside of that. And make sure you rename it to liked.png, because it needs to be liked.png, otherwise it's not going to work. Great. So I just want to prepare for this, and I'm going to go back into page.tsx now, and you can see how we already have a TypeScript error because it's missing some props. But for now, I'm just going to give it an image of /images/liked.png. So it needs to be the exact path here. Images folder, that's why I'm writing images, and liked.png because that's the exact name of this file. Great. And now we can go back into list item, and we can actually pass in some attributes to this image element, which we imported from next/image here. So go ahead and give this a class name of object-cover. I'm going to go back into my localhost here, and I'm just going to close this. All right. I'm going to give it the property fill. Source is going to be image, and auth is going to be image. And you can see how our liked image nicely fills this area right here. Great. And now just below this div, which wraps our image, I'm going to go ahead and open a paragraph, and I'm going to render name inside of it. You're not going to see anything now. So let's go back into page.tsx, and let's give this a name of liked songs, like this. So now we can actually see how it says liked songs. Actually, I want to use the capital S, like this. It looks a bit better. And let's also give it an href of liked, like this. Great. And now we have all the props we need here, and we can continue developing it in our list item here. So I want to edit this paragraph a little bit. So let's go ahead and give this a class name of font-medium, truncate, and py-5, like this. Great. And just below that, I'm going to go ahead and create another div here, and I'm going to give this a class name. For now, I'm going to leave it empty because I want to show you what I want to put inside here first, and that is an FA play icon, like this. So go ahead and import that from React icons. So import FA play from react-icons/FA, like this, and you can see how now you have this nice little play icon here. So go ahead and give this a class name of text-black, like this. It's going to make sense in a minute when we add these class names here. So go ahead and give this a class name of absolute, transition, opacity-0, so now it's going to disappear, rounded-full, flex, items-center, justify-center, bg-green-500, p-4, drop-shadow-md, right-5, group-hover, opacity 100, and hover scale 110, like this. So now you can see when I hover on this liked songs element, I have a nice little play button, and when I hover on it again, it scales. So I just want to explain how this works and why this works. So if it's not working for you, make sure that you put the relative class name in your main parent button, and make sure you also put the group class name in your main parent element right here. So the way group works is that we mark group as our parent element, and then here we use the group hover and a effect that we want. So Tailwind now knows that wherever I hover on this parent element, I'm going to create an effect for this child element right here, which holds our play button here. And how do we position it in this area exactly? Well, for that, we added a relative class name to our parent, and then we used an absolute positioning on our child. So we are able to use right-5 to just move it to the exact spot that we want. Great job. And I just want to wrap this up by adding just a couple of more elements here. So go back into page.tsx. Whoops, before we do that, go back to list item, and let's go ahead and use this onClick in this button here. Let's not forget to do that. So onClick like that. Perfect. Go back into page.tsx right here, and where the header ends, go ahead and open another div with a class name of empty-2 mb-7 npx-6 like that. And inside of that, go ahead and open another class name here with a flex justify dash between and items dash center like that. And inside of that, just go ahead and create another element h1 with newest songs title like this. Great. I'm just going to collapse this inside so it's a bit more readable for you. And I'm going to give this a class name of text-white, text-2xl, and font-semi-bold like this. And now it looks a bit better. Great. And just below this div right here, I'm going to open another div and write list of songs like this. So in the future, we're actually going to create some new elements here and some new components which are going to render individual cards of our songs. Great. You wrapped up the entire layout which we're going to need for our project. Now we're going to start with actually creating some authentication so we can create some modals, and then we're going to also configure our Supabase and our database, and we're going to start uploading some songs. Great job so far. You created a lot of reusable components, and you've learned how to style with Tailwind. Great job. You can play around with how this looks. You can see how nicely responsive this is on all devices and how it changes the grid depending on the size of the screen. Great job. So we're going to continue, and in this part of the tutorial, we're going to create and set up our database using Supabase. So in order to do that, go into Google and write Supabase, or take a look at my description in the video and you will find the Supabase URL. It should be the first result in Google. So Supabase, the open source Firebase alternative. Go ahead and click that and create an account here. I already have an account, so I'm going to click sign in, and I'm going to use continue with GitHub because I created an account using GitHub. So you just go ahead and sign up using whatever method you want. It does not matter. And once you are logged in, you're going to see a dashboard similar to this. So what I'm going to do now is first I'm going to acknowledge that I already have a couple of organizations here and a couple of projects here. So you probably have a bit of a different view than I do, but that does not matter. If it's asking you to create an organization, feel free to do that. Just create an organization, make sure it's public, and give it whatever name you want. And what I'm going to do now is, and what you should do is find a button which says new project. So wherever you want, go ahead and just click new project and choose an organization where you want to put your project into. So I'm going to select Code with Antonio. It does not matter what organization you use. For the name of my project, I'm going to give it a name of Spotify-clone like this. For the database password, it has to be a strong password. I suggest you click this generate a password button right here and make sure you copy the password and save it somewhere. So for now, all I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file here and I'm going to name it password.txt like this. And I'm just going to paste it here so I don't forget it. Make sure you don't accidentally commit this in your database. So what I want to do now is I want to go to .gitignore right here, and I'm just going to add password.txt like this. So your password is not accidentally committed to your GitHub. So make sure you do not share this with anyone. After I upload this video, I'm actually going to remove this entire project, so this password isn't going to matter. So just be very careful when saving this password. You can save it anywhere you want, just don't lose it. Great. And if you did this password.txt file the same way I did, make sure you went into gitignore and just put that file inside so it's not accidentally committed to GitHub. Great. Now that you have your password, for the region you can leave whatever is selected, and for the pricing plan make sure you select the free option, $0 a month, and just click create a new project like this. So I'm going to expand this a little bit, and let's just wait a couple of seconds for all of this to set up. Great. So now you can see how we have the project API keys here. We have the public key, and we have the service role, and we have our URL. So while we are here, I actually want to use all of this and add it to our environment file. So I'm going to go back into my code here, and I'm going to create a new file called .env.local like this. And by default, .env.local is in gitignore, meaning that it will not be pushed to your repository, which is exactly what you want. You never want to commit your environment files the same way we did with password.txt. I just want to make sure, so this password.txt, you don't need that in your project. So I only wrote this because it's useful to save your password somewhere. But you don't have to do it. You can save your password wherever you want, on your mobile phone, send an email to yourself, write a text message, WhatsApp, whatever you want. But this .environment.local, you need this file. So create .environment.local here. And in order to go back to see where your API options are, if you got redirected like I did, just click the little cog button here for project settings and click on the API like this. And we're going to need a couple of environment attributes here. So I'm going to write them out now, but what I suggest you do is you go into my repository and take a look at .environment.example, where you can see exactly which keys we are going to need. And I also wrote a comment where you can find all of these settings. Great. So these are obviously Stripe, which we are going to need in the future, but for now we're going to focus on these three. So the first one we need is next_public _ Supabase _URL. The second one is next_public _ Supabase anon key, and the last one is Supabase service role key like this. Great. So just save this .environment.local file and double check from my repository that you didn't accidentally make a mistake here. So you just copy and paste them like this so you confirm that they are correct. Great. And now we can go back into API settings here. And for the first environment variable, the next public Supabase URL, you can go ahead and copy your project URL like this and just paste it here. For the next public Supabase anon key, for that, you just have to copy this anon public key right here. So go ahead and copy that and paste it. And for the Supabase service role key, it's exactly this, the service role. So click reveal and then click copy and just paste it here. Great. So we have all the environment variables we're going to need for our Supabase. And now I just want to do a couple of, just a quick show around of Supabase and how great it actually is. So you can see, you can choose to create tables and rows in many ways. You can use the table editor, you can use the SQL editor. You can see your entire database here with webhooks, triggers, and functions, and you have a separate tab for authentication. So Supabase is really great because it offers you to send an invitation to user from its dashboard. You can also see in the future when we have some users in our project, you will be able to send them a reset password email, a magic link, remove the user, block the user, a bunch of stuff is available. And you can also change email templates. So this is what our email is going to look like once the user registers in our project. This is the email that's going to be sent to the user. If you want to add an image for your project or your company here, feel free to do that. So you can play around with this if you want to. And you also have the variables here. Great. You can also change the heading, and you can also see a bunch of different email templates that we have here. And you also have the providers. So you can enable the phone provider, you can enable the Apple, Azure, Bitbucket, Discord, Facebook, a bunch of providers here. So that's how powerful Supabase is. I think this is very useful to us. And we also have the storage, which we are going to use later to upload our songs and images to. Great. And you also have edge functions, but we're not going to use that for now. So before you create your first user, make sure you did not create any users. So just leave this empty and go and click into the SQL editor here. And you can see how useful this is. So we can either write a new query from scratch. If you know SQL, you can do that. Or you can use a little help from these pre-made scripts. If you want to create a table, just click here. Want to create a column, just click here. Or you can scroll all the way to the bottom and you can find this quick start scripts. You can create a country script, a Slack clone script, a to-do list script, or in our case, Stripe subscriptions. So go ahead, click on this SQL editor here, scroll all the way to the bottom and find Stripe subscriptions. So this is a starter template for Next.js Stripe subscriptions starter, exactly what we need. So just click here. And here you can see the exact script which we are going to run in our project, in our database, which is going to create all these tables and rows and relations and some triggers and some functions. But one thing I want to notice, I want to tell you, so if you by accident don't have this Stripe subscriptions, even though I don't know why you wouldn't have it, but maybe if in the future Supabase decides to remove this for some reason, I copy the script and you can go into my repository and you can find database.sql file, and it's the exact same script that I copied here. So you can just copy that and paste it instead of using this quick start if you don't have it. But I do have it, so I'm going to click Stripe subscriptions here, and I'm just going to quickly go over what this is going to do. So first, we're going to create a table users with an ID, full name, avatar URL, billing address, and payment method. And then we're going to add some row level securities here so that only the logged in user who is the owner of that user can view its own data, and only the user can update its own data. No one else can do that. We will also create a trigger here that every time we register a new user will be inserted into our custom users table right here. That's what this part does. Then we're going to create some Stripe required tables, which is customers, products, pricing types. So these are some types. We have pricing types, pricing intervals. We're going to create a table prices right here with all of the needed attributes for Stripe. We're also going to alter the row level security the same way we did from users. We're going to create a subscription status type right here. So these are all the possible types from Stripe. So you can see how much this quick start script helps us. Usually we'd have to write all of this ourselves, but this quick start is really amazing. Again, if you don't have it, it's exactly the same what I have in my repository in database.sql right here. Great, so you can take a look at this if you're a bit more interested into exactly what this is. But as I said, the only custom one actually is this users. Everything that you see here, the customers, the products, the pricing, the types, the subscription status, all of that is required for Stripe, and it is tailored to Stripe API and what it needs. Great. And you can see how it's commented very well, so you can take a look at it and see exactly what you need. Great. So after you're satisfied with this, make sure you did not accidentally alter anything. Just go ahead and press run. And after that, it's going to write success, no rows returned. Great. And now go and click in the table editor here, and you can see how we have customers table. And you can see that we have an ID and a Stripe customer ID, the prices table. And in here, we're going to have all the attributes which were written in that script that prices need to have. Same thing for products, for subscriptions, and for users. And in all of these tables, we also have the active RLS policies. Great. So that's pretty much all we need for Stripe. What we're going to do now is we're going to create some custom tables, which we are going to need for our Spotify clone. Those tables are going to be a songs table and a liked songs table. So kind of like a playlist. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. So go ahead and go into your table editor here and click new table, or you can click create a new table here. And the first table which we are going to create is going to be songs. So just go ahead and write songs here. Leave this as it is, so enable row level security. We're gonna have to create some policies. And now what we have to do is add some columns here. So you can see I have predefined ID, which is a type of integer, and a created at, which is a type of timestamp with a time zone. And it is selected that this ID is my primary key. So that's exactly what I want. And what we're gonna do now is we're just gonna add a couple of more columns here. So go ahead and click add column, and the first column we're gonna add is title, and that title is gonna be a type. Just go ahead and find text, so variable length character string like this, and by default it's not gonna be anything. Great. Then add another column, and this one is going to be song underscore path like this, and it's also going to be a type of text. Below that, add another column, which is going to be called image path. So go ahead and write image underscore path like this, also a type of text. And now we're going to add the author. So go ahead and add a column called author like this, which is also going to be a type of text. And another column, which is going to be called user underscore ID. So it's going to be the person who uploaded this song, user underscore ID. And what you're going to do for that is you're going to click this edit foreign key relation button right here, select the public schema, find the users, and select the ID from users like this. And for the action, go ahead and write cascade like that, and just click save. Great, and you can see how that automatically filled the type of this user ID column to UUID like this. Perfect. So go ahead and just click save. And wait a couple of seconds, and it's going to create a completely new table with 7 columns that we just added. So ID, created at, title, song path, image path, author, and user ID. And there we go, you can see how we now have our songs table here. But very important, this songs table will actually not be usable at the moment because we have no active RLS policies. So go ahead and click on this no active RLS policies right here and click on new policy right here. And again, Supabase offers us some templates right here, so you can write it yourself, or you can just click get started quickly, create a policy from template. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to write enable read access to everyone. So go ahead and click use this template, and you can write, so go ahead and write select like this. Sorry, I'm just going to close this a little bit. My bad, I removed it. So go ahead and click new policy again, get started, enable read access to anyone, select, leave this to true. So don't click on anything like I did, and just click review right here, and you can see the policy that's going to be created here, and just click save policy like this. And now you should have a new policy here, enable read access for all users. We're going to need another policy along that, which is the enable insert for authenticated users only. So we only want to enable logged in users to add new songs, but we want all users to be able to load them in their browser. So go ahead and click new policy, again, get started quickly. And we already did the first one. So now we want the second one, enable insert access for authenticated users only. Don't change anything here, click use template, don't touch anything here. So you can see how it's selected authenticated target role here. And just click review like this, and you can see the policy which is going to be inserted. So go ahead and click save policy like that. Perfect. And now we can go ahead and go back into table editor, into songs, and you can see how we have 2 active RLS policies right here, which are the enable insert for authenticated users only and enable read access for all users. Perfect. And now we're going to create one more table which we are going to need, and that is going to be our liked songs table. So go ahead and click new table. The name is going to be liked songs. So I'm just going to zoom in a little bit so you can see like that. Again, leave the RLS security here. Leave the, instead of this ID, so you can go ahead and uncheck this ID right now. So we're not going to have a primary row here. Instead of an ID, we're going to write user underscore ID, and you can click on this edit foreign key relation, go ahead and find the users and select the ID, and the action is going to be cascade, and click save. And you can see how that filled our user ID. So you go ahead and add another column, song underscore ID. For that, you can go ahead and click edit foreign key relation again and select your newly created songs table, and it's going to automatically select the ID, and the action is going to be cascade. and click save. And now we need to have a primary key. You can see this warning right here. So go ahead and select the user ID and the song ID. So those two are going to be our composite primary key. And you can leave the created at so we can order them by newest in our project. And go ahead and click save like that. And again, just wait a couple of seconds, and that is going to create the liked songs table with 3 very simple columns. Great. And again, right now it's not usable because we don't have any active RLS policies. So again, click here and go ahead and click on new policies. First thing we're going to do is add the enable read access to everyone. So just click use this template, don't touch anything here, and click review and save policy like this. Great. Now go ahead and add a new policy. Again, get started quickly right here. Enable insert access to authenticated users only. Use this template, don't touch anything, review and save policy like that. And we're also going to need a third policy here to enable only those users who added something for them to be able to remove that. So again, click get started quickly, and we're going to do enable delete access for users based on their user ID. So only the owner of this table row is going to be able to delete it. Great. So just click review and save policy. So this one should have 3 policies just like that. Perfect. And that is actually it for our entire database schema. So we have everything we need here. And what I want to do now is I want to go into storage, and we're going to create 2 buckets which we're going to use to upload our songs and our images. So go ahead and click new bucket here, and the first one is going to be songs like this, and go ahead and click on public bucket like this because it's going to be simpler to develop with for now. And if you want to, you can do some additional configuration here if you want to restrict file upload, and if you want to restrict it to specific domain type. So for example, in the songs, what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow only audio/mpeg like this. So audio/mpeg, or you can just leave it empty if you want to. So, but just make sure it's audio/mpeg or empty, nothing else, because we're going to upload MP3 files, not any other type of file. And go ahead and click save like this. Great. And what we're going to do now is we're going to create another bucket called images. And you can just go ahead and mark it as public bucket again and click save like this. Great. And now go ahead and go into your policies here. And what we're going to do here is create a new policy for songs. Again, get started quickly. And what we're going to write here is we're just going to enable a bunch of these policies right here. But instead of using these templates that we did for now, I actually want to go back. So go ahead and click on new policy here and click for full customization like this. It's going to be easier to actually write it like that. So give this policy a name, allow all like this, and just go ahead and select all of this like that. And just click review and save policy like that. Perfect. So now we allowed all of the policies for songs. It's going to be much simpler to develop that way. And what I want you to do is I want you to do the same thing for images. So go ahead and write a new policy for full customization, write allow all and select insert, update and delete. And don't do anything for the target roles. Click review and save policy like this. There we go. So now our public bucket is much easier to develop, and we're not going to have any trouble uploading images and retrieving them from the same. Great. So that is actually it from our database. To wrap up, make sure you have the customers, the liked songs, prices, products, songs, subscriptions, and users. And make sure you added the 2 RLS policies to our songs table, which are the enable insert for authenticated users only. And make sure you in your liked songs you have the 3 active RLS policies for delete, insert, and select. And in your storage, we've written some custom policies where we allowed everything from everyone because it's going to be simpler, and just to show you a little bit how you can write custom policies and not use templates. Great job. So that is actually going to be it for our for our Supabase configuration here. I advise that you leave this tab open so you can actively monitor what's going on in your database. And what we're going to do next is we're actually going to go ahead and create some providers, and we're actually going to go ahead and add the login functionality. Alright, so what I want to do now is I actually want to generate the types from our database, because you can see we have a bunch of types here, a bunch of tables, a bunch of rows, and I want to use TypeScript in my project. So I don't want to type everything myself. I want to use a script which is going to generate all of the types from our database and assign it in our project. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to follow this guide from Supabase documentation. I'm going to put this into the description, but don't worry, we're going to do this together. So I'm just going to collapse everything here. Right here, I'm going to zoom in just a tiny bit more so you can see what we're going to run. So let's go into our terminal here. I'm going to shut down my application. And what I'm going to do is first I'm going to install Supabase as a dev dependency here. It's important that it is at least a 1.8 version. So go ahead and write npm install Supabase at open parentheses greater than equal 1.8.1 and -- save -- dev like this. So basically this thing right here, I'm just gonna expand so you can see it in the terminal as well, and press enter like that, and wait a couple of seconds for this to install. Great, now that that is done, we're gonna run the following command, npx supabase login. So to prepare for that, go into your dashboard here and go into project settings right here. And now we're gonna write npx supabase login like this. And you can see how it prompts us to enter our access token, and it shows us an URL where we can generate our tokens. So you can go ahead and control click on this, so it's going to open it in your browser right here. So I'm just gonna click again, continue with GitHub, so I'm logged in. And I'm gonna get redirected to my tokens page. Or so you can just either copy this URL or control click on it and you will get to your access tokens. And you can see right here, I have my access token. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually just going to either generate a new one or copy this one. So just a couple of seconds here, go ahead and click generate a new token here and provide a name. So I'm gonna write the name Spotify-clone -CLI like this. The name pretty much doesn't matter, and just click generate a token like this and wait a couple of seconds, and there we go. So make sure that once you generate this token, copy it, because if you refresh the page, you're not going to be able to access it again. And once you've copied it, just go ahead and paste it here. You're not going to see anything when you paste, so just press enter after that, and you can see it says finished Supabase login like that. Perfect. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here and see the next step. So now we're going to use the npx supabase meaning generate types TypeScript. And we're going to have to prepare our project ID here in advance. So let's go ahead and let's go here and let's find our project ID. So your project ID is your reference ID in the settings right here. So go ahead and find your reference ID and copy it, so prepare it. Great. And now we're going to go ahead and run the following command. So it's going to be a tiny bit different than this one, because we're not going to put it in this file right here. We're going to put it in a different file. So go ahead and write npx supabase gen types TypeScript -- project -ID. And now just go ahead and make sure you've copied your reference ID from here. Okay, so I'm just going to zoom out a bit. So copy your reference ID here like that, and then just paste it. And then you're going to write -- schema -public like this. And I'm going to go back here just to see schema public, open the greater @ sign, and just write types _db.ts like this and press enter. And I made a mistake. So the mistake was that I wrote schema -public. So that does not exist. So I'm just going to expand this a little bit. Let's clear this again. And we're going to write the same thing. So npx supabase generate types TypeScript -- project ID. Make sure you've pasted your project ID. And instead of -- schema -public, just go ahead and write public like this, and make sure you insert that in types underscore db.ts like that, and just press enter like this. And there we go. Now it works. And now you can see how I have a new file, types.db, right here in my project. And you can see this is our entire database here. So that is going to help us a lot with type safety. If you had any problems doing this, so if you didn't manage to create your types.db.ts file, you can always go into my repository and find it here. So types underscore db.ts, and then you can just copy it and paste it if your project, since you are doing the exact same database that I am. Great. So I made a small mistake with schema-public. Make sure you don't do that. And I repeated my steps, so it should work for you as well. Great. So that's how we created our types. And now we're going to use this interface database when assigning our providers, which we're going to do in the next part. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to create a couple of providers in our project. So let's go ahead and let's create a new folder here called providers like this. And inside of this provider, create a new file called Supabase provider.psx like that. So make sure it's named Supabase provider like that. And if you want to, you can start your application if you haven't already. So go ahead and run npm run dev right here and refresh your localhost to make sure that it is working nicely. Great. And in here, first we're going to mark it as use client. After that, we're going to import database from @/types/_db. So the file we created in the previous part. Great. And now I'm going to write interface Supabase provider props like this. It's going to accept children, which is a type of React node like this. Great. And now just write const Supabase provider is equal to React.fc Supabase provider props, and go ahead and extract the children right here and open an arrow function like that. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to actually install a couple of packages which we need to continue. So go ahead and open your terminal here. And I'm going to shut down my application. You don't have to if you don't want to. And go ahead and run npm install supabase/auth-helpers/next-js like this. So go ahead and just install that. Wait a couple of seconds for it to complete. And then we have to install the equivalent package for React. So after that's done, go ahead and install npm install supabase/auth-helpers-react like this. So just wait a couple of seconds for that to install as well. And then you can go ahead and npm run dev your project one more time. Great. And I just want to show you in my package JSON which versions of that I have. So these are the dependencies I've just installed, and these are the versions I'm using. Great. So what we're going to do next is we're actually going to create a state here. So go ahead and write const Supabase client is equal to use state, which you can import from React like this. I'm just going to separate this imports like that. And go ahead and open an arrow function inside, which is going to just write create browser Supabase client. So create browser Supabase client like that from Supabase-auth helpers Next.js like that. And just give it a type of database like this and execute the function like that. And as you can see, this is actually deprecated. So I just did a quick Google search, and I don't want to give you a deprecated version of that. So we're actually going to import a different version. So instead of create browser Supabase client, we're going to import create client component client like that. And that's what we're going to use here like that. Perfect. And make sure you just assign the database here, and great. And now our Supabase client, as you can see, has all of our database types. So sorry for that misunderstanding with create client browser component. Great. So now that we have that, we're actually going to go ahead and just return session context provider from Supabase auth helpers React right here. So make sure you import that as well and give it a Supabase client of Supabase client like this. And inside, we're going to render our children like that. Great. And I just want to separate the imports from our custom imports like that. So what we've done is we installed these two packages right here. We imported create client component client. So my apologies again, I accidentally imported the create browser Supabase client, which is outdated for now. So this is the up-to-date version for Next 13 app router. You can technically use the older one still. So it's still available, even though it's deprecated. But the version that I put at the first, which was crossed out, is actually going to be deprecated and removed in the future. Great. So now that we have this Supabase client, make sure you write export default Supabase provider at the end like here. And now what I want you to do is I want you to go into layout. So go ahead into your app folder, into layout.tsx, and I want you to wrap the sidebar with Supabase provider like this. So just go ahead and wrap everything inside like that. Great. So now we have the access to client Supabase inside of our application. Perfect. What I want to do next is I want to create a use user hook, which is going to be very useful to us because we're also going to store subscription status in there. So go ahead, and I'm just going to expand this a little bit and create a new folder called hooks. So go ahead and a folder hooks like this, and inside you're going to go ahead and create a new file, use user.tsx like this. And great. So first, let's go ahead and let's actually create another file in the root of our application called types. So the same way we did with types_db, we're actually going to create a manual one, types.ts like this. So these are going to be our custom types, which we are going to need. So in this case, we're going to need to prepare a couple of types here. So before I continue, let's go ahead and let's shut down the application and let's run npm install stripe like this. So we can use the types from stripe and just run dev again and refresh your page here. So import stripe from stripe like this. And now first I want to import the, first I want to create the user details here. So let's go ahead and write export interface user details like this. It's going to have an ID, which is a type of string, a first underscore name, which is a type of string, last underscore name, which is a type of string as well, full underscore name, which is a type of string, and full name is also going to be optional like this. Avatar underscore URL is an optional type of string. So this is going to be assigned if we're using our auth. Billing underscore address, which is an optional stripe.address like this. And payment underscore method is going to be optional, and stripe.payment method like that. Stripe.payment method.type like this. Great. So besides the user details, we are also going to need the subscription types. So go ahead and write export interface subscription. This is going to be an ID of string, user ID of string as well. Status, which is going to be status, which is going to be an optional stripe.subscription.status like that. We're going to have metadata, so optional stripe.metadata like this. We're going to have price underscore ID, which is an optional string, quantity, an optional string as well, cancel underscore at underscore period underscore end, question mark boolean like that, created string like this, current underscore period underscore start, string, current underscore period underscore end, string as well. Ended underscore at, which is going to be optional string like this. Cancel underscore at is going to be an optional string as well. And I'm just going to scroll this up a little bit. Cancel at. So yes, we're going to have canceled at and canceled at string. So this is some Stripe specific fields. That's why maybe they don't make sense, but they are important for Stripe. And trial underscore start string, trial underscore end string, and prices, price like this. And we obviously also have to create a price model now. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So let's go ahead and write export interface price. And what price is going to have is an ID of string product underscore ID, which is an optional string, active, an optional boolean, description is going to be an optional string, unit underscore amount is going to be an optional number, currency is going to be an optional string, type is going to be an optional stripe dot price dot type like this. Interval is going to be an optional stripe dot price dot recurring that interval like that. Interval underscore count is going to be optional number. Trial underscore period underscore days question mark is going to be a number or null like this. And metadata is going to be stripe.metadata, also optional. And products is just going to be product like this. So now let's go ahead and let's export interface product. So this is going to have an ID of string, active, which is an optional boolean, name, which is an optional string, description, which is an optional string as well, image, which is an optional string, and metadata, which is an optional stripe.metadata like this. Great. So we created a couple of interfaces here, which we are going to need for start. We are also going to create some more later on, but for now, this is what we need for our use user hook right here. So let's go back to the use user hook and let's actually write our context type. So go ahead and write type user context type like this. Access token is going to be a string or null like this. User is going to be a type of user, which you can import from auth helpers Next.js like this, or is going to be null like this. User details is going to be user details, which we just created in the types like that, or null as well. Is loading is going to be a boolean like that. Subscription is going to be subscription, which we just created in the types as well, or null like this. So I just want to separate this imports like that. Great, so we have the type user context type right here. And now let's actually create the context. So export const user context is equal to create context, which you can import from React like this. The type is going to be user context type or undefined like that. And go ahead and open parentheses, and by default it's going to be undefined like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and write the props interface. So export interface props is gonna have a prop name, which is a type of string, and it can be any. So we just created like a general props here. Great. Now let's actually go ahead and write the my user context provider. So go ahead and write export const my user context provider like that. Let's give it the type of props of props. And let's go ahead and let's extract a couple of things from this session context, which we can now use because we wrapped our entire application in Supabase provider. So let's go ahead and write const is equal to use session context like this, and you can import use session context from auth helpers React like this. So I'm just going to move this to the top as well. And the items we are going to extract from here is session, is loading, and we're going to remap that to is loading user like this. We're going to have Supabase client, which we're going to remap to Supabase like that. Great. So that's all we're going to need from the use session context. Now we're going to get the user from Supabase. So go ahead and write const user is equal to use supa user. Now you cannot import this from anywhere because it's not defined like that. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to go into our auth helpers React right here, and I'm going to import use user as use super user like this. So we have the use session context and we have the use user as use super user. So why am I remapping this? Well, because our use user is going to be our custom hook. So that's what we're working in. We're working in a file called use user. So that's how we're going to name our hook. So I just don't want to create any conflicts. So that's why we remap it to use super user like this. Great. So now that we have the user, let's go ahead and let's access our token. So const access token is equal to session $access _ token like this, and just use this double question mark null like that. Great. Now let's add a state is loading data, set is loading data like that, use state, which you can import from React right here, and give it the default value of false like that. And below that, we're gonna assign a state for our user details. So const user details set user details is equal to use state like that, and by default is going to be null, and the type that is going to have inside of the use state, so open pointy brackets like this, and write user details or null like that. Perfect. Now below that, go ahead and write a subscription and set subscription use state. By default is going to be null, and the type of use state is going to be subscription or null like this. So this is going to be a very useful hook because we're going to use it to load user details and to load the subscription. So we can reuse this hook wherever we want, and we can quickly check whether the user has an active subscription or generally if we are authenticated or not. So that's why it's going to be so useful and why we are doing this. So now let's write two actions which are going to use Supabase to actually fetch something from our database. So let's go ahead and write const get user details is equal to Supabase dot from users like this dot select, put an asterisk inside dot single like this. Great. So now we're gonna get our user details. Perfect. And now write const get subscription. You can write it all in one line. I'm just gonna collapse it. So Supabase from subscriptions select, we're going to put an asterisk, and now we're going to also fill our relations. So the way we do that is we pick a relation we want to fill, in our case prices, and open parentheses again, and we're going to select everything from prices. And I also want to select another relation inside of prices. So I'm going to write comma products, and I'm going to select everything inside. So just make sure that you have the parentheses for the prices and parentheses for products as well. Great. And we're going to only select a specific subscription type. So in status, go ahead and open an array of trialing and active like this. Great. And dot single at the end like that. Great. So now we have a function to call our user details and to call our subscription. Perfect. So now let's write a use effect, which is going to fetch this information and assign it to this state right here. So use effect like this. Go ahead and just put a dependency array here. And first, let's check if user and is not loading data, and we have no user details, and we have no subscription. So if we are logged in, but we are not currently loading, and we have not loaded the user details, and we have not loaded the current description, in that case, set is loading data to true, because we're going to start loading some information. So go ahead and write promise.all settled like that, and open parentheses and open an array, and give it a function of get user details, which we just created, comma, get subscription like this. Perfect. And then write dot then, and inside, we're gonna open an arrow function with results like this, and just open another arrow function inside, and just write const user details promise is equal to results 0 like that, and const subscription promise is equal to results 1 like that. So our user details we're gonna fetch from get user details, so that's gonna be the first item in the array, and our subscription details are gonna come from the second item in this array. So that's why we use the the 0 and 1 from this array like that. Great. Now let's just check if user details promise that status is equal to fulfilled like that. In that case, I'm gonna set user details to user details promise that value dot data as user details like that. Great. Now I'm gonna write if subscription promise dot status is equal to fulfilled as well. In that case, we're gonna set subscription to subscription promise dot value dot data as subscription like that. Perfect. And after that, we're just gonna write set is loading data to false like this. Perfect. And now what I'm gonna write is go to the end of this first if clause that we've written, else if there is no user and we are not loading user and we are not loading data. In that case, we're just gonna reset everything. So set user details to null and set subscription to null as well. And in the dependency array, we are only going to put user and is loading user like this. So yes, we are going to get a warning, but you can ignore that for now. Otherwise, it's going to cause a lot of refetching that we do not need. Great. So what I'm going to do now is I want to create a value constant here. So go const value is equal to access token user details is loading, which is either going to be it's going to be a combination. So is loading user pipe is loading data like this, and subscription at the end like that. Perfect. So now we have that value, and now what we're going to do is write return user context dot provider like this. It's a self-closing tag, and we're going to give it the value of value, and we're also going to spread any props from there as well, like that. Great. So we have finished creating our provider. Now, this was a lot of code. It was a bit complicated. So what I advise you to do, if you think you might have made a mistake here or just want to double check, you can always go into my repository right here, and you can go into my hooks right here, into use user, and you can see the exact code that is written here, so you can double check if something went wrong. The only thing that's different here is that, nothing is different here. So just feel free to use it exactly like this. Great. All right, so I'm gonna expand this again, and let's actually create our hook. So export const use user like this, const context is equal use context, which you can import from React right here. In this context, pass in the user context like that. If context is equal to undefined, so if you're trying to use this hook outside of our context, in that case, we're gonna throw a new error. Use user must be used within a my user context provider like that. Perfect. Otherwise, just return context like this. Great. So this is going to be a very, very useful hook for us, where we are going to be able to fetch our subscriptions and our user details at the same time. So what I want to do now is I want to create another provider. So go into your providers folder and create a user provider.tsx, which is going to be very, very simple. So mark it as use client like this. Write an interface, user provider props like this, children react.react node like that, and just const user provider react.fc. It's going to be a type of user provider props like that. Go ahead and extract the children and return my user context provider from add hooks/use user, which we just created, and just pass in the children inside like that, and export default user provider like this. Perfect. So now what I want to do is I want to go back into my app folder, into layout.tsx, and inside Supabase provider. So important, very important, inside the Supabase provider, go ahead and add a user provider, which we have in our providers use user provider. We just created it a second ago, like this, and wrap this sidebar within it. Perfect. Great job. So this is going to help us a lot. We are now ready to start developing our authentication model and to check whether we are logged in or not. If we made a mistake anywhere, we're going to find that out along the way. So no worries if you test yourself now and see that something's not working. If you try to use this hook, don't worry, just continue with the tutorial. If I notice something's not working, we're going to fix that together. Great job so far. So we're going to continue and we're going to create a provider for our models, and then we're going to create a model component, which later we are going to turn into our first functioning model, which will be the authentication model, where users can log in, create a new account, reset their password, and send magic links. So let's go ahead and let's go into our providers folder, where we have the Supabase provider and user provider, and create a new file, model provider.tsx, like this. Go ahead and mark it as use client like that, and just write model provider for the component name and the export. And what we're going to return for now is just going to be an empty fragment right now, which is going to say models like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and add some states here and some other functions. So const is mounted, set is mounted is going to be equal to use state false, like this. And you can import use state from React like that. And we're going to do a simple trick which is going to prevent any errors being caused by our models. Since we are doing server-side rendering here, models can cause hydration errors. So in order to prevent that, we never want to render a model if we are in server-side rendering. So this is how we're going to do that. I'm going to create a use effect here, which is going to change this is mounted to true once it's loaded. So if this use effect ever loads, that means we are already on the client and we can safely show our models. So go ahead and write set is mounted to true like that. Perfect. And now I'm going to use an if clause here. So if is mounted, if exclamation point is mounted like that, return null like this. Perfect. So basically what's going on here, we are ensuring, as I said, we are ensuring that none of the models can be seen or opened during server-side rendering. And this is a little trick that we can use so that if we notice that we are in, so this is the equivalent of us knowing, hey, whatever is being rendered right now is in server side. So just return no for that. Otherwise, we're going to add all of our models here later when we create them. So just save this file like this and go back into your app folder, into layout.tsx like that. And inside the user provider, go ahead and just add the model provider like this. And you can import the model provider from add/providers model provider like that. So it's a self-closing tab. It does not need to wrap any children inside of it. Great. And if you save, you can see how we have these text models right here. Don't worry, we are actually going to change that to render a proper model. Great. So let's go ahead and let's actually create that component. But one thing I quickly want to fix before we go there. So I want to go back into our types, which we've written in the previous part. And I want you to find the subscription interface like this. And for the quantity, I wrote string. It needs to be a number like this. So I just want you to have correct types. I don't think the string would cause any problems, but let's just have our types be correct. Great. Now I'm going to close everything here and I'm going to go into components and I'm going to create a new file, model.tsx like this. And I'm just quickly going to create this model component. And for now, it's going to return a div, which is going to say model component like that. And then I'm going to go back into my providers, into model provider, and I'm going to render that model here. So just go ahead and import that from add/components model. And as always, I like to separate my imports so I know which ones are my custom imports and which ones are packages like this. Great. And you can see how now the text has changed to modal component right here. Great. So the package we're going to use to create our model is Radix. So Radix is a type of headless UI, so similar to headless UI. So we only get the primitives and we don't install the entire thing. We only pick what we need from this in order to have it. You can see the features. It supports modal and non-modal modes. Focus is automatically trapped, can be controlled or uncontrolled. Basically, a bunch of useful stuff. For example, the escape key will close the model. So that's great because we're going to have proper interaction with our models. So for that, we need to run this installation right here. npm install radix UI React dialog. So let's go into our terminal here. I'm going to shut down the application and I'm going to run npm install at radix-ui/dialog like that. And I'm just going to expand this just a little bit so you can see it in the terminal like this. Go ahead and just press enter like that. All right, so I got an error here. So let's see. Yes, I made a mistake. My apologies. I didn't correctly read npm install at radix-ui/react-dialog like that. My apologies. All right. And wait a couple of seconds for this to install now. And after that, you're going to be able to run your project again. Great. So go ahead and run npm run dev. You can close the terminal and just refresh your component right here. All right. And now in this model component right here, first things first, I'm going to import that dialog which we just installed. So import everything. So use asterisk as dialog from at radix UI React dialog like this. Great. And we're also going to import an icon here. So iomd close from react-icon/io like that. Perfect. Great. And now we have to also mark this. Sorry, we don't have to do anything. So model is just fine. Now let's write the interface. So interface model props is going to have is open, which is a type of Boolean like that. It's going to have onChange, which is going to accept open, which is a Boolean, and a void. Make sure you don't misspell Boolean like that. Great. Then we're going to have a title, which is a type of string. We're going to have a description, which is a type of string as well, and children, which is react.react node like this. Perfect. And now let's assign these props here. So react.fc model props like that, and you can extract all of those. So is open, onChange, title, description, and title. Children like this. Perfect. And now we're actually going to go ahead and remove this div and use the dialog components here. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this, and I'm going to write dialog.root like this. Great. And I'm going to save this file. You can see how now our model has disappeared. Our text model component has disappeared from the top here. I want to go back into model provider, and just for now, I'm going to give it a title of test model. I'm also going to give it a description of test description like this. So I'm just going to collapse these attributes so you can see them in one line like that. I'm going to give it a hard-coded is open. I'm going to give it onChange like this. And it's going to have some children. So I'm just going to say test children like this and close the model like that. And great, all of our errors now went away and we can now develop our model. So make sure you do this. We're going to remove this later, but I want you to do this so you can actively see what we are actually developing. So go back into your model.tsx here, and let's go ahead and give some properties to this dialog.root component. So open is going to be is open like that. Default open is going to also be the is open. On open change is going to be on change like this. Great. Now inside of that, we're going to use dialog.portal like that. And inside of that, we're going to add dialog.overlay like this. And dialog.overlay is actually going to be a self-closing component, so you can move it like that. And let's go ahead and give it some class names. So I want to give it a class name of the following. So it's going to have a bg-neutral-900/90. So it's going to have an opacity like that. And let's also give it a backdrop-blur-sm fixed and inset-0 like this. And now when I added these classes, you can see how our screen got darkened and blurred at the same time. That's because we hard-coded the is open here. So if I remove this, it actually won't appear. But if I move it back to is open, you can see how our modal background has opened. Great. And now just below this dialog overlay, we're going to add the dialog content. So go ahead and write dialog.content here, like this. And what I want to do here is I want to give this some class names as well. So go ahead and write class name. We're going to have fixed, drop dash shadow dash MD, border dash neutral dash 700, top dash open square brackets 50%, left dash 50% as well, max dash h dash full on mobile. So on mobile, we're going to take the full screen for our content, h dash full as well. Medium, so on medium devices, we're going to use the h-auto, so it only fills how much it actually needs. And on MD, max-h is going to be 85 VH, like that. W-full is the next class, on mobile as well. On MD, we're going to use W-90 VW, like this. And MD is also going to have a max W of 450 pixels, like this. Great. Now let's also give it a translate of translate dash x dash minus 50%, like this, and translate dash y dash minus 50% as well. So it's centered nicely. You can see how I have this little line right here. Of course, that is going to expand when we add some content there. Rounded dash MD, PG dash neutral dash 800, P dash open square brackets 25 pixels. And you can see how it now expanded. Great. And focus outline dash none, like this. Perfect. So now our model content is starting to look like something perfect. So now let's go ahead and inside this dialog content, let's add a dialog that title, like this. And inside, we're going to render the title. And you can see how it now says test model inside, because in model provider, we added that as our title. Great. So I just want to give some class names to this dialog title right here. Let's go ahead and give it a class name of text-xl, text-center, font-bold, and MB-4, like this. So now our title looks like that. Perfect. And now just below dialog.title, we're going to give it a description. So go ahead and write dialog.description, like this. And inside, all we're going to do is render description for now. So you can see how that looks, the same way our title looked initially. And now let's give some class names to the description. So class name here, go ahead and write MB-5, text-SM, leading-normal, and text-center, like this. Great. So now we have the title and the description centered like that. Perfect. And now just below this description, I want to open a div, and inside I'm going to render the children. So you can see how now it says test children in here. So this is where we're going to put our forms, our buttons, whatever we need basically. Great. And now below this div right here, I want to give it a dialog.close as child, like this. So it's going to have a prop as child, and inside we're going to use the button element, and it's going to render IOMD close icon like this. Great, you can see how it put it right here, but we're going to position it right now. So go ahead and write class name, text-neutral-400, hover, text-white, absolute, top dash open square brackets 10 pixels, right, open square brackets 10 pixels as well, inline dash flex h is going to be 25 pixels inside of the square brackets. Same thing for width, 25 pixels, like this. Appearance is going to be none. Items dash center, justify dash center, rounded dash full, and focus outline dash none, like this. Great. So we have a nice little icon right here, and you can see how when I hover, it closes. It changes the color to white. Great. So that is it for our model component, and we can now reuse it as many times as we want in our project. Great job. So now let's actually create our auth model. So for that, I want to create a controller hook, which we are going to use to trigger that auth model and when we want to open it. So let's go ahead and let's go into our hooks folder and create a new file, use auth model.ts like this. And inside, we're going to have to install another package. So I'm just going to go and expand this. I'm going to go into my terminal and I will write npm install sustand like this. And just wait a couple of seconds for this install and npm run dev again. And just refresh your page if you haven't. And you can see how on mobile view, our model takes the entire screen, which is what we want. But on desktop view, it only shows a nice little content in the center. Great. So inside of here, I'm going to import create from toStand like this. And then I'm going to create an interface auth model store like this, which is going to have is open, which is a type of boolean. It's going to have on open, which is a void function, on close, which is a very same void function like this. And then we can create const use auth model is equal to create, which is going to accept auth model store inside of is pointy brackets like here. And then we're going to open parentheses. I'm going to open parentheses again, and I'm going to extract the set function from it. I'm going to open an arrow function in here, which is going to return an immediate object. So first we open parentheses again, and then curly brackets inside of that, and you just expand that. Great. And then inside you can write is open to be false by default. On open is going to be an arrow function, which is calling the set, which we extracted right here, and open that and open an object, and it's going to turn is open to true like this. And you can just copy and paste on close like this. And instead of is open to true, it's going to turn is open to false like that. Great. And just make sure you export default use auth model like this. Perfect. And now what I want to do is I want to go into my components, and I want to create a new component called auth model.tsx like this. Great. So just go ahead and write auth model like this, and make sure you mark this as use client like that. And all I'm going to do inside is I'm going to use our model component. So we can import that from /model like this. And for now, in the children, all I'm going to render is auth model children like this. And I'm going to go ahead and give this a title of welcome back like that, and a description of login to your account like that. I'm going to hard code is open, and on change is just going to be an empty arrow function like this. Great. So you should not be seeing anything different on your desktop right now, but we're going to change that. So I want to go back into model provider component here. So inside providers, go into model provider and completely remove this model, and instead render auth model like this. It's a self-closing tag, and then you can remove the import from model. Great. And now we can see it should change to your auth model right here. Perfect. So while we are in this auth model, I want to install a couple of packages here. So let's go ahead and let's install the following packages. So I'm going to shut down my application right here. I'm going to go ahead and install npm install as supabase -auth -ui -react like this. So just wait a couple of seconds for this to install, and then we're gonna have to install another package. So npm install at supabase /auth -ui -shared like that. Great. And then you can go ahead and npm run dev your application again. Make sure to refresh if you haven't. And I'm gonna collapse this so it's all visible again. Great. And what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna write, I'm gonna modify these children to actually render the auth model inside. Great, so in order to do that, first I need to get my Supabase client. So I'm gonna write const Supabase client is equal use Supabase client from Supabase auth helpers React, and I'm just going to start separating these imports already and just execute this hook like this. Great. I'm also going to need a router. So const router is use router from next/navigation like this. Great. Besides the router, I'm also going to use the session. So go ahead and write session is equal use session context like this, which you can import from the very same Supabase auth helpers React where you imported the use Supabase client. So I'm just going to collapse so you can see the import clearly like that. Perfect. And now that we have all of that, we are ready to actually render something different here. So we're going to use the packages which we just installed. So go ahead and render auth, which you can import from auth UI React like this. So go ahead and import auth from Supabase auth UI React like that. And it's going to be a self-closing tag like this, and we have to give it some properties. So first of all, let's give it Supabase client like this. And if you render, you can see how this looks right now. It doesn't look too good, but don't worry, we're going to give it some themes. Great. So the theme I want to give it is a theme Supa. So go ahead and write appearance like this, open an object inside and write theme to be equal to theme Supa like this. And you can import theme Supa from auth UI shared, a package which we just installed. Great, so you can see how this looks much better now, but I want to modify just a tiny bit more. So go ahead and write variables, default. Inside of default, you're going to choose colors. Brand is going to be hashtag 404040 like that. And brand accent is going to be hashtag 22C55E like this. Great. Great. So now we have these buttons and this login screen right here. And if we're also going to change the theme of it overall. So right now it's in light mode. So I just want to give it a theme dark like this. Great. So that changes it and fits our view better. Nice. And now what I want to do is I want to change what providers I'm using here. So I'm just going to directly modify providers to be an array, and I'm just going to write GitHub inside. Great. So now I only have sign in with GitHub. So that's how you add the providers. Basically, you can go to Supabase and you can find any provider you like. You can also try and see the autocomplete here. So you can add Apple, Azure, Bitbucket, Discord, Facebook, basically a bunch of these, even phone numbers. Great. So I'm going to only use GitHub for this tutorial like that. And one thing I also want to add, see, we also have the forgot your password functionality here. We have the register screen. So everything is here working immediately. Perfect. And one thing I just want to add is the magic link. So I'm just going to write magic link like this. And then you can see that I have another option here. So I can log in using the, without my password. I can just write in the email and it's going to send a link to my email. Great job. So now what I want to do is I actually want to use this. I actually want to find a way to trigger this model. So I don't want to keep it open by default. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to use our use auth model, which we just created. So go ahead and write const use auth model. You can import that from /hooks use auth model. I'm just going to separate this like that. Great. And inside, I'm going to destruct on close and is open like this. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's change the is open to is open like that. And for the on close, we're going to write const on change here, which is just going to be an empty arrow function. And it's also going to accept the prop open, which is Boolean like this. And if it's not open, so if question mark open, make sure you don't accidentally write is open. So we're going to use this parameter right here from the function. So if it's not open, then we're going to trigger the on close like that. And we're going to use that on change right here. Great. So now we have to find a way to open that model since right now it is closed by default. So let's go ahead and assign that. So go ahead and find your header component inside your components right here. And here where we have the login and the sign up, we're going to open the very same model. So in order to do that, first we have to add our auth model options here. So const use auth model like this. You can import it from @hooks use auth model like that. And we're going to import on open like that. Perfect. And now what I want to do Actually, you don't have to do it like this. You can also just write auth modal like that. Great. So go ahead and use that and find these two buttons here. So sign up button and login button. And all you're going to write is auth modal.onOpen like this. Just do not execute it accidentally like this. So auth modal on open, but do not execute it at the end. Great. So now if I try and click login, you can see how that nicely opens this little authentication model that we have. That's exactly what we wanted. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's go back into our auth model. So go ahead and find the auth model here. And I'm just going to write another use effect here that is going to close the model once we successfully log in or register. So go ahead and write use effect. You can import use effect from React. So that's what I just did right here. And I'm going to move that to the top here. Great. And inside of this use effect, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if the session exists. So if there is an existing session, in that case, I'm going to call router.refresh like that. And I'm going to call onClose like this. And in the dependency array, we're going to put session, router, and onClose like this. Perfect. So now when we are logged in, so when we click sign in successfully, we're going to go and close the model. Great. So now let's actually try this out. So I suggest you have your Supabase opened in a new browser, in a new tab, so you can actually confirm that you have no projects, no users inside of here yet, and no users should be in the users table right here. I know I'm zoomed out, but it's just because I cannot see clearly when it's too zoomed in. All right, so no users in your project yet, and let's go ahead and let's try. So I'm going to use my email here, and I'm going to register. I'm going to click sign in. All right, and we have invalid login credentials, of course, because I don't have this account. So make sure you click don't have an account, sign up, and then click sign up. And there you go. Here I have the message, check your email for the confirmation link. So now we have to confirm our mail. And I'm just gonna quickly demonstrate that now. So right here, I got an email, confirm your sign up, follow this link to confirm your user. And once I click here, you can see that I am successfully signed in, and you can see that I have this code in my URL right there. Great. And you can see how my model automatically closed in my previous browser. And if I try to, basically it added the session to my browser right now. And if you go ahead and try and reload right here, you can see that we have the user that registered right here. And it's great. We can send them a password recovery, a magic link. We can play around with MFA factors, or we can remove the user. And also one more thing I want you to confirm is that so you should definitely have a user in your authentication tab, but also go into the table editor and go into the users right here. And you should have the user ID, a new table row right here. So great job. And now you can go ahead and try and log in with that as well. So I'm going to try and log in. I'm going to sign in, and you can see how immediately it works. Great job. So you finished authentication. And now I want to show you how to add GitHub, because that's one thing we have not added here yet. So I want you to go into GitHub, go into your settings, go all the way down to developer settings here, and go ahead into OAuth applications and create a new OAuth app. I'm going to name it Spotify-clone, and the homepage URL, you can just copy the one you're here. So localhost 3000, paste it here, and the same for authorization callback URL. So I'm going to zoom in so you can see, and just click register application like that. Great. And now you're going to get the client ID and the client secret. So go ahead and go into your project settings right here, and we have to find our providers right here. So I'm just going to pause a second to find that. Yes, so go into your authentication right here, and under configuration, you can find the providers right here. You can see email is enabled, and I'm also going to enable GitHub right here. So I'm going to enable GitHub, and of course, we have to add the client ID and the client secret here. So go ahead and add the client ID, which you can copy from here, and go ahead and generate a new client secret. So I just have to confirm my identity. And there we go, I have my client secret now. So I'm gonna copy that. Make sure you copy it, because after you refresh, you're gonna lose it, and just paste in the client secret. Great. and you have the redirect URL here as well, and just click save. And that enables your GitHub login as well. And you do the same process for LinkedIn, Notion, Twitch, basically whatever you want. Great. And now we're gonna go ahead and we're actually gonna modify this header to act differently when we are logged in versus when we are logged out. So let's go back into our header component here, and let's just add a couple of stuff here. So first we have the auth model and the router. Let's add the Supabase client. So const Supabase client is equal to use Supabase client. You can import that from @Supabase, auth helpers react like that, and I'm just going to move it to the top right here. Great, so now that you have that, make sure you execute this hook. So this is a working Supabase client like that. Perfect. And now I'm also going to extract the user from our use user hook, but be careful how you're going to import this. So const like this is equal to use user. And it's going to prompt you to import use user from Supabase, but we don't want to use that. We want to use our own use user from @/hooks use user. So make sure you import use user, your use user from @/hooks use user like that. Great. And make sure you execute that as well. And all we're going to extract for now is user like this, right? In the future, we can also import, extract subscription. So you can see how cool this hook is, because that's how easy we're going to be able to check whether the user is subscribed or not. Great. And now inside of this handle logout, we can remove this comment for now, and we can go ahead and write const error is equal await Supabase client.auth.sign out like this. Great. And since we're using await, we also have to turn this into an asynchronous function like that. Great. And after that, I'm going to call router.refresh like this. And I'm going to add a comment to reset any playing songs in the future. So we don't have that functionality yet, but in the future, I'm going to write this as to do. I want to reset if any current song is playing. I want to shut it down, because when our users are logged out, they're not going to be able to play songs. Great. And for now, I'm just going to check if there is an error, and I'm going to console log the error like this. Later on, we're going to create a toast component for that, but I doubt there's going to be any errors when logging out. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's use this handle logout. But in order to do that, we actually have to render the logout function. Great. So for that, we're going to use this user right here. So let's go all the way to the bottom, and let's find where our login and sign up buttons are. Great. And now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and go just a step above this fragment right here, and I'm going to open curly brackets and write user ? And in here, for now, I'm going to render just logged in like this. And I'm going to create an alternative for this, which is going to wrap this entire fragment like that. Great. And you can now go ahead and indent that a little bit. Great. So you can see how now it says logged in right here because we have the user. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. So let's go ahead and let's style this a bit better. So I'm going to give this a class name of flex gap-x-4 and items-center like that. And inside of that, I'm going to render a button component. So capital B with the text logout like this. And I'm going to add an attribute on click handle logout like this, and class name is going to be bg-white px-6 mpy-2 like that. Perfect. And just below that, I'm going to add another button component like this, and it's going to have an icon of fa user alt like that. And you can import fa user alt from react-icons/fa. So I'm going to move that to the top as well. Great. And now inside of here, I'm going to add a couple of attributes here as well. So on click is just going to call router.push to /account, which does not exist yet. So if you try, you're going to get a 404 error. And class name is going to be bg-white like this. Great. So this is how it's going to look when we are logged in. And if I log out, you can see how it switches back to this default login screen. Great. So we completely finished our authentication. And once I log in, our screen changes. Great. So before we wrap this up, I just want to fix this console log here. So I actually want to use the toaster component for that. So go back into your providers folder and create a new file called toaster provider.tsx like this. Go ahead and mark it at use client like that. And just import, well, we cannot import anything yet. We have to install a package. So let's go ahead. I'm going to shut this down. I'm going to expand this. And I'm going to write npm install react-hot-toast like this. Wait a couple of seconds and then run your project again. Make sure you refresh your localhost if you shut down the application. And let's import toaster from react-hot-toast like this. And now let's write const toaster provider. It's just an arrow function, which is going to return the toaster like this. It's a self-closing tag, and we're going to give it some toast options. So I want to style it. So open an object inside and write style. Background is going to be hashtag 333, and color is going to be hashtag FFF like that. And that's all we need for our styles, and just export default toaster provider like this. Perfect. And now what we have to do is we have to go in our app folder in our layout.tsx file right here, and just above the Supabase provider, I want to add the toaster provider, because toaster provider is independent of all of the Supabase functions right here. And you can import the toaster provider from add/providers toaster provider like that. And now we can go back into our header like here, and instead of using this error, I'm going to use toast, which you can import from React hot toast like I did right here. So destructure the toast, and I'm going to move it with the other imports right here, and I'm going to write toast.error.message like this. Perfect. And I just want to show you, so else I'm going to write toast.success logged out like this. So save this file, and if I click log out now, you can see how I got this nice little message logged out, which is exactly what I wanted. Perfect. So that's it. You finished authentication and you saw our use user hook in action. And if everything is working for you so far, that means you correctly set up all the Supabase providers and the user providers and a quite complicated use user hook. Great job so far. So now we can actually go ahead and start developing our upload song model, and we can finally start seeing some first songs here. Alright, so now we're going to create a model that opens when we click on this plus button right here next to our your library text, and that model is going to be used to upload songs to Supabase storage and create a new record in the database. But before I do that, I want to protect this on the front end by triggering an authentication model if we are not logged in first. So let's go ahead and let's find our library components. So I'm going to collapse everything here, and I'm going to go into my components, and I'm going to find the library right here. And on the AI outline plus, I already have an on click. So I'm going to find it here, and we wrote a comment handle upload later. So first let's add our auth model. So use auth model like that, and you can import that from /hooks, use auth model like this. Great. And now that we have that, first thing we're going to check is whether we are logged in or not. So in order to do that, we also going to need our user. So const user from use user, and make sure you import that from /hooks use user, not the Supabase use user. We are using our custom hook right here. Great, so execute that as well, and then inside we're going to use if there is no user, in that case return auth model.onOpen like that. Perfect. So go ahead and save that, and since I'm not logged in, when I click on the plus sign, it's going to open this. And now if I try and log in like this, And if I try and click again, nothing happens. Great, that's exactly what we want. So now let's go ahead and let's create a controller that's gonna control our upload modal. So for that, to make it easier, you can go into the hooks folder right here. And what you can do is you can just copy and paste the existing use auth model. So go ahead and copy and paste that and rename that to use upload modal.ts like that. Great. And now inside, I'm gonna replace all instances of auth model like this to upload modal. So you should have the upload store, the use upload modal, and use upload modal as well. Perfect. So we have that ready now. And now you can go back in your library components. So go ahead and find the library right here and add that hook here as well. So const upload modal is equal to use upload modal like that. And then you're gonna check and just return upload modal.onOpen like this. And we can remove this comment here, and I'm gonna add a different comment here to do check for subscription. So later when we integrate Stripe, we're gonna do the very same check, but instead of checking for user, we're going to destructure subscription from here, and we're gonna check whether we have the subscription or not. And if we don't, we're gonna trigger the subscription model, which is gonna exist later on. Perfect. So now if you click, nothing's gonna happen because we don't have the upload model. So let's go ahead and let's create that component. I'm gonna collapse everything. I'm gonna go into components right here, and I'll create a new file, upload modal.tsx like this. Perfect. So let's go ahead and write upload modal like that. And all it's gonna do for now is use the /model like this. We're gonna write upload content inside like that. I'm gonna go ahead and give it the title of upload model title and a description of upload model description like this. I'm gonna give it an is open, and on change is just going to be an empty array like this. Perfect. So now we have the upload model, and what we have to do before we can trigger it and actually assign, make this not hard coded. So yeah, of course, we're going to change this in the future. We have to add it to list of our model providers. So let's go ahead and let's find our providers right here and go to model provider. And where you added the auth model, just below that, add the upload model as well. And you can import the upload model from add/components upload model like that. And if you save, you're gonna get the upload model right here because we hard coded it to be opened always. So let's go back to upload model and let's use the use upload model hook. So const upload model is equal to use upload model like that, and you can import that from add/hooks use upload model. And if you save, just remember to also put use client at the top like this, so it doesn't trigger any errors. Great. And now we're gonna change this is open to be upload model that is open like that, and we're gonna create a custom on change here. So go ahead and write const on change is going to be an arrow function, and it's going to accept a prop open, which is a boolean like this. And if it's not open, in that case, we're going to I'm just going to write the comment reset the form when we add the form later on, and upload model that on close like this. Perfect. And then just use this on change and replace that with this arrow function. Perfect. And now if you click on this, you can see how our upload model closes. Great job. It's exactly as we wanted it. If you log out, you can see that it triggers the authentication model. So great. On the front end, our upload is protected. So just make sure you're logged in and open your upload model right here. And let's go ahead and let's actually add some functions here. So first I want to change this title to add a song like this, and I want to give this a description of upload an MP3 file like this. Great. And what I'm going to do inside of there is going to be our form like this. But before we start developing our form, we're going to have to add a package called React Hook Form. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So open your terminal, and inside of the terminal, I'm just going to expand my screen like this. I'm going to shut down the app, and I'm going to write npm install react-hook-form, react-hook-form like this. So npm install react-hook-form form like that. Perfect. And we're also going to install another package, npm install unique ID like this. And I'm pretty sure we're also going to need the types for that. So just go ahead and write npm install -D add types /unique ID like this. Great. So previously we installed unique ID, and I'm just going to check in my package JSON if everything is all right. So I should have the new React hook form here. I do. I have the unique ID, and I also have the types for unique ID. Perfect. Great. And now we can go ahead and actually start creating our use form here. So let's go ahead and let's create const like this, and let's write use form like that, and you can import that from React hook form, and I'm going to put that at the top right here. Great. And the values inside are going to be field values like that, and you can also import that from React hook form. And go ahead and open parentheses, open an object inside, and let's give this some default values. So it's going to have an author, which is an empty string. It's going to have a title, which is an empty string. It's going to have a song, which is null, an image, which is null as well. So the reason I'm putting null here, because they're not going to be strings, they're going to be files. Perfect. And from this, we're going to extract the register, handle submit, and reset like that. Great. And now we can safely call the reset here in this comment. So reset like that. So every time we close the model, our form is going to be safely reset. Perfect. So that's exactly what we want. And now let's actually go ahead and let's write the onSubmit function. So const onSubmit like this, upload to Supabase comment like that. And let's go ahead and let's write a small form here. So I'm going to write a form like this, and I'm going to give this a function onSubmit, which is going to call handle submit. Now it's going to get the handle submit from this use form, and then we're going to wrap our onSubmit inside of that. And then we can give our onSubmit some special types. So go ahead and give it a type of submit handler, which you can import from React hook form right here, where we use the use form and field values like that. And also open pointy brackets and give it field values, which we already have imported. Great. And now you have access to values. And these values are going to be the author, title, song, and image, which are going to be controlled from our inputs inside the form. Great. And just remember to put async, because this is going to be, we're going to use some awaits inside of this method right here. Perfect. So we prepared that function. And now we can go ahead and we can prepare our first input, which we're going to have to create. So let's go ahead and write input like this. So it does not exist yet. So if you save, of course, you're going to get an error because input does not exist. So let's go ahead and let's write ID title like this. Make sure to run your project. I forgot to run it. So npm run dev. So that's why I didn't get the error. All right, and let's give this a disabled of is loading. Now, currently we don't have the is loading, so let's quickly go and resolve that. So I'm gonna use this is loading, and I'm gonna create a state right here. So const is loading set is loading is equal to use state, which you can import from React right here, and I'm gonna move it to the top like that. Perfect. We still have the error because input is not defined, but before we define it, I just want to give it a couple of more props, which we are going to need while developing the input. Go ahead and spread the register function inside. Where do we get the register? Well, we destructured it from use form. And open parentheses inside of here, and go ahead and make sure that you, for the name, you have to put in the same as ID. So in our case, title like this. Great. And also make sure you add a object for the second parameter and write required true like this. So what this register is going to do is going to spread a bunch of props and attributes that we need for this input, such as on change, on blur, on focus. It's going to pass the name. It's going to pass a bunch of useful props to us. Great. And let's give this a placeholder of song title like this. Perfect. Now let's finally go and resolve this this error right here. So I'm going to go into my components and I'm going to create a new file, input.tsx, like that. And inside, I'm just quickly going to go ahead and fix the error. So input like this, and I'm just going to write a div input like that, go back to your upload model and just import input from ./input like this. So it's in the same folder. So that's why we can use it like that. Perfect. And make sure you open your model so you can see what you're developing. Great. Now, of course, we have some types error here. So let's go ahead and let's resolve that. So first, I'm going to write an interface for this, and we're going to use a similar structure to what we did with our button component. So we're going to use forward ref so we can safely reuse all of the attributes which are available in the native input element. So go ahead and write interface input props like that, extends react.input HTML attributes, open pointy brackets, HTML input element, like that, and just pass in the empty object at the end. Perfect. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this and I'm going to write is equal forward ref like this. And you can import forward ref from React. Go ahead and for the first element, for the first attribute, give it HTML input element, and for the second, input props like that. Go ahead and open parentheses inside and open parentheses one more time, and then you can open an object inside like this. Great. And before we write something inside, let's go ahead and write input.display name is equal to input like this. Perfect. And now we can safely destructure some elements here. So class name, type, type like this, disabled, and the rest is going to be called props like that. And after the curly brace or the end of the object, you're going to pass in the ref as well, and then just open an arrow function like this. And then you can return some JSX. In our case, that's going to be the native HTML input element like this. Great. And make sure you keep this opened. So great. You can see how we have a nice little input here. So now let's go ahead. Let's give it some classes. Let's assign some attributes to here and whatnot. So first, let's give it a type like that. And now let's use class name, TW merge. You can import TW merge from Tailwind merge like this. Again, I'm going to use backticks because I want to collapse this in multiple classes. You can use normal strings if you want to. You don't have to use backticks. And let's give it a flex w-full rounded-md bg-neutral-700 border-transparent like that, px-3 py-3 text-sm file border-0. So file is going to be a special styling if we assign the type of the input to be file. And since we're going to upload files, we're going to need that. File is also going to have a bg transparent like that. File is going to have a small text. File is going to have a font medium like that. Placeholder is going to have a text-neutral-400 like this. On disabled, we're going to have cursor-not-allowed like that. And disabled is also going to have an opacity of 50. And on focus, we're going to use outline-none so we don't have that bad looking outline. Great. And let's go ahead and add a comma after this. And all I'm going to pass in here is class name like that. So I can always modify my input if I want to do so. Great. And besides the class name, we're also going to pass in disabled, ref, and we're going to spread the rest of the props inside. And now you can see how I have a nice song title in here. So that's it for our input component. Great. And now we can go back into upload model and we can start adding some other fields. So along with title, you can go ahead and copy and paste this, and this one is going to be author like this. So go ahead and also put the author in this register. So always make sure that your ID and your register is the same here like this, title and title. And for the placeholder, we're going to add a song author like that. So great, now we have two inputs here. And let's just give a class name to this form element so our inputs are a bit more separated. So I'm going to give it a class name of flex dash call and gap dash y dash 4 like this. Great. So now our input separation looks better. Perfect. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div like this, and inside I'm going to create another div, and I'm going to write select a song file like this, and I'm going to give this a class name of bb-1 like that. So select a class name, and then you can go ahead and copy the input one more time, and below this div right here you can save, and we're going to change the ID to file like that. The register is also going to be sorry, you can change the ID to song, my apologies. ID is song, type is a file like that, so ID is song. That means in register we also have to change the song like that. The placeholder does not exist on the type element as far as I know. Something might have changed, and we're gonna add the accept, so we can only accept .mp3 files like this. Perfect. So now we have that ready, and you can see when I click choose file, it's gonna open a folder, and you can see how I can only select songs from my file. I cannot select images. I can only use the mp3 files. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. And now what we're gonna do, we're going to copy this entire element right here. So along with this div right here, and paste it, and now you should have two instances of this, but the second one is going to be select an image like that, and is going to accept image / like that. ID is going to be image, and in register also change it to image like that. Great. So now if I click choose file, you can see how I can only select JPEG images. I cannot select MP3 files. Perfect. So that's exactly what we want. Great. And just below this last div, go ahead and add a button element, and you can import that from /button. So we're going to use our custom button element. You can see how I imported here. Great. And it's just going to write create like that, and we're going to give it a disabled of is loading, and type is going to be submit. Great. So when we click on this, it's going to call our submit function, which we added to our form. But since we have put required on all of this, it's not doing anything because it's not allowing us to submit. Perfect. So now that that is ready, we can actually go ahead and open a try and catch block here. So I'm going to write try. And I'm going to also, let's see if we're going to catch the error in some way. Yes, we are. So catch error like that. And first let's write toast, which you can import from React hot toast like that. I'm going to move that to the top. Great. Go back here, toast.error. And we're just going to write error. Sorry, actually we're going to write something went wrong like that. Perfect. Great. And now in this try, let's go ahead and write set is loading to true like that. And let's just modify this in the is loading and set is loading, give it the default value of false. So it knows that it's a Boolean in the beginning. Great. And now we can go back to on submit, and the error should go away here. Great. And let's also add a finally set is loading false like that. Perfect. And now we can focus more on this try block right here. So first let's extract our image and song file. So const image file is going to be values.image ? First element. Const song file is going to be values.song ? First file as well, like that. Great. And now we're going to check if we have all the missing fields, if we have all the fields needed. So if there is no image file, or if there is no song file, or if there is no user. So we're also going to check for user one more time here. So go ahead and write const user from use user. Make sure you import that from @hooks/user like this. So @hooks/user like that. So don't use the Supabase one. So if we don't have that, in that case, I'm going to call toast.error missing fields like that. Perfect. And I'm going to return the entire thing so I don't go anywhere further. Great, so the return is important. Otherwise, even if we don't have this, we're just gonna toast an error, and then we're gonna continue and try and upload, and it's not gonna work. So it's better to prevent it like this with a return. Great. And now let's define a unique ID, which we're going to use to safely store and name things in our Supabase bucket. So go ahead and write const unique ID is equal unique ID, like that. And let's go ahead and let's import that. So I'm going to just write here at the top, import unique ID from unique ID, like that. Make sure you have the types installed for that. So I'm going to confirm one more time how this is supposed to look. So unique ID, you need to have unique ID in your dependencies and add types/unique ID in your dev dependencies, like that. Great. Let's go back to upload modal here. And now that we have this unique ID, we can use that to safely upload our songs. So before we do that, we're gonna need our Supabase client. So let's go here to the top where we define our use user, and let's write const Supabase client is equal to use Supabase client, like that. And you can import that from @Supabase auth helpers react. Perfect. And now we can actually go ahead and write the code to upload our song and image. Perfect. So let's go here where we've written our unique ID, and I'm going to write a comment, upload song. So first we're going to upload our song. So go ahead and write const is equal await Supabase client, like that. And from this Supabase client, I'm going to extract data, and I'm going to remap it to song data, and I'm going to write error, and I'm going to remap it to song error, like that, because we're going to have multiple data and errors, so we have to remap them so they're functional. Great. And now in the Supabase client, go ahead, you can write this all in one line. .storage, like this, from choose a bucket. In our case, I'm going to choose songs. So how do I know what bucket to choose from? Well, you can go back into your Supabase right here. So I'm going to go to the home page and go ahead and click on storage in the sidebar. And you can see we created two buckets, songs and images. So first go ahead and select songs, because that's what we are going to upload first. All right. So in the songs, go ahead, write from songs.upload. And now we're going to create a unique name for our file. So what I'm going to use is song dash, make sure you open backticks, because we're going to use some special templating inside. So song dash values dot title, like that, dash unique ID. So this constant which we've written right here. And on the second argument, I'm going to pass in song file. And on the third argument, I'm going to put in cache control. I'm going to give it a string of 3600 and upsert of false, like that. Perfect. So now this is going to successfully upload the song. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and check if there was any errors while uploading our song. So if song error, in that case, we're going to set is loading to false, because we're going to break the entire function and just write return toast.error failed song upload, like that. Great. Now let's go ahead. If everything went correctly, I'm going to write a comment, upload image, like this. So you can go ahead and just copy this entire thing for upload song and just paste it here. Great, so you're gonna have two things now. But instead of song data, this is going to be image data. And instead of song error, this is going to be image error, like that. And the rest can stay the same, except we're gonna change the from to use images. Why images? Well, in our buckets, we have the images bucket, so that's the one I wanna use. And instead of the name song here, I'm gonna use image. And instead of passing the song file, this is very important, don't forget to actually change it to image file, like this. So both of your values need to be used, the image file and the song file. In the first upload, we use the song file, where we have the song title, the songs buckets. And in the second one, where we have the image and images, we use the image file. And the cache control and upsert can stay the same. Perfect. And now we're going to check if we have an image error. So if there is an image error, in that case, set is loading to false and return toast.error failed image upload, like that. Perfect. Otherwise, if everything went correctly, if there was no image errors or song errors, we can go ahead and actually create a record in our database you can go here and see we have the songs. So this is where it should appear. And if you take a look, we have some fields like title and song path and image path, and that's what we are going to use. So this is going to be our path. This generated title, so image dash the title and unique ID. So that's how we are going to be able to fetch them from storage later on. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's write the following function. So const await Supabase client, and I'm going to extract an error here. So the error is going to be error, but I'm going to remap it to Supabase error like that. Perfect. So await Supabase client, and go ahead, you can write this in one line if you want from. So we are writing an SQL insert query now. So we have to choose what table to insert to. So go ahead and write songs, because that's the table we want. Dot insert like that, and go ahead and open an object. And I'm going to pass in the user underscore ID with user.id. I'm going to pass in the title from values.title like that. The author is going to be values.author like that. Image underscore path is going to be image data.path like this. And song underscore path is going to be song data.path like that. Perfect. And if that went correctly, so first let's check the error. So if there is a Supabase error, in that case, return toast error Supabase error.message like that, and set is loading to false like that. Perfect. Otherwise, if everything went correctly, we're gonna call router, but we don't have the router yet. So let's go ahead and let's just go to the top of our file and add the router. So const router is equal use router from not next/router, my mistake, from next/navigation. So make sure your use router is from next/navigation. And I'm just going to move these two to the top with the other imports, and make sure you execute this hook right here so you can use your router. And here you're going to write router.refresh. That's going to be useful when we actually list out our songs. Set is loading to false like this, and toast.success song created like that. Perfect. And then we're going to reset the entire form, and we're gonna close the upload modal like that. Perfect. So that is it for our upload modal here. And now we can go ahead and try and do this. So go ahead and find an MP3 file and find an image. If you want to, you can find them in my GitHub repository. So you can go ahead in my repository in the description and find the song files folder, and I'm gonna leave an MP3 file and an image for you here, or you can find anything you want online. Great, so let's go ahead and let's try this. So I'm gonna give this a title of all of me, like that, and I'm gonna give this an author of Antonio, for example. Let's select a song file, so I'm gonna select all of me.mp3 like that, and let's select an image, so all of me image like this, and let's click create. And let's see if we get an error perhaps, or if the upload modal is going to close. So just be patient because it's uploading right now to the bucket. We have to see, there we go. So we have a song created and a success message. Right now we don't see anything here, but let's go and let's check here. So there we go. You can see in my database, I'm gonna expand this so we can see better in the database. Great, so I'm gonna zoom in. You can see that I have a first song here. You can see when it was created. You can see the title, all of me. You can see the song path that I have, and you can see the image path that I have, the author and the person who created that. But what's more important for us is that the files have been uploaded in the storage. So let's go into songs here, and you can see that I have a song, all of me, with a unique ID, and the same thing for the image, and that those very IDs are mapped correctly in my song record. So in the future, I will be able to safely refer to them and download them and play them or show them whatever I want to do with them. Great. So if you want to, you can go ahead and add a couple of more songs. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and add this song, for example, Deep Stone by, let's say, Mark. I'm going to select an image like this. So I just want to have a couple of these songs. I advise you do the same, add a couple of songs if everything is working correctly for you. Just always be patient when this is uploading, since they are larger files a bit. And I'm just going to check again. There we go. So it worked for the second time. You can see that I have the song path, the image path, the author, everything perfect. And I'm just going to confirm my storage. Yes, I have the image, and you can see it loaded the image correctly as well. Great, that's exactly what we want. And if you want, you can also test your song right here if it was uploaded correctly. Perfect, that's exactly what we want. And now we are ready to start loading our songs. Great job. So now let's go ahead and let's find a way to list our songs which we just uploaded here. So I'm going to go back into my code right here. I'm going to collapse everything, and I'm going to go into the app folder, into the site in page.tsx right here. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to write export const revalidate 0 like this. So this means this page will not be cached and the data on it will always be up to date. Great. And what we have to do now is we have to create an action that is going to load our songs in our server component. So for that, what I'm going to do, first I'm just going to extend my code view a little bit so I can expand the sidebar. And I'm going to create a new folder in the root of our application called actions. And I'm going to create an action called getSongs.ts. Let's go ahead and write getSongs. It's an asynchronous function like this, and it returns a promise, an array of songs like this, and open an arrow function. So obviously we need to create the song type before we move on. So for that, we have to go back into our types right here. And let's go ahead and let's build the song. So I'm going to write export interface song ID string user underscore ID string author string title string song underscore path string and image underscore path string as well. Great. And now I'm going to go back in get songs and I'm going to import this from @/types like this. Perfect. And now that that is done, we can go ahead. Let's just see. All right, that is fine. Now we have to create the server component Supabase client. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and let's write const Supabase is equal create server client like this. So create server component client. Exactly like that. Perfect. And inside of that, we're going to pass in the headers and cookies. And we have to import both of those from next/headers. So go ahead and write import headers and cookies from next/headers like this. Perfect. And now I'm just going to go ahead and resolve this error quickly. So my apologies, we do not need headers at all. So if you use create server component client from Supabase auth helpers, you don't need the headers. Now, if you get an error here, or if you cannot find the import create server component client, make sure that the package.json you're using, so go in your package.json and make sure that your auth helpers React are on the same version that mine are, same for the Next.js, because a lot of stuff has been deprecated with the new version and introduction of Next 13. Great. So now that we have that, then we can safely go ahead and fetch our songs. So const data error is equal await Supabase like this dot from. We're going to choose songs, select a star, so everything inside, and order. We're going to use created underscore at ascending false like this. Perfect. And then if there is an error, we're going to console log the error like that. And then we're going to return data as any or an empty array like that. And export default get songs like this. Perfect. So now that we have that and we don't need the headers, we don't need the cookies, Yeah, we don't need the headers. We need only the cookies for the create server component client like this. Perfect. And now we can go ahead and we can go back into our page. So go ahead and find the page.tsx right here. And I'm going to write const songs is equal await get songs like this. Perfect. And in order to use await, we also need to make this an asynchronous function like that. And make sure you import get songs from @actions get songs like this. Great. And now that we have our songs, we can actually go ahead and try it here. So I'm going to go songs.map song, and I'm just going to return a div song.title like this, and an empty div. And I just want to quickly save this to see, and there we go. I have Deepstone and All of Me, so the two songs that I uploaded. Perfect, that's exactly what we want. And now instead of this div right here, I'm actually gonna make page content like this. So we don't have page content right now, so go into your site folder, create a new folder, components, and inside create a new file, page content.tsx like this. And let's go ahead and quickly fix the page content here. Like that. Go and make sure you mark this as use client like that, and then go back into your site page.tsx and just import this page content from /components page content. So not in the global components, but this is only the component for that for this site right here, and pass in the songs like this. Great. And now we can safely go into the page content and we can develop stuff here. So first I'm going to go ahead and write the interface page content props like this, which accepts songs. Go ahead and import this type and put it as an array right here. And then assign this props, so react.fc page content props like that. And go ahead and get the songs like this. Perfect. And now what I want to do is first I want to check if there are no songs. So if songs length is equal to 0, in that case I'm going to return a div which is going to say no songs available like this, and a class name empty-4 text-neutral-400. So I'm just going to quickly change this like this so you can see how that's going to look. See how we have the text no songs available. Just remember to put it to equal 0 in the future. Great. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a grid to show our songs. So instead of rendering page content, I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to give this a class name of grid -calls-2 sm grid-calls-3 md grid-calls-3 again lg grid-calls-4 xl grid-calls-5 like that, and 2xl grid-calls-8 like that, gap-4 and empty-4. Perfect. And now inside of this div, we're going to iterate over our songs. So songs.map item, and we're going to immediately return song item like this. And we're going to pass in the key, which is going to be item.id, and we're going to pass in on click, which for now is going to be an empty arrow function, and key, we already passed the key, so we're going to pass in data as item like this. And if you save, you're going to get an error because song item does not exist. So let's go ahead in our components folder and create a new file, song item.tsx like this. Let's quickly fix the error. So song item like that. I'm going to return a div song item, and I'm going to mark this as use client so I don't forget about it. And I'm going to go back into page content, and I'm going to import song client from @/components song item like this, and the error should go away. And you can see how I have two song items here, and yes, we have a TypeScript error. We're going to resolve that now. So let's go ahead and let's actually write an interface song item props data song, and you can import this from @/types, and on click ID string void like that. Perfect. And make sure you don't do a typo here. And now let's assign this prop, so react.fc song item props, and go ahead and extract the data and on click like that. Perfect. And now I want to create a hook that's going to help us to load an image for our song. So let's go ahead and let's create this hook called use load image. So go into your hooks folder, use load image.ts. And first I want you to import the Supabase client. So const use load image is going to accept a song, which is a type of song, which you can import from types. And let's write const Supabase client is equal to use Supabase client like this. And I just want to move this a bit order like that. Perfect. So now that we have this, first let's check if we have a song. So if we don't have a song, just return null like this. Otherwise, go ahead and use data, remap it to image data like that from Supabase client dot storage from, choose a bucket. In our case, it's going to be images, and get public URL song.image_path like this. Perfect. And then just return image data.public URL like this, and export default use load image like that. Perfect. And now we can go back into our song item and we can continue developing. So first, let's get the image path. So const image path is equal use load image, which you can import from /hooks use load image and pass in the data like that. Perfect. And now in this return, let's go ahead and give it some classes and some attributes. So on click, it's going to be an arrow function which calls on click data.id like that. And class names are going to be the following. So we're going to have relative, group, flex dash call, items dash center, justify dash center, rounded dash MD, overflow dash hidden, gap dash x dash 4, bg dash neutral dash 400 slash 5, 400 slash 5, like that. Cursor dash pointer, hover bg dash neutral dash 400 slash 10 like this, and transition np dash 3 like that. Great. So you can see how we have two little boxes here, and when we hover at them, it's a nice little effect. Perfect. And now inside, I'm gonna add the image. So go ahead and remove this text song item and just write a div like this. And let's gonna go ahead and give this div a class name of relative, aspect dash square, w dash full, h dash full, rounded dash md, and overflow dash hidden like that. Perfect. And inside of that, we're going to use the Next.js image. So go ahead and import image from next/image. I'm gonna put that at the top right here. Great. It is a self-closing tag. Let's go ahead and give this a class name of object-cover like that. A source is going to be image path like that. Or for now, what I want to put it, I'm just going to reuse my public images liked.png. So /images/liked.png. So I'm going to reuse that. And I want to give it a fill and alt image like this. Perfect. All right, okay, so what we have here is an error from Supabase because this specific URL is not configured in our next.config.js. I'm just gonna zoom in on this so you can see. So you're gonna get the exact same error as this one. You cannot use images that don't have configured their URL in Next.js config. So in order to fix this, we have to add that to next.config.js. But for you, it's gonna probably be a different link. So this specific ID is my Supabase reference ID. If I go in my project settings, you can see that is my reference ID. So for you, it's gonna say something different, but similar to that. So make sure you copy whatever it is inside of this parenthesis. So this is gonna be different for you. But copy the entire URL like that, and go ahead and go into your next.config.js right here. Open this object, write images, domains, open an array, and just paste in that specific URL, and then you can refresh your page. And I'm gonna go back into song item component right now. All right, I'm gonna zoom out, and there we go. You can see how I have two images of my songs here. Perfect. So that's exactly what we wanted. Nice. And now below this div, which renders the image, let's go ahead and write the title. So I'm going to give this a div, a class name of flex-call items-start w-full p-4 and gap-y-1. So make sure you add all of these classes to that. Perfect. So it creates a nice little space for us. And inside of that, create a paragraph with data.title like this. And I just want to give this a class name of font-semi-bold, truncate, and w-full like this. Perfect. And now what I want to do, I want to go below that paragraph and open another paragraph. And inside I'm going to write by data.author like this. So it says it like that. Perfect. And I just want to give this a different class name. So it's going to be text-neutral-400 text-sm pb-4 w-full. And I'm also going to give it a class of truncate. All right, if you keep getting this loading chunk error, just remember you can always shut down your application. So that happens when you change your Next config in the middle of development. So I'm just going to completely restart the project and the error should stop being in an infinite loop now. Great. So just wait a couple of seconds for this to reinstall now. And there we go, we have it here. Great, so we added that now. And what I want to do now is I want to give this another div right here. So create another div here. And inside we're going to render our play button. I'm just going to write it like that and give it a class name of the following. So it's going to have absolute bottom-24 and right-5 like that. So this is where we're going to position it. And it's of course going to be much better looking. And I just want to quickly fix a mistake I made. So we'll find the data.title here and this outer div. So it's not p-4, it's pt-4. So it's like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's write this play button here like that. I'm going to save this. And of course, nothing's going to happen now. I mean, we're going to get an error because play button does not exist. So let's go ahead and let's create that. So inside of your components, create a new file, play button.tsx. I'm going to quickly create it. So sfc play button like that, div play button like that. And now let's go back in our song item component and let's just import it like this from /play button. Perfect. And now that we have that, we can go ahead and actually style this play button. So instead of a div, it's going to be a button like this. And the icon is going to be fa play, which you can import from react-icons/fa like this. And I want to give it a class name of text-black like that. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's give some style to this button. So class name here is going to be transition opacity-0 rounded-full flex items-center bg-green-500 p-4 drop-shadow-md translate-y-1/4 like that group-hover opacity 100 group-hover translate-y-0 and hover scale 110. And now you can see when I hover on these elements, we have a beautiful effect of the play button. Great, so that's exactly what I wanted to do. And now if you keep adding more songs, you're gonna see how they are added here in real time. So you can go ahead and try that. Great, and now we have to create a couple of more way to load our songs. So in this library right here, in this list of songs, I only want to load songs that we ourselves have uploaded. So not all songs like we did with our page right here where we used get songs. So we're going to create a special action to get our own songs which we uploaded. In our case, that's going to be exactly the same, but if you have multiple accounts, you're going to see the difference. So let's go ahead and do that now. But before we move on, if you have any problems loading your songs, that could be because we have not created a middleware. So obviously it works for me, but if you have any errors, let's go ahead and let's quickly create that. So what you want to do, in the root of your folder, you want to create a new file called middleware. Whoops, my apologies. I was focused on the other window. Middleware.ts, like that. And what you're going to create inside is the following. So go ahead and write import create middleware client from Supabase auth helpers Next.js and import next response from next server, like that. Great. And now inside of that, write export asynchronous function middleware request and write const res is equal to next response.next, like that. Const Supabase is equal to create middleware client, and it's going to accept a request and response. So we obviously have to add that as well. So go ahead and write rec and res, like this. Great. And what you want to do next is just write await supabase.auth.get session, like this, and return res, like that. Perfect. And if you also have to assign a type to this request, which is a type of next request, which you can also import from next server. Great, so now you have this middleware. So the reason it's working for us is because we did not add any restrictions for authenticated users to be able to load songs. But this way, even if you change that, it's going to work with authenticated users. Great. So now we can go back and we can go into our library component and actually load these songs. So let's create an action get songs by user ID. Great. So I'm just going to expand this a little bit more, and I'm going to go into my actions, and you can copy and paste this get songs and rename it into get songs by user ID, like this. Great, and rename that here as well. So get songs by user ID here. Perfect, everything stays the same. And you can go ahead and remove this for now because it's going to be a little bit different. So first we have to get our session. So const data session data error session error. And I'm just going to collapse this too. So first we have to get that session. All right. As that's going to be equal to await supabase.auth.get session, like that. Perfect. And now we're going to check if there was an error. So if there was a session error, in that case, we're going to console log session error.message, and we're going to return an empty array. Great. And now let's go ahead and write const data error, like that, from await supabase dot from songs. Go ahead and write dot select, put an asterisk, dot equal user underscore ID session data dot session question mark dot user dot ID, like that, and dot order created underscore at ascending false, like this. Perfect. And if there was an error, console log error.message, like that. Perfect. And then just do return data as any or an empty array. Perfect. So now we have our function to get songs from the user who created them. And we're going to put this function in our layout. So let's go ahead and let's go into the app folder, into layout.tsx right here. And first things first, let's turn this into an asynchronous function, like that. And then in here, I'm going to write const user songs is equal to await get songs by user ID, like that. And you can import that from add/actions get songs by user ID. And let's also write export const revalidate 0, because we don't want this layout to be cached either. And now that we have these user songs, we can pass them to our sidebar, which is going to provide them to our library. So I'm going to pass these songs to sidebar, like this. And now we have to go inside of that sidebar, and we have to change the props a little bit. So besides children, it's also going to accept songs, which is a type of song, which you can import from the types like that, and make sure it's an array like this. Great, and now we can extract songs here, and now we can safely add the songs to our library component. So go all the way down and just pass them here one more time, songs like that. So yeah, we do a little bit of prop drilling, but it's only on 2 levels, and we are using a server component, so I think it's completely fine. So let's go back into our library component, and of course we have to create an interface here. So interface library props. Songs is a type of song, which is an array. Great, like this. And now just assign that. So react.fc and extract the songs exactly like that. And now what you can do is you can map over those songs right here where we write the list of songs. So I'm going to go ahead and write songs.map item, and I'm going to return a div item.title like this, just to see if it works, and it does work. So in my library here, I've loaded Deep Stone and All of Me, 2 of the songs that I've uploaded. And now I'm going to replace this with media item like that. It's going to have an onClick. Actually, for now, let's just make it an empty arrow function because we don't have the player functionality yet. The key is going to be item.id, and data is going to be item like that. Obviously, if you save, you're going to get an error, but don't worry, we're going to fix that. So go into components, go into media item.tsx like that. Let's just return a div media item, and let's mark this as use client as well. Let's go back into library and just import that at the top right here. Great, and there we go. Now we have 2 instances of media item right here, and now let's actually assign some props to it here. So interface media item props like that. Data is going to be song, which you can import from types. On click is going to be an optional ID string void like that, and then you can use this media item props and assign those right here. Great. Now inside, just extract the data and onClick. Great. And let's get the image URL first. So const image URL is equal to use load image, which you can import from add/hooks use load image and pass in the data like that. Perfect. Now let's write our onClick. So const handle click like that. If there is an onClick, in that case, we're going to return onClick data.id, and otherwise, well, actually that's going to be I'm going to write a comment default turn on player, but that's going to be for to do because we don't have a player yet. Great. And now that we have that, we can go ahead and start styling our media item here. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to start giving this an attribute of onClick handle click like that. Class name is going to be flex items dash center gap dash x dash 3 cursor dash pointer hover bg dash neutral dash 800 dash 50 w dash full p dash 2 and rounded dash md like that. Great. And now inside of that, I'm gonna go ahead and open another div. It's going to be an image div, so I'm going to give this a class name of relative rounded dash md minimum dash height dash square brackets 48 pixels. We're going to do the same thing for width like this, and overflow dash hidden like that. Perfect. And inside we're going to add an image element from next/image like that. So make sure you've imported image from next/image. I'm just going to move that all the way to the top like that. Great. And now that you have that, give it a property of fill, and the source is going to be image URL, or is going to be /images like.png like that. Let me just confirm that it is .png. So basically this file right here, yes, it's liked.png, and alt is going to be media item, and class name is going to be object-cover like that. And great, you can see how now I have two elements right here, and you can see clearly see the image. Great. And now outside of this div which holds the image, I'm going to go ahead and write another div, the class name of flex-call gap-y-1 overflow hidden. Inside, open the paragraph and render data.title and give that a class name of text-white and truncate like that. And below that, open another paragraph and render data.author like that. And give this a class name of text-neutral-400 text-sm and truncate like that. Great. You can see how great this looks. We're going to reuse this media item component many times in our project. Great. So that's it. That's how we loaded our library right here. So I'm going to try and upload another song so you can see how it gets updated now. So I'm going to try and write test by John, for example. I'm going to choose a song, for example, and I'm going to choose an image here. I'm going to click create. I'm going to wait a couple of seconds and we're going to see what happens now. So let's just give it some time to upload. And when it uploads, there we go. You can see how nicely it refreshed my library and the newest songs right here. Great. What we have to do now is we have to create a way to load search songs. So we're going to create a search page and a way to search through our songs. So let's go ahead and let's create an action that is capable of fetching songs depending on the title. So I'm going to go ahead and expand my code here. I'm going to close everything. I'm going to go into actions and I'm going to copy this get songs right one more time. And I'm going to rename this to get songs by title like that. Great. And I'm going to rename the action inside get songs by title as well. And this one is going to accept a prop of title, which is a type of string like this. Great. So this stays the same. And first, let's check if there is no title. So if there is no title, we're going to get all songs. So const all songs is equal to await get songs, which you can import from /get songs like that. And just make sure to execute it and return all songs. Perfect. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and modify this a little bit. So we're going to select everything, but we're going to add one more option here, .I like this. So make sure there is an I before like, and inside we're going to choose the field title and we're going to compare it to open template literals and go ahead and put this percentage signs. And inside of this percentage signs, go ahead and open a template and write the title. So this is going to give you a precise search algorithm. Great. And we're going to order them in the same way. And that's it. So that's all we need for our get songs by title. What I want to do now is I want to create our search page. So I'm going to close everything here. I'm going to go into the app folder and I'm going to create a new folder, search, like that. And inside, I'm going to create a new file, page.tsx, like this. Great. So let's go ahead and let's write an interface first. So interface, search props. We're going to have search params, which is going to have a title, which is a type of string like that. Great. And now I'm going to write const search is equal to async, like this. Go ahead and use search params, which is going to be a type of search props like that, and just open and return an arrow function. And first, let's fetch our songs. So const songs is equal await get songs by title like that. And we're going to pass in search params dot title like that. Perfect. And then just return a div search like this and export default search. Like that. Perfect. And now you can go ahead and click on the search button right here, and you should no longer get a 404 error. Instead, you should get this search right here. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's style this a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a class name of bg-neutral-900 rounded-lg h dash full, w dash full, overflow dash hidden, and overflow dash y dash auto as well. Great, and now you can see how we have a nice little box here. Now inside of here, I'm going to remove the search and I'm going to reuse our header component, which you can import from add/components header like that. Let's go ahead and I'm going to write search inside of that for now. And you can see how that looks now much better, but I want to give this a different styling. So I'm going to give a class name of from-bg-neutral-900 like that, which is the same as our background, meaning I don't want any gradient effect on the search page, just to make it look different. Let's create a div inside and let's give it a class name of mb-2 flex-call and gap-y-6 like that. And inside of that, I'm going to create an h1 element and I'm going to write search like this and give that a class name of text-white, text-3xl, and font-semi-bold like that. Great, now our search looks much bigger and better. Perfect. And now what I want to do is I want to create a search input in here. So go ahead and write search input like this. And if you save, of course, you're going to get an error because it does not exist yet. So let's go into our components, create a new file, search input.tsx. I'm going to mark it as use client. Let's just quickly fix this. So search input like that. I'm going to return a div search input. And I'm going to go back into my search page.tsx and import this from add components search input like that. And the error should go away. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's add some hooks here. So we're going to create a new hook called use debounce. That's because I don't want to refetch our songs on every single input we write. So I want to add a bit of a delay so that when the user stops typing, that's when we're going to refetch the songs. So for that, go into hooks and create a new file, use debounce.ts like that. So go ahead and import use effect and use state from React. And then write a function, use debounce, open curly brackets and write a t, open parentheses, value is t, delay is an optional number, and it's going to return a t, and then open the function like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and write const debounced value, set debounced value is equal to use state, and by default inside we're going to pass in the value like that, and the type is going to take is t like that. Great. And now let's write a use effect, so don't forget the dependency array here, and we're going to create a timer. So const timer is equal set timeout. Go ahead and just write set debounced value to value and add a delay to this set timeout here like that, or default it to 500 if delay has not been passed. Great. And on return, so on unmount, we're gonna clear timeout timer like this, so we don't have any overflow. And in the dependency array, just put value and delay like that. Perfect. And you can return, you can just return debounced value. So what this is going to do is it's going to debounce our value. So very simple. When we start typing, we're going to use this use debounce to only get a result after 500 milliseconds of the user not typing anything. That way we will not reuse our API calls. And just go export default use debounce like this. And I'm just going to quickly expand this so you can see the whole code. So use debounce, we set the state right here. We create a timer here with a timeout of either a delay that we can pass and change every time, or by default we use 500 milliseconds. And on unmount, we clear the timeout so there is no overflow. Great. Now that that is done, we can go back into our search input component right here, and let's go ahead and let's give it a couple of functionalities. So const router first, use router from next/navigation like that. Const value, set value is equal to use state like this. And you can import use state from React and give it a type of string like that. And then const debounced value is equal USD bounce, also accept a string, and by default it's value, and we're gonna pass in 500 milliseconds as well. Great. Now what I want to do is I want to install another package called query string. So let's go ahead in our terminal, and I'm gonna write npm install query-string like this. Go ahead and run the project again and refresh your page if you've shut down the app. And I'm going to import that. So import qs from query-string like that. And I'm just gonna move this to along with it. Great. Now let's go ahead and create use effect here. Inside first, I'm gonna create a query. Title is going to be the bounced value like that. And then we're going to create a URL. So const URL is equal to qs.stringify URL. Go ahead and open URL to be /search like that. And query is going to be query like that. And in the dependency array, you're going to pass in the bounced value and router. And you're also going to have to do router.push URL like this at the end. Great. So now that we have that, we can just simply remove this div inside. And instead, we're going to render our input component, which you can import from /input because they are in the same components folder right here. You can see how now I have a nice little input component here. And all we have to do is assign it a couple of props. So placeholder is going to be what do you want to listen to? Question mark. Value is going to be value. On change is going to have an event. And set value, event.target that value like this. Great. So now if you try and play with it, and if I type in, for example, test, you can see that after 500 milliseconds, my URL got assigned the test value here. Great. So now let's actually add some items here so we can start seeing our search results. So go back into page.tsx. In your search folder right here, and just below the header add a search content like this and pass in the songs like that. You get the songs from get songs by title, and of course we have an error because search content does not exist. So to fix that, we're gonna create a components folder inside of our search folder in the app folder, so the same way we did with site. And inside, create a new file, search content.tsx, mark it as use client. I'm gonna quickly fix this like this, go back into page and just import that from /components search content. So not from the global components because it's not there, it's right here. Great, so you can see how it says search content in here now. So let's actually go ahead and write an interface here. So interface search content props songs is going to be a song like that, which is an array. Let's assign these props. And let's extract songs like that. Perfect. And first thing, I want to write a special check here if there are no songs. So if songs length is equal to 0, we're going to return a div with no songs found text. And let's go ahead and give this a class name. So we're gonna write flex-call, gap-y-2, w-full, px-6, and text-neutral-400 like that. Perfect. So you can go ahead and write something obscene, and you can see how it's going to say no songs found because we have nothing of this title in our database. But if I remove it, you can see how we are back to search content. So if there are any songs, instead of rendering search content, we're going to iterate over our songs. So first, let's go ahead and give this a class name of flex-call, gap-y-2, w-full, and px-6 like that. And instead of that, let's write songs.map. We're going to use the song like this. And you're going to immediately return a div. We're going to give this div a key of song.id. The class name is going to be flex items-center, gap-x-4, and w dash full like this. And inside I'm going to create another div and just give it a class name of flex dash 1 like that. And I'm going to use media item component, which we created recently. So make sure you import media item from /components media item and just pass in two properties. So on click, it's for now going to be an empty function, and then data is going to be song like this. Perfect. So now you can see how I have 3 songs right here, and I just want to write a little comment here. So I'm just gonna write this, add like button here, like that. And I'm gonna prefix it with to do so I can search for it later. So that's why we created this div with the flex. Because next to it, it's going to be a like button. Great. So you can see how now I'm gonna try and search for deep stone, and you can see how I only get deep stone. If I remove it, I'm back to all of this. If I try all, you can see how I get that. If I try something different, you can see what I get. Great. So great job. All that's left is to create a liking functionality, and then we're gonna load the songs in this liked page right here, and then we can actually enable our songs to be played. So now let's go and let's create the favorites functionality. So I want you to go back into the search page right here where we are going to add our liked button. So let's go here where we wrote a comment to add the like button, and let's actually do that. So I'm going to write a component like button like this, and I'm going to pass in a prop song ID to be song.id like that. And after we save, of course, we're going to get an error because the like button component does not exist. So let's go and resolve that in components, create a new file, like button.tsx like that. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to mark it as use client like that. And I'm going to quickly fix this error. So like button like this is going to have a div like button like that. And I'm going to go back into my search content, and I'm going to import that from /components like button like this, and I'm gonna save, and the error is gonna go away, and you can see how I have the text like button on my right side. So let's go ahead and add some interface to fix the TypeScript error. So interface like button props. Inside I'm gonna put the song ID to be a type of string like this, and then I'm gonna assign react.fc like button props like this. Perfect. And inside I'm going to use the song ID like that. And first things first, let's go ahead and add the router. So const router is equal to use router from next/navigation like that. Below that, I'm going to use the Supabase client from use session context like that, and you can import use session context from @supabase/auth helpers react like this. Great. And now I'm gonna go ahead and get my auth model. So const auth model is equal use auth model like that, and you can import that from @hooks use auth model like this. And I'm also gonna need my user. So user is equal to use user from @hooks/user use user like that. Perfect. So now that I have that, I'm also gonna add a state here. So const is liked, set is liked, use state false like this, and go ahead and import use state from React. I'm gonna move it to the top with the package imports. Great. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a use effect, which is going to check whether the song that I'm currently loading has been liked or not. So for that, we're going to use this table right here that we created called liked songs right here. So this is where we're going to check if there is a song in this table with the current user ID and the current song ID that we're searching for. So that's how we're going to know whether a song is liked or not. So let's go ahead and create a use effect like that. And inside, first I'm going to check if there is a user ID like that. If there is not one, I'm just going to break this function immediately. Great. And now let's go ahead and create a function const fetch data, which is going to be an asynchronous function like this. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna go and try and find a song in the liked songs table by the ID that we passed in here. So const destructure the data and error from await Supabase client dot from liked underscore songs, like that, dot select an asterisk inside. These equal user underscore ID to user dot ID, and also song ID needs to be equal to song ID, which we passed as a prop. And we're going to choose a single property. Great, like that. And now what I want to do is I want to check if there was any error. So if there is no error, and if we have the data, in that case, set is liked to true, like that. Perfect. And we have to call this function, so fetch data here at the end of the use effect, and in the dependency array, put in the song ID, Supabase client, and user question mark ID, like that. Perfect. And now what I want to do is I want to dynamically render the icon depending on whether we are whether we have liked the song or not. So go ahead and write const icon with a capital I, and it's going to use is liked question mark AI fill heart. So you can import AI fill heart from react-icons/AI like this. Otherwise, we're going to use AI outline heart like that, which you can also import from the very same package like this. Great. So now I'm going to go ahead and I'm actually going to create a button here. So let's go ahead and replace this with button like that. And let's use the icon element inside, which we just created here. Let's give it a color, which is going to be dynamic. So if we have liked it, in that case, it's going to be #22C55E. Otherwise, it's going to be white. And a size is going to be 25, like that. Great. So you can see how now I have a heart icon here, and all of them are white and outlined because we have not favorited any songs yet. And let's just give some class names to this button to make it look a little bit nicer. So cursor is going to be pointer. Actually, we don't have that. It's a button. So hover, opacity 75, and transition. So just to make it a little bit more interactive, so it kind of fades when we hover on it. Great. And I also want to add in on click handle like, and we're going to create that right now. So let's go ahead and write a const handle like this. And first, let's check if we have the user or not. So if there is no user, in that case, we're going to return auth modal on open like this. So it's important that you return this so it doesn't try to do any of the code that we're going to write after. So what this ensures that if we are logged out and we try to like it, is going to open the authentication model the same way with our upload model. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's define what happens if we already liked the song and what happens if we haven't. So if we already liked the song, so if it's liked, in that case, let's go ahead and extract the error from here. Await Supabase client from liked underscore songs like that dot delete the song, which has an equal user ID to user dot ID, and it has an equal song underscore ID to song ID like that. Perfect. Now also make sure to make this an asynchronous function. Whoops. Like this, so we can safely use await. So handle like should be asynchronous. Great. Now let's go ahead and check if there was an error. So if there was an error, in that case, we're going to use toast, and you can import toast from React hot toast like this. I'm going to move it along with the other imports like that. All right, toast.error, error.message like this. Great. And else, I'm going to manually change set is liked to false. Great. And now I'm going to go to the end of this if is liked. So go to the end and write else. In that case, we're not going to delete it from the table, but we're going to insert it into the table. So again, const error await Supabase client like that from liked underscore songs dot insert song underscore ID is the song ID, and the user underscore ID is the user dot ID, like that. Great. And make sure you put a comma after the song ID so you don't have an error. Now let's check if there was an error while doing this. So if there was an error, in that case, toast.error, error.message again, else set is liked is going to be to true, like that. And we're also going to trigger a toast.success with liked, like that. Great. And at the end of that all, I want to call router.refresh, like that. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's try if this works. So I recommend you have this open. So have the liked songs table ready and try and click on a liked, and you can see how I successfully changed it here. But let's see if that actually works in the database, and it does. So you can see that it has mixed my user ID with the song ID that I liked. And if I click again, it has been removed from the database. Perfect. So that is exactly what we want. You can see how nice this looks. Great. And now what I want to do is I want to create the liked songs view right here. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So first thing I want to do is to create an action which is going to be able to fetch the liked songs from the currently logged in user. So let's go ahead. I'm going to expand this a little bit. I'm going to expand my sidebar here. I'm going to collapse everything and go in my actions. I'm going to copy get songs and paste it. And I'm going to rename it to get liked songs, like that. And just rename the function inside as well. Get liked songs, like that. Perfect. And now we also have to get the session. So const data session await supabase.auth.get session, like that. So now we have this session inside. And what I'm going to do is, instead of fetching it like this, so we're going to fetch it from liked underscore songs. We're going to select everything, but I also want to populate the relation that we have, because if you look at our liked songs ID, our second key, which is the songs, has a relation to public songs ID. So we want to fetch that entire song that we are aiming at. So add a comma here, write songs and open parentheses, and inside select everything like that. And the ones we're going to select are the ones that are equal to user ID, which is the session !user !id, like that. Perfect. So we are only going to fetch liked songs from our currently logged in user. Great. And what I want to do now, so yes, if there was an error, return console error and return an empty array like that. If there is no data, in that case, return an empty array as well. Otherwise, we're not gonna return it like this. We're gonna have to modify it a little bit since we're working with a relation here. So data.map item, like this. Go ahead and open an immediate object, and you're just going to return item.songs, like this. Now, I know this sounds confusing. It sounds like we're spreading an array, but we're not. We're actually just spreading a relation which we have populated with this one song that we will be loading in each of these fields. Great, so that is exactly what we want. So let's go ahead and let's actually create our page called liked, like that. And inside, create a new file, page.tsx, liked songs, like that. And now that you have this page, you can safely click on this liked songs here, and it should redirect you to /liked, or you can manually go to /liked, and you can see the content liked songs, like that. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's just add the export const revalidate is equal to 0. And one place where we forgot to add this was in our search page. So go back to your search page into page.tsx and just add this here as well, so it's not cached. Great. Now you can go back into your liked page.tsx and let's start developing here. So first make this an asynchronous function here, and let's get our songs. So const songs is equal await get liked songs. From add/actions get liked songs, like this. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and modify this a little bit. So I'm going to remove this liked songs here. I'm going to give this a class name of bg-neutral-900 rounded-lg h dash full w dash full overflow dash hidden and overflow dash y dash auto, like that. Great. And inside I'm going to reuse our header component like this. So let's just go ahead and import add components slash header like that. So that's going to bring our navigation and our some other stuff here. Great. And now inside of there, create a new div, and let's give this a class name of empty-20 like that. And inside, create another div with the following class names: flex-call, md flex-row, items-center, and gap-x-5 like that. So we are preparing for mobile view here as well. Great. Now inside of that div, create a new div and give it a class name of the following: relative h-32, w-32, lg h-44, and lg w-44 as well. And inside, we're going to use an image component from next/image. So make sure you've imported that. I'm going to move it to the top since it is a package import. Great. It's a self-closing tab. And let's give it a fill attribute. Let's give it a source of /images/liked.png like that. Let's give it an auth of playlist like that. And let's give it the class name of object-cover like this. Great. And now after we've done that image, let's go outside of this div that's wrapping the image and create a new one. And this one, create a class name and put inside flex-call, gap-y-2, empty-4, md, empty-0 like that. And create a paragraph inside, which is going to say playlist like this, and it's going to be a very small text. So it's going to be hidden on mobile actually, and it's going to be visible on medium devices, font semi-bold, and text-sm like this. Great. And below that, we're going to go ahead and create a heading like this, where we're going to say liked songs like that. So it's going to be a bit bigger. And let's go ahead and give it some class names. So we're going to go ahead and give it a text-white, text-4XL, SM text-5XL, LG text-7XL, and font-bold like that. Perfect. So you can see how that looks, and you can go ahead and stretch your device to see how the text is much larger on the desktop, and you can see how on mobile it collapsed in a column. So that's exactly what we wanted to do. Great. So now let's create the content to load the songs actually. So go ahead and find the end of your header, and we're going to create a new component called liked content like that. And we're going to pass in songs like this. So of course, if you save, you're going to get an error. So inside this liked folder, create a new folder called components, and go ahead and create a file liked content.tsx like that. Mark it as use client, and let's just quickly fix this error. So I'm just gonna write in div liked content like that. I'm gonna go back into my pages, into my liked folder page.tsx, and I'm going to import this from /components liked content like this. Perfect. So now let's actually go ahead and let's edit this so it actually renders our songs. So first, let's go ahead and write the interface. So interface liked content props is going to accept songs, which is a type of song which you can import from types, and make sure you put a array at the end. React.fc is going to be liked content props, and extract the songs from it. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and add a router. So const router is equal to use router like that from next/navigation. So I'm just going to move that to the top because I like to separate my imports. And let's also get the user. So const is loading user use user like this. And you can import use user from @/hooks use user. So don't accidentally import the Supabase one. Great. And now that we have that, let's create a use effect, which you can import from React right here. And in this use effect, we're going to redirect the user from this website if we are not logged in. So if it's not loading, and if there is no user, in that case, router.replace, and we're going to go to / like that. And just pass in is loading, user, and router. So I just want to ensure that only authenticated users can go to /liked. So if you log out, you're going to get redirected back to the homepage. Great. So after we have that, let's create a view if there is no liked songs. So if songs length is equal to 0, in that case, return a div, the class name of the following classes. My apologies, I disconnected my keyboard. All right, so flex-call, gap-y-2, w-full, px-6, and text-neutral-400, like that. Perfect. And inside we're gonna write no liked songs, like this. So if I go ahead and try, I'm gonna go into my search and I'm gonna remove the likes from test and remove the likes from, so basically make sure you have not liked anything and go back into your liked, and you can see how it says no liked songs. Great, so now just to make this visible, liked at least 1 song, 2 songs, so you can see something rendered in this /liked. So go back to /liked and let's go ahead and let's actually render these items here. So I'm gonna give this a class name of flex-call, gap-y-2, w-full, and p-6, like that. And inside I'm going to go over songs.map. I'm gonna get a song and I'm going to render a div. I'm gonna give this div a key of song.id, like that, and a class name of flex items-center gap-x-4 and w-full, like that. And inside I'm going to open another div and give this a class name of flex-1, and inside of that div I'm going to put the media item component. And you can import the media item component from add/components media item. Go ahead and pass in the onClick, which for now is just going to be an empty function, and later is going to play a song and pass in the data, which is the song. And great, you can see how we now render our liked songs in here. And one thing I want to add here is, so just outside of this div, which has flex1, go ahead and add the like button, which you can import from add/components like button, and don't forget to pass in the song ID, which is song.id, like that. Great. So you can see how now we finished our liked songs, and if I click on here, you can see how it removes itself from liked songs. But if I go to search and maybe like this and then go back, you can see how I am here again. Great, and I can remove it, I can remove all of them, and I have a message that there is no liked songs. Great, so we finished liking our songs, and now it's time to actually create a player which is going to be able to play these songs. Great job. So now let's go ahead and let's create our player component, which is going to dynamically appear at the bottom of our screen every time a song is playing. And it's also going to be capable of playing songs in a playlist. For example, if I select a song from this newest songs, it's going to play between these 3 songs. If I select it between these ones, it's going to play between the library. And same thing if I select one from liked songs, or if I search, for example, for something like this, it's only gonna play this one on repeat. So it's gonna be a very smart player, which is gonna detect where we click to play the song, and that's how it's gonna run them in a playlist. Great, so we're gonna start by creating a use player store. So let's go ahead, I'm gonna expand my code here a little bit, and I'm gonna close everything. I'm gonna go into hooks, and I'm gonna create a new file, useplayer.ts, like that. So first let's create an interface player store, like that. It's going to have IDs, which is an array of strings, like that. It's going to have an active ID, which is an optional string, like this. It's going to have a function setID, which accepts the ID, which is a type of string, and returns a void. It's going to have setIDs, which accepts IDs, which is an array of strings, like that, and returns a void as well, and a reset, which just returns a void, like that. Great, and now we're gonna go ahead and write const use player is equal to create from toStand. So make sure you import create from toStand here, and we're gonna pass in the store, so player store, like that. And then I'm gonna go ahead and open my parentheses. I'm gonna open the parentheses again, and I'm gonna extract the set function from it. And I'm gonna go ahead and open an arrow function, but I'm going to immediately return an object. So open parentheses and open an object inside and just press enter. Let's give it IDs. By default, it's going to be an empty array. Active ID by default is going to be undefined, like that. Set ID is going to be a function which accepts an ID, which is a type of string, and it uses the set function, opens an object, and assigns the active ID to that ID. And then we're going to have set IDs, which accepts an array of IDs, which are strings, and it also uses the set function to set the IDs to IDs like that. And we're going to have the reset function, which is just a void, which uses the set function as well and just resets the state. So it turns the IDs to an empty array and active ID to undefined. So this is how we're gonna add our playlist functionality. Every time we click on play, we're gonna set a list of IDs which are gonna play in a playlist and the current clicked ID which is gonna be played and from where the playlist is going to start. And export default use player like that. Great. And now let's go in our app folder in our layout.tsx right here. And just below this sidebar, I want to add a new component called player like this. And if you save, of course, you're going to get an error because player does not exist. So go into your components and create a new file, player.tsx like that. Mark it as use client component and go ahead and create the player component like that. So we can quickly fix the error, player like this, and go back into layout and just import that from add/components/player like this. And once you save, the error should go away. Great. So now at the bottom, if you scroll, you can see a small text which says player. So let's go into that player component and let's go ahead and add some hooks here. So first const player is going to be use player from add/hooks use player like that. What we have to do next is we have to find a way to fetch the song using the ID which is assigned in this player store as an active ID. But there's a problem here. So we are using hooks and we have a client component. But all the things so far, all the ways so far we fetched songs was using server components. So we use this create server component client. So how do we fetch something from the client component? Well, that's the great thing about Supabase. So it allows, its SDK, it's very powerful and it allows us a bunch of ways to fetch data. So if we wanted to, we could have completely avoid server component clients if we wanted to. We could have fetched everything on the client. But I didn't want to do that. I would rather mix and match where we need exactly what. So let's go ahead and let's create a new hook in here called use get song by id.ts. So this is going to be used in the client. It's going to be a hook. So let's go ahead and write const use get song by id. It accepts a parameter, an optional string of which is id like that. And inside we're going to set the is loading and set is loading like that to use state from React. And by default is going to be false like this. Great. Then we're gonna get the song, so const song, set song, use state. Go ahead and give it a type of song which you can import from types like this, or it can be undefined like that because by default it's going to be undefined. Great. And now extract the Supabase client from use session context like this, and you can import use session context from add/Supabase auth helpers React like that. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and create our use effect. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to check if ID was not passed. In that case, I'm going to break the entire function. No need to do anything further. Otherwise, set is loading to true because what we're going to do is we're going to fetch a song. So const fetch song is going to be an asynchronous function like this, in which we're going to get a data and error from await Supabase client dot from. We're going to target the songs table. We're going to select everything where the ID is equivalent to the ID passed. And we're gonna mark it as single because we only want one record. Now we're gonna check if there was an error. So if there was an error, set is loading is going to get to false and return toast, which you can import from React hot toast like this, dot error, error dot message like that. Great. And now if that was not the case, we're gonna say set song data as song like that. And set is loading to false. Perfect. And just remember to call the fetch song function at the end of your use effect here. And in the dependency array, go ahead and add ID and Supabase, Supabase client like that. Perfect. So now that we have that, we can safely return a use memo. So we can safely memorize things if we need them from this hook. We're going to return is loading. Oh yes, so change this a little bit. So we're not going to return an arrow function. We're going to return an immediate object. So open parentheses and then an object. So we can safely return is loading and song and pass in is loading and song inside of that. Great. And remember to export default use get song by ID like that. Perfect. So now that we have that, we can go back into our player.tsx and let's extract the song from use get song by ID, and we're gonna pass in player.active ID if there is one. Great. Now that we have that, we have to find a way to load the song MP3 file from our storage, which we have right here. So if you remember, we can do that by reading in our songs, by reading the song path right here. So that's what we're gonna do. So the same thing we did to, we created a hook to load the image. We're gonna do the same thing to load the song. So const song URL is gonna be use load song, song URL, and we're gonna pass in the song like that. So let's go ahead and create this. So go into your hooks, name it use load song URL.ts like that, and let's go inside and let's write const use load song. It's gonna accept the song, which is a type of song. You can import that from types, and we're gonna write const Supabase client is equal to use Supabase client. And you can import use Supabase client from @supabase /auth helpers react like that. If there is no song, we're just gonna return an empty string. Otherwise, we're gonna get const song data, so remap it so it's more readable. Supabase client storage from songs get public URL song, whoops, not strings, so song.song underscore path like that, and return the song data.public URL like that. Perfect. And I made a typo here, so Supabase client like this. Great. And export default use load song. Great. So why am I using a use Supabase client here, but here I used use session context? Well, in our case, we can almost everywhere use the use Supabase client, but the more correct way would be to use this use session context and then read the Supabase client from it. So we only initialize this use Supabase client once. And if you, for example, everything we read in our page, so when we fetch the songs, when we fetch the likes, when we fetch URLs from storage, all of that has read access for everyone, both authenticated and unauthenticated. But if you were to change something in Supabase and made it so that only authenticated users can even see the songs which are on the page, in that case, you would want to use session context so your Supabase client has authentication in it. But in our case, we don't need that here. So if you want to, you can use session context like this and just extract the Supabase client from it. But it's not gonna do much change. But if you're actually having problems, you can go ahead and try with use session context if you've changed some authentication stuff. Great, so now that we have that, we can go back into our player and we can import this hook. So let's just see if we made a mistake. So use load song URL. Yes, rename the hook to use song URL. Make sure the file is the same name, and then go back into player and let's get that from here. So use load song URL. Perfect. And now that we have that, so yes, we have an error here because there is a chance that song is undefined. So I want to fix that by just pasting in an exclamation point like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and write an if clause. So if there is no song, or if there is no song URL, or if there is no player.activeID, in that case, just return null like that. Great. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to give this div a class name like this, fixed bottom dash 0 bg dash black w dash full py dash 2 h dash open square brackets 80 pixels like that, and px dash 4. So just for now, I'm going to comment this out like this, so you can see how this looks. You can see you should have a big black box here at the bottom, which renders this player text right here. And now we can uncomment this back. So basically this is a protection that we don't want to load the player if we don't have the song, if we don't have the song URL, and if we don't have the active ID set. So that's what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna enable a way that when we press on a song, we actually add something to our use player here. So let's go ahead and create that so we can properly develop our player component. So to do that, we have to create another hook first. So I'm going to close everything here. I'm going to go into my hooks and I'm going to create a new file, use on play.ts like that. And I'm going to write const use on play. It's going to accept songs, which is an array of the song type, which you can import from types like that. And it's going to get the player. So use player from /player because we are in the hooks folder like that. It's going to get the auth modal. So const auth modal, use auth modal also from / and const destructor user, use user from /use user, and make sure you execute that. Great. And now we're going to write const on play is equal to ID, which is a type of string like this. If there is no user, we're going to return auth modal that on open like that. So it's very important to return this. Otherwise, even your non-logged in user and not subscribed users will be able to play music. So make sure you return this. And then player.setID is going to be the ID, and player.setIDs is going to be songs.map song.id like this. So what we're going to do basically, we're going to create this reusable hook and we're going to place it in a bunch of these places so that every time we click the on play, we're going to play the current ID that the user clicked on, but we're also going to create a playlist out of all the songs where user clicked. So that's what I explained. If we clicked play inside of liked songs, we're gonna create a playlist of those liked songs. If we click play in this library, we're only gonna create a playlist of these 3 songs. Same thing on search. Even if we've written something and only 2 results show up, we're only gonna play those 2 songs. So I think that's a really cool feature. Great. And what we wanna do now is just return on play like that. And remember to export default use on play like that. Great. So now that we have that, what I want you to do is I want you to go into the app folder, into site, components, page content.txx, and see where we have this empty onClick function where we're going to change that now. So let's go ahead and just above this if clause, write const on play is equal use on play, which you can import from /hooks use on play, and it expects an argument of songs, and we have it right here. So that's how we are going to create the playlist. And then we're going to use this on play to just call this a song right here. So on this on click, you can see that it gives us an ID. So go ahead and write ID, which is a type of string, and we're just going to call on play and pass it an ID. Perfect. So now if I go ahead and click here, you can see that my player opened. So I'm going to refresh again. There is no player active now, but when I click on something, you can see that my player has opened. That's because we successfully loaded the song URL, we successfully loaded the song, and we have something in our player store. Great. So now you can go back into your player.tsx file, and now we can continue developing inside of here. So I'm going to create a new component here called player content, like that, and I'm going to give it a song and song URL. And one very important thing I'm going to put here is the key attribute, and the key is going to be song URL. Now you might be wondering, why am I using a key and I'm not inside of an array? Usually we only use keys because we're using a .map function. Well, one thing you might not know about the key attribute is that whenever it changes, it completely destroys the element that was using it and re-renders it, re-renders a completely new element. The only reason I want to do this is because we're going to use playlist and we're going to enable users to skip to the next song. So I want to ensure that the player component is practically destroyed before loading the new song. That's because the hook which we are going to use to load the songs, to play the song, unfortunately does not support dynamic and modular URL changes. So we have to create this little trick to reset that entire hook, which is going to be used inside of this player content. So that's why we assign this key. So just make sure you've assigned this, otherwise you're going to have problems loading next songs. They're going to overlap or they're not going to be able to load at all. Great. If I save this file, of course, I'm going to get an error because player content does not exist. Actually, it's only when I click that I'm going to get an error. So let's go ahead and resolve that. Go into components and create a new file, player content.tsx, like this. Mark this as use client, and let's just quickly fix the error. So player content like that, div player content. Go back into player.tsx and import that from /player content like this. And now if you try and click on something, you're not going to get an error. You're going to have the text player content here. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's create an interface. So interface player content props is going to accept song, which is a type of song from types, and song URL, which is a type of string like this. So let's go ahead and assign that react.fc player content props, and you can just extract those. So song and song URL. Great. And now what we're going to do, we're going to create, basically this is going to be the component which is going to control a display of the currently playing song, the controls to play and pause, and the volume, and the actual functionality of playing the song. Great. So let's go ahead, and I just want to give it a couple of styles before we start writing the main functionality. So let's go ahead and give this div a class name. So class name is going to be grid-calls, md grid-calls-3, and h-full, like that. Inside of here, I'm going to remove the player content, and I'm going to create a new div with a class name of flex w-full and justify-start, like that. And inside of that, I'm going to create a new div with the class name flex items-center and gap-x-4. And inside of that div, I'm going to put in a media item, which you can import from /media item because we are in the components folder, and a like button. You can import that as well from /like button. And don't forget to give this a data of song, and give this a song ID of song.id, like that. So now when I click on this, you can see how I loaded the current song here, and you can see I can even like it from here, and it's going to appear in my favorites here. And if I remove it from here, it's going to be removed from here. Very cool. So we reused a bunch of components that we created. Great. So what I want to do now is I want to go outside of this div right here, and I want to create a new div, and I'm going to give it a class name of flex md hidden So this is only going to be visible on mobile. So I suggest that you collapse your screen to mobile like this. So md hidden call dash auto w dash full justify dash end and items dash center like that. And inside we're going to create another div component. We're going to give it an on click. For now, it's going to be an empty function and give it a class name of the following. So it's going to have a class name of h-10, w-10, flex, items-center, justify-center, rounded-full, bg-white, p-1, and cursor-pointer like this. And inside, we're going to put the icon. Of course, we don't have the icon yet. So let's go ahead and quickly create that component. So I'm going to go here to the top and I'm going to write const icon with a capital I. And for now, I'm going to hard code this. So I'm just going to say true question mark bs pause fill. You can import this from React icons. So import bs pause fill from react-icons/bs. Otherwise, bs play fill. You can also import that from React icons. Great. All right, so now that that is done, okay, it seems like we made a mistake because our button is visible, but it's all the way down for some reason. So let's just quickly see what we did wrong. All right, so what we did wrong was in this main grid right here. So go to the top and instead of grid dash calls, give it a grid dash calls 2 like that. And then you should have a nice little circle here. Great, so go ahead and find this icon which we added right here. Give it a size of 30 and a class name of text-black like this. Great. So now you can see how by default it's in a playing state. So that's because I hard coded this. If I change this to false, you can see how it becomes in a playing state. Great. So you can leave it to true or false, however you want it. We're gonna later make it dynamic. So now let's go ahead and extend this so we are in the desktop view. So your button should go away now. So that's what we created here. That was this component right here. And now we're gonna go ahead, go below that, and we're gonna create a desktop view for our controller, for our player. So create a div right here and give this a class name of hidden h-full md flex justify center items center w full like this max w 722 pixels and gap x 6 like this. Great. Now inside of that, I'm first gonna add the icon to go backwards. So AI fill step backward like that, and you can import AI fill step backward from react-icons/AI like that. It's a self-closing tag like this, and you can see how it appeared in the middle of my screen right here. Let's go ahead and let's give it a size of 30, and let's give it a class name of text-neutral-400 cursor-pointer hover text-white and transition like that. And we're also going to give it an on click. For now, it's going to be empty like that. Great. So after this, we're going to create a div here. And inside, we're going to add another play button. So let's go ahead and write on click here, which again is going to be empty for now. Let's give it some class names. So let's go ahead and write flex items-center justify-center h-10 w-10 rounded-full bg-white p-1 and cursor-pointer like that. And inside again we're gonna put in an icon we don't import that. That is dynamic. So with the same way we did for mobile here. Great. So let's give it a size of 30 and class name of text-black like this. Perfect. And now after that div, we have to create another icon, AI fill step forward like that. It's also a safe closing tag, and I imported it from the same way I did AI fill step backwards from React-icons AI. Great. And now right on click here, also give it an empty function. Size is going to be 30 like that, and class name here is going to be text neutral 400 cursor pointer hover text white and transition. Great. So now you can see in the middle of my screen in my player, I have this controls right here, and later on they're gonna play a song and move on to the next song, etc. Great. So now let's go and find the end of the div that wraps this controls. So that is this div right here, or technically you can go and find the last div right here and just go here like that, and go ahead and write another div here and write class name hidden md flex w full justify end and pr-2 like that. Go inside and create another div with the class name of flex items center gap x 2 and w open square brackets 120 pixels like that. And here we're going to use the volume icon. Volume icon is also not something you can import. Instead, it's something we have to create. So const volume icon is equal, again, I'm going to hard code true question mark hi speaker x mark like this, and go ahead and import that. So import hi speaker x mark from react-icon /hi like that. Let me just see. Okay, it's not /hi, it's /hi2 like that, and otherwise it's gonna be hi speaker wave like that, which you can also import from react-icon /hi2, and now we have that volume icon here. Great. And you can see how now my volume is muted by default. So let's go ahead and work on the styling of that a little bit. So this is also going to be able to mute things. So on click for now is going to be empty. Later it's going to be able to mute. Class name, cursor pointer, and size is going to be 34 like that. So it's a bit larger. Great. And now what I want to do, besides that, I want to give it a slider component. So we're going to go ahead and create a slider component using radix. So just below the volume icon, go ahead and write slider like this. And of course, we're going to get an error because slider does not exist. So go into your components, create a new file, slider.tsx, like here, mark it as use client. Now let's just quickly fix this. So I'm going to name this slider, and I'm going to return a div which says slider. Go back into player content and import this from /slider the same way you did with like button and media item. And just click on something so your player appears, and you can see how we have the slider right here. Great. Now let's go into the slider right here, and let's import asterisk, meaning all, as radix slider from @radix-ui/react-slider. So obviously we have to install that package. Let's go into the terminal. I'm going to expand everything a little bit, and I'm going to write npm install @radix-ui/react-slider, and I'm going to press enter, and just wait a couple of seconds for this to install, and then we can refresh our page. So npm run dev again. I'm going to refresh my localhost like this. Make sure you are in desktop view so you can see all of this. And now let's go ahead and write an interface for this. So interface slider props is going to accept value, which is an optional number, and on change is going to be optional, and it's going to accept the value, which is number, and returns a void like this. And now let's go ahead and add react.fc slider props like that, and let's extract value and on change like this. Great. And by default, let's give it a value of 1. Great. Now let's write the handle change function. So const handle change is equal to new value, which is a type of number, and it is actually an array because slider from Radix can have multiple points, but we are only going to work with a single point, but we still need to apply the proper types. So the value in handle change, which we're going to use, is going to be an array of numbers. And what we're going to do is call on change question mark dot open parenthesis new value, the first value, like that. Great. Now that we have that, let's remove this and let's actually write radix slider dot root like this. Great. And let's go ahead and give this slider some class name. So I just want to open this, keep this open so you can see what you're developing. So class name is going to be relative flex items dash center select dash none touch dash none w dash full and h dash 10 like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and give it some values. So default value, again, the value is an array. So open an array and give it a default value of 1 like that. And then give it a value prop, again, an array which accepts the value prop which we have. On value change is going to call the handle change like that. Max is going to be 1 and step is going to be 0.1. And we're going to add an area dash label volume like this because we're only going to use this slider once. Great. And now inside of that, let's go ahead and add radix slider dot track like this. And for that, we're going to give it a class name bg-neutral-600 like that, relative grow rounded dash full and h dash open square brackets 3 pixels like that. Perfect. And inside of that you can see how a small range has appeared here with a darkened color, and inside of that write radix slider dot range like this. Actually it's a self-closing tag, so you can just write like that. Give it a class name of absolute bg-white rounded-full and h-full as well. Great. So you can see we're going to try and give it some values there, and then you can see how we are going to be able to change this using our mouse. Great. So we completed our slider component here. Now let's go back into player content, and we are actually ready. We are ready to add some actual functions here. So I'm going to go to the top where my volume icons are right here. And first things first, I'm going to get my player. So const player is equal use player, which you can import from @/hooks/use player like this. Go ahead and execute that function right here. Then create a state for volume and set volume like that. Use state by default is going to be 1, and make sure you import use state from React. I'm going to go ahead and put that to the top right here. Great. And now I'm going to modify this volume icon to use the volume is equal to 0. In that case, we're going to display the mute mark. Otherwise, we're going to display what it looks like now, like not muted. And create another state here is playing, set is playing, use state again, and by default is going to be false. And then we're going to replace this hard-coded true with this is playing. And now you can see it looks like it's ready to be clicked. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create our onPlayNext function. So const onPlayNext is an arrow function. We're gonna check if there is an array, if there is an active array of songs to play. So player.ids.length is equal to 0. In that case, we can just break the function. Otherwise, first let's find the current index of the song that's playing, so we can play the next song aligned to it. So const current index is equal to player.ids.findIndex like that. ID, open an arrow function, ID is equal to player.activeID like that. So I'm just gonna expand this so you can see the entire function. Const current index is equal to player IDs find index, and we compare it to the active ID playing. And then let's define the next song. So const next song to play is gonna be player.ids open an array current index plus 1. So now what's important is to check whether there is a next song, because there is a chance that the song we want to play is the last in the array. So if there is no next song, in that case, we're going to return player.setID, player.ids 0. So if our song is the last one in the array and we press next, we want to reset the entire playlist by playing the first song. Otherwise, player.setID next song, like that. So now we have the onPlay next, and we can actually go ahead and find, so not AI fill backward, but AI fill forward. So make sure you find the AI fill step forward and replace this empty function with onPlay next, like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and copy this entire thing and rename this one to onPlay previous, like that. So we have the same check at the beginning, check if there even is an array. Great. And how are we gonna choose the next song? Well, we're not gonna choose the next song. Let's rename this to previous song, like that. And instead of looking for the next one, we have to use the minus to look at the song before the one that's currently playing, and then just replace this next song here and next song here. And one more thing, what if the song we are currently playing is the first in the array and we click on play previous song? Well, we don't want to load the same one again. What we want to do is load the last song in the array. So player.ids.length -1, like this. So this is going to load the last song because we're on the first song and we want to go backwards. So the user experience that's good is that we load the very last song from the array. At least that's what most popular streaming services do. So now we have the onPlay previous. So let's go back and let's find AI fill step backward, and let's assign that to this empty function right here. Great, perfect, great job. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna finally play some songs. So for that, we're gonna need a hook use sound. So go into the terminal and write npm install use-sound, like that. So wait a couple of seconds for this to install and npm run dev again. Great, I'm gonna refresh my entire page, and now we are ready to actually add that hook here. So let's go ahead and let's write const open an array is equal to use sound, and you can import that from use-sound, which we just installed. Great, so go back to use sound, and here in this array, the first thing we're gonna destructure is the play function, and in the second one, we're gonna open an object and get the pause and sound, like that. Great, now go ahead and open parentheses to this use sound, and in the first argument you're going to give it the song URL, which we already fetched in the player component. So we fetch that right here and then we pass it to this player content. So that's what I was talking about. So this song URL unfortunately cannot change dynamically. So when we go to the next song or the previous song, the song URL is going to change, but this hook does not work like that. So unfortunately, it won't work. So that's why we use the key attribute here to destroy this entire component and reload it and get the new song URL. And then this hook is going to behave exactly as we want it to. Great. And for the second argument, open an object here and add the volume to be volume. So that's how we can control the volume. Great. And then below that, you're gonna add the onPlay. Make sure you don't accidentally write onPlay like this. So it's all lowercase like this. onPlay is a arrow function which just turns the set is playing to true, like that. Then onEnd is an arrow function which set is playing to false and immediately play the next song. So onPlay next, like this. Great. And on pause, again all lowercase, all it does is set is playing to false, like that. And now a very important attribute you have to add here, otherwise your songs will not be playing. Format needs to be an array of MP3. If you do not put this, you will not hear your songs. So it's very important that you put that. Great. And now that you have that, first thing I want to do is I want to create a use effect that's going to automatically play the song when the player component loads. Because of the way our player is built, that's what we want. So use effect, you can import use effect from React right here, write an arrow function here, and just write sound $.play, because there is a chance it doesn't exist. And then return sound $.unload, like that. And in the dependency array, just put the sound like that. Great. And now let's create the handle play function. So const handle play, like this. If is playing, in that case, if exclamation point is playing. So if we are not playing, go ahead and turn on the song, else pause the song, like that. Great. And one last function we're gonna write is the toggle mute. So const toggle mute, like this. If volume is equal to 0, in that case, set volume to 1. Otherwise, set volume to 0, like that. Perfect. So let's assign this toggle mute to this volume right here. Great. And also we have to add some props to this slider. So let's go ahead and write value to be volume, and on change is going to be an arrow function which gets the value and calls set volume and gives it a value like that. So I'm going to expand my view right here. And if you try and click play, you should get a song playing. I'm not going to play any songs because of copyright, so I'm just going to test this privately whether it works or not. Great, so it works for me. It takes a couple of seconds to load the song, but it definitely works for me. All right, so what I want to do now is I'm just going to be muted here. All right, and I want to add this function handle play to our two play buttons. So we have two play buttons. First one, wherever you have this dynamic icon, go ahead and find the empty arrow function and replace it with handle play. This is for the mobile view, and one is in between the steps. So right here, go ahead and replace that with handle play as well. Great. So now if I go ahead and click here, you can see it's loading the song, and now it started playing it. So that's how I know that it's playing. And I can, of course, I heard it before, but I don't want to put any songs in my video because of copyright. And you can go ahead and test the volume as well. You can also click to mute it completely, or click again to unmute it. Amazing, amazing job. You have a working player, but there is still a couple of things we have to do. One of them is we have to move this main content that we have here just above our player. Great. So let's go ahead and do that. And then we have to add the same play functionality to this sidebar, to the liked songs, and to the search. So let's go ahead and do that now. So let's go ahead and let's go into our sidebar component. So find the sidebar component like this, and we're gonna change this main class here to be dynamic depending on whether we've opened the player or not. So for that, we're gonna need to use the player hook here. So const player is equal to use player. You can import that from add/hooks/use player like that. Great, now that you have that, you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna replace this initial string right here with an object and write tv merge, and you can import tw merge from tailwind-merge like this. So go ahead and just do that. Open parentheses. I'm going to use template literal strings. You can use normal strings, and inside I'm going to write flex h-full, so the same thing that was here before, and then I'm going to give it a comma, and I'm going to write player.activeID and h- open square brackets, calc, so calculate 100% minus 80 pixels. Make sure you don't accidentally put spaces like this, so it needs to be all in one line. And if you have the extension Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, then you can confirm that it's correct. Great. So now I'm going to refresh, and you can see it's very hard to notice. It's a subtle effect, but if you had enough songs that would fill the entire screen where you would have to scroll, now they would not get hidden by this player right here. So you can see how my screen here takes the entire, how my boxes here take the entire screen, but once I click play, they kind of move for 80 pixels up, which is exactly what I wanted. Great. And now what we have to do is, again, we have to add this play functionality. Let's go and let's add it to the side library first. So go ahead and find your library like this. And what you're going to do here, after this use user, go ahead and write const on play is equal to use on play. And you can import that from @/hooks/use on play, and go ahead and pass in all the songs that are in this playlist. And now that you have this on play, go ahead all the way to the bottom where we iterate over media items and replace this empty array with an ID string like that, and just run on play ID like that. So I'm going to refresh here. And if I click here, for example, there we go. The same thing happens. We can now play songs. And yes, of course, go ahead and try if you can go forward or backwards with your songs. So you can see how they correctly go in order and they reset the entire array. Great. And now what we have to do is we have to do the same thing in our search component. So let's go ahead and let's go into search content actually. So go ahead and find search content like this. Again, we have an empty array here, sorry, an empty function here. So let's go to the top right here and just add const on play is equal to use on play. You can import that from hooks use on play and pass in the songs so it can create a playlist out of the currently playing songs. Then replace this with an ID, which is a type of string, and just call the on play and pass in the ID like that. So I'm going to try that here. There we go. The same thing happens. So I can go in a playlist like this. I can click on individual ones. Amazing. And one more place where we have to do this is in our liked songs. So let's go ahead and let's actually find our liked content. So go liked content like this. Again, we have an empty function here. I'm going to go to the top of my liked content, and after loading the user, I'm going to write const on play is equal use on play from hooks use on play and pass in the songs so you can create a playlist out of your favorite songs. And instead of an empty arrow function, this one takes a string like this and calls on play and passes in the ID. So I'm going to go ahead and test this. I'm going to like this song and this song. I'm going to go back to liked songs. I'm going to click on Deep Stone, and the next song that will play is Test, and the next one that plays is Deep Stone. So exactly as I've explained that it works. So great job. You've finished all the main functionalities of a Spotify clone. So there is a reason I wanted to leave Stripe last, and that is because it is by far the most complicated part of this entire project. So even if you run into some issues with Stripe or for some reason don't manage to implement it, I'm still very happy that you've come this far, because you have a fully working Spotify clone which can play music, you can create playlists, you can upload songs, a bunch of stuff. You also have the favorites functionality. So amazing job so far. All that's left is to create the Stripe payments, which is a complicated part, but you've done an amazing job so far. Great job. So before we move on to Stripe, I just want to add the loading and error handling in our app right here. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to close everything, and I'm going to go and in this root folder, in the app folder, I'm going to create a new file called error.tsx like this. It's going to be a use client component. That's very important. And all I'm going to do for now is write const error like this. And I'm just going to return a div which says error like that, and make sure you export default error like this. Just make sure you don't misspell it, and then this should refresh and nothing should go bad. Great. And now I'm going to reuse my box component, which we had created at the beginning of the tutorial here. And inside, I'm going to give it a class name of h-full flex items-center and justify-center like that. And inside, I'm going to go ahead and open another div, which is going to say something went wrong like this, and give it a class name of text-neutral-400 like that. Great. And now I'm going to go try. I'm going to go in the layout.tsx, and in here, I'm going to throw new error test like this. So we're going to take a look at how that looks. Let's just see. Okay, it says unhandled timed error. Okay, so we actually also have to put it inside of the page for it to properly work. So this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to move it in the page folder, and I wanted to throw the error inside the page here. So let's go ahead and try that. Throw new error test. And now we should have, yeah, there we go. This is what I wanted to display. So now you can see how when I move the error.tsx inside this side folder, I forgot that we moved that page there. You can see how the error is handled nicely. So if there was an error that happens in this get songs for any reason and we don't catch it, we're going to have a nice little handler for that here. Great. And besides the error inside, I also want to have a loading.tsx. So let's go ahead and let's also do the loading. So loading is going to be used client as well. Const loading like this, and let's just return a box again, which will say loading like this, just to fix the error, and export default loading like that. And the box is also going to have a class name of h-full flex items-center and justify-center like that. And inside, we're going to add a spinner. So for that, let's go into our terminal. I'm going to shut down everything here. I'm going to expand this a little bit. And I'm going to write npm install react-spinners like this. And then I'm going to run my app again. And I'm going to use bounce loader from React spinners. You can go ahead into the documentation of the package and find any spinner you like. The color is going to be hashtag 22C55E with a size of 40 like that. Great. So now you can go ahead and maybe if you play around, if you refresh enough times, perhaps it's too fast so you won't be able to see it. But we're going to add loading to search and liked as well, so that there will be at least one place where we'll be able to catch it. All right, so now let's go ahead and let's copy this loading and error. Let's copy and paste this to liked as well. So copy loading and give it to liked, and do the same thing to search. So copy both the error and search and the loading as well. Great. So go ahead and refresh this now. And you can see how now when we go through our app, it has a nice little loading effect for a second there. Great. And if something goes wrong, we would have had that nice error display. Great. So that's what I wanted to do. The only place where we're going to have to add that in the future is going to be the /account, which for now is a 404 page because we don't yet have Stripe. So let's go ahead and let's add Stripe now. So let's go into our .environment.local file here, and let's prepare the environment keys which we're going to need for Stripe. So that's going to be next_public_stripe_publishable_key. It's going to be stripe_secret key. And it's going to be stripe_webhook_secret like this. And after you wrote this, please double check in my GitHub in .environment.example that you didn't make a mistake here, because a lot of people make mistakes with environment variables. They have a typo in them and it causes a lot of problems, but it's a very simple fix. So always go into my GitHub and just confirm that you did not misspell it. Typos can be anywhere. Great. And now what I want you to do And actually, I want to advise you that throughout this entire Stripe integration process, always have my repository open and compare whatever we'll be writing with what's in the repository, so you can go ahead and take a quick look if something goes wrong and if it's a mistake there. Great. So what I want you to do now is I want you to create a Stripe account. So I already have an account here. Don't worry, I'm going to create a new one here, but basically find a way to create a new account, a new business, and you should be able to enter your account name. So I'm going to go ahead and write Spotify clone like this, and I'm going to click create an account like this. And after that, there we go. I have a completely blank screen here and where I created my new account. And what I want to find next is I want to find the API keys. And I don't know if you can see, but here on the bottom of my screen, in the bottom right corner, I have a button API keys for developers. I'm going to try and zoom in. There we go. You can see API keys for developers. So when I click here, I am redirected to this developers tab right here. So you could have clicked here as well and then click API keys. So basically create a new account on Stripe, go to the developers tab and find the API keys. And then first key you're gonna find is your publishable key. So go ahead and copy that and paste it in this next public Stripe publishable key like that. The second one is the Stripe secret key. So go ahead and click reveal test key and copy that as well. There we go. One thing that you'll notice is make sure you have this test data thing visible in your Stripe. You can see how I have a little test data text here to ensure that you're working in test mode. But even if you create a new account, you cannot disable test mode until you actually confirm your business depending on the country where you're from. So don't worry, but just make sure you're seeing this turned on and test data here, and in your keys you're gonna see this test like that. Great. And for the Stripe webhook secret, we don't have that yet. So before we do that, what I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna go ahead and now I'm gonna write a lot of code. So again, I advise you have my GitHub opened, and we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go create some helpers and some libraries for Stripe. So go ahead and create a new folder in the root of your application called libs like that. And inside of libs, the first package you're gonna install, the first lib we're gonna create is called stripe.ps like this. So go ahead and import stripe from stripe like that and write export const stripe, lowercase stripe is equal to new stripe like this. Process.environment.stripe_secret_key like that. So again, make sure that in your environment local, you actually have the stripe_secret_key like that. And the second argument is going to be our app. So API version is going to be 2022 11.15, exactly like that. And app info inside, I'm gonna give this name a Spotify clone video, and a version is going to be 0.1.0. I don't know what this app info really does, but just to make sure, add something unique here. So actually, I'm pretty sure you can write whatever you want here. Okay. And yeah, to fix this, just write question mark, and an empty string like this. Great. So that does our Stripe URL here. So now let's go ahead and let's create our Stripe client URL. So go ahead and create a new file inside libs called stripe client.ts like that. And for that, we're going to have to install a new package. So go into your terminal. I'm going to go ahead and run npm install at stripe/stripe-js like this. Wait a couple of seconds and npm run dev again. So let's go ahead and import load stripe from at stripe/stripe-js and also stripe type like this. Great. And now write let stripe promise is equal to promise, open curly pointy brackets, stripe or null like this. And export const get stripe. If there is no stripe promise, then we assign the stripe promise to load stripe like this. Process.environment
dot next underscore public underscore stripe underscore publishable underscore key, like that. Question mark, empty string like this. Again, make sure you have this in your environment local. Make sure there is not a typo between those two, otherwise your code is not going to work. All right, and make sure you return stripe promise inside of this get stripe function, like that. Perfect. And now what I want to do is I want to create some helpers which we're going to need in order to start creating webhooks. So go ahead and create a new file inside the libs folder called helpers.ts, like this. So first import the price type from types, because we're going to need that. And now let's go ahead and let's create a util that will fetch our URL depending on whether we are in production, depending on whether we are on localhost, depending on whether we deployed to Vercel or somewhere else. So let's go ahead and write export const get URL, like this. Now we're going to write let URL, and first we're going to check for public site URL. So process.environment.next underscore public underscore site underscore URL, like that. So this is going to be if we want to change our URL on Vercel later. So I'm just writing this util because it's helpful, but don't worry, you will see the process of deployment later. Now we're gonna write question mark process.environment.next underscore public underscore Vercel underscore URL. So this is gonna be deployed automatically by Vercel. If we don't set this one, you don't have to worry. If we are on Vercel, you're still gonna have this working. And in the end, we're gonna just fall back to http://localhost 3000, like this. Perfect. So now we have the options for our URL here. Just make sure you didn't misspell this. Again, you can, what I advise you to do again is to take a look go into my libs and go into my helpers here and just double check that you have the same code if you're feeling confused. Great. And now what I want to do is I want to write the code that is going to confirm that the URL we passed, if we changed it for any reason, includes HTTPS. Great. So URL is equal to URL.includes HTTP question mark URL. Otherwise, go ahead and open template literals like this and just write HTTPS//URL like this. Great. And let's also fix any trailing slashes. So URL is equal URL.char character at, like that. URL.length -1. So we pick the last character of the URL, which could be a trailing slash. So if there is a trailing slash at the end, in that case, we're just gonna use that URL. Otherwise, let's go ahead and assign that. So template URL, and we will add a slash manually. Great. And in the end, just return URL like this. Great. Now the second helper we're gonna get is post data. So we're gonna write our own little fetch library here. So we're gonna use the fetch library with our modification here. So go ahead and write export const post data is equal to asynchronous. It takes URL and data like that. The type of URL is a string. The type of data, it's an object which takes in the price and the price like this. Okay, and now let's go ahead and open an arrow function like that. So we have the price imported from price types here. Great. Let's console log, write post request URL data like this, just so you know what's going on when you post. Now let's get our response. So const response is equal to response, await, fetch, pass in the URL. And in this object, we're going to pass in the method, which is going to be post. Headers are going to be new headers. Go ahead and add content dash type, which is going to be application/JSON like this. And credentials are going to be same-origin like that. And body is going to be JSON.stringify and pass in the data like this. Great. So again, if you don't want to write these helpers, since this is not that important, you can just copy the helpers from my repository, especially this post data or to date time. So this is just some helpers that I found which we need for this Stripe project. Great. So after you have this response right here, go ahead and write if there is if the response.ok is not here. In that case, we're gonna console log there is an error in post like that, and we're gonna showcase URL data and response like that so we can debug what's going wrong. Then we're going to throw new error response status text like that. Otherwise, don't forget at the end just return response.json. Again, I advise you to always take a look in my helpers because this is going to be very complicated, and it will be foolish that you wrote the entire Stripe correctly but make a mistake in here, for example, and then your project doesn't work. So I highly advise that you take a look at the GitHub and just compare your code, or just copy it if it's easier, since these helpers are not that important. And the last one we're going to write is the to-date time. So export const to-date time is going to take seconds, which is a number like that. And inside, write a variable t, which is new date, and we're going to write the Unix epoch start. So 1970 0101 T00 30 00Z like that. And then we're going to set t.set seconds, return t like that. All right, so we finished our helpers. Again, you can always double check them here. If you want to, you can just copy the entire raw file and just paste it inside. It's going to be much easier. Great, and now that we have that, we can go ahead and we can create the Supabase admin file, which is going to hold all of the helpers needed for the webhook of Stripe. So let's go ahead and do that. So in libs, create a new file called Supabase admin.ts like this. So let's go ahead and let's import Stripe from Stripe. Let's import create client from at supabase/supabase-js like this. All right, so let's just see if I made a mistake. I did. Create client like that. All right. Then let's import database from types db like this. Import price and product from types like that. Import the structure Stripe from /Stripe and import to-date time, time from /helpers. And I'm just gonna check if this create client is up to date, since if you remember with Supabase we had some deprecated imports. So I'm just gonna go and quickly Google whether this is still okay to not give you a deprecated version. All right, so good thing I checked. We don't have this in our package JSON, so let's make sure we install that. So let's go ahead and write npm install at supabase/supabase-js like this. So we have that in our project, and then npm run dev again. There, great. So now we have this. So it looks like we already had it under maybe a oh, this is not the version you should have. My apologies. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna run this again. Oops, I was looking at the wrong project. Let's see. Okay, here it is. Supabase.js. Yeah, my version is 2.23.0. That's the newest version on npm. My apologies. I was looking at Stripe and I thought that was the version. All right, so make sure you have at supabase/supabase.js in your project with a version similar to this. Basically, if you can import create client, it should be fine for you. Great. So now that we have these helpers, this Stripe right here, let's go ahead and create export const. We're gonna write Supabase admin is equal to create client, and we're gonna pass in the database like that. And in here, we're going to write process.environment.next_public_supabase_URL like this. And below that, we're going to use process.environment.supabase_service_role_key like that. And for both of those, you can just use pipes to add an empty string like this. And again, every time you add environment variables, go ahead in your environment local and check that you have both of those. So next public Supabase URL, we have that, great, and Supabase service role key, Supabase service role key right here. You can feel free to copy from here and then paste here if you're not sure. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create our first helper here called upsert product record. So we're gonna enable our webhooks that when we add a new product on the Stripe dashboard, it's gonna get inserted into our database. So I think that's really cool because it's gonna save us a lot of time. So const upsert product record is an asynchronous function which accepts the product, which is stripe.product like this. So go ahead and open that. So first we're gonna go ahead and write the product data, which is a type of product, which we have defined in our custom types like this. So go ahead and open that and write ID is product.id, active is product.active, name is product.name, description is going to be product.description, question mark, undefined, like that. Image is going to be product.images, open array, and pick the first one, or null. And metadata is going to be product.metadata, like that. Perfect. So our types are matching. Great. If you're having any errors here and you wrote it exactly as I wrote it, that means that your product interface, which is the one we wrote from here, has something written incorrectly. So you can always, I repeat, you can always go into my repository and double check your types. Great. So now that we have the product data here, we're going to go ahead and we're going to upsert that into Supabase admin. So const extract error from await Supabase admin from products upsert, and go ahead and in upsert open an array and write product data like this. Great. So I'm just gonna go and collapse this like that so it's a bit more visible. Great. And then if there is an error, in that case we're just going to throw new error. So we're gonna just throw error like that. Great. And then console log open. You can write something useful here. So I'm gonna write product inserted / updated. I'm gonna write product-id. So in my terminal, when I have my active webhooks, I'm gonna see this information that I have added a new product in a nice way. Great. Now the second one is going to be a similar function, which is going to add the price to our database. So const upsert price record is going to be an asynchronous function which accepts the price, which is a type of stripe.price. So go ahead and write const price data, which is a type of price. So this price is imported from our types like that. Go ahead, go ahead and open that object here and just write id price.id, product_id is type of price.product is equal to string. In that case, we're going to use price.product, otherwise an empty string like that. Active is going to be price.active. Currency, we're going to use price.currency. Description, price.nickname, question mark, undefined, like that. Type is going to be price.type. Unit_amount is going to be price.unit amount, like this. Question mark, undefined, like that. So we defined the type already. All right, so after unit amount, we have the interval, which is price.recurring question mark dot interval, like that. Great. Interval count is going to be price dot recurring again, question mark. Oops, just don't forget to put this like that. So price dot recurring interval count like this. Trial period days is going to be price dot recurring again, question mark dot trial period days, and metadata is going to be price dot metadata like that. So then we're gonna go ahead and write const error is equal to await Supabase admin from, we're gonna write in prices like that, and we're going to upsert, open an array, and write price data like this. Perfect. If there is an error, we're going to throw the error like that. Otherwise, we're gonna write console log and something useful. So I'm gonna write price inserted / updated price.id like this, so I can clearly debug what's going on. Great. After that, we're gonna write a function that is going to create or retrieve a customer. So const create or retrieve a customer like that is going to be asynchronous. And let's go ahead and write email and user ID like that. And let's go ahead and give it some types. So email is a type of string, whoops, and user ID is a type of string as well. Great. Go ahead and open an arrow function here. And first, let's extract the data and error from await Supabase admin from customers. Select stripe underscore customer underscore ID like this, which is equal ID, the user ID like that, and single like this. Great. So we work in the tables, in the customers table. We're gonna find the Stripe customer ID using this user ID, and we're looking for a single record. Great. So if there is an error, or if there is no data question mark dot stripe underscore customer ID, in that case, we're gonna go ahead and create one. So const customer data, go ahead and open an object here to give it a type of metadata. Go ahead and open an object again and write Supabase UUID like this, which is a type of string, and email, which is an optional string like that. And then go ahead and open an object here. And let's go ahead and write metadata like that. Supabase UUID is UUID like that. Perfect. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and write if there is an email. In that case, go ahead and write customer data.email to be email like this. All right. And after that, let's go ahead and write const customer is equal to await stripe dot customers dot create customer data like that. Great. Now below that, we're gonna go ahead and extract the error from a Supabase. So const error, remap it to Supabase error like this is equal to await Supabase admin from customers like this, and dot insert. We're gonna go ahead and insert an array, open an object inside, give it an ID of user ID, give it a stripe underscore customer ID of customer.id, which we just created here using Stripe. Great. And now that we have that, let's go ahead and quickly check if there was a Supabase error. If there was, we're going to throw the Supabase error like that. If it wasn't, we're gonna write console log and something useful inside. So I'm gonna write new customer created and inserted for, and I'm gonna write the user ID like that, and we're going to return customer.id. And outside of this big if clause, so this is only happening if there is no active customer. But if we do manage to load the customer, so if the person was on a plan on any plan in the past. In that case, we're just going to write return data.stripe customer ID like that. Perfect. So below that, we're going to create another function, copy billing details to customer. So let's go ahead and write that. So const copy billing details to customer is an asynchronous function which accepts the user ID, which is a type of string, and payment underscore method, which is stripe.payment method like that. Great. So let's go ahead and open this. Let's go ahead and write the customer variable. So const customer is equal to payment underscore method dot customer as string. So make sure you put as string here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's extract the name, phone, address from payment underscore method dot billing details like that. If there is no name, or if there is no phone, or if there is no address, in that case, you can just return like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and write await stripe.customers.update, pass in the customer for the first one, and in the second one, give it a name, phone, and address like this. And you can just fix this TypeScript error for now with a comment ts-ignore, because some types are not compatible with what we've written and what Stripe has updated. So I found this helpers inside some open source repositories. So that's how I know that we can put this and it's still going to work for us. Great. So now let's go ahead and write const error is equal to await Supabase admin. So we want to work in the users table here, and we're going to update like this, billing underscore address like that, and we are going to spread the address inside. Payment method, go ahead and spread the payment underscore method, payment underscore method dot type like that. Write my apologies, so dot equal here, ID is equal to user ID like that. And then we're just going to write if there was an error, just throw the error like that. Perfect. Again, if you're having any trouble with this, if you're getting any errors, if something seems wrong on your part, you can always go ahead and go into my libs here and go into Supabase admin and just check everything that's going on here. Great. After we've written this copy billing details to customer, let's go ahead and let's create another function, manage subscription status change. So const manage subscription status change like that. It's an asynchronous function. It accepts the subscription ID, which is a type of string, customer ID, which is a type of string, and create action, which is a boolean. By default, it's going to be false. Great. All right. And let's just not put like that. Okay. First, let's go ahead and let's get some customer data. So const data, remap it to customer data, error, no customer error, like that. It's going to be equal to await Supabase admin from customers, select, we're only wanting the ID, from where the stripe underscore customer underscore ID is equal to customer ID, which we passed in. Yeah, so just make sure you don't misspell it. So customer ID like this, and dot single like that. Great. And if we get a no customer error, in that case, just throw no customer error like that. Great. Otherwise, we can go ahead and extract the ID. So const ID, remap it to user ID like this, is equal to customer data, and just put an exclamation point at the end to fix any type errors. So you can just do that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's retrieve a subscription from Stripe. So const subscription is equal await stripe.subscriptions.retrieve like this, pass in the subscription ID like that, and in the second one open an object and write expand default underscore payment underscore method like this. Great. So now that we have that description, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna create a subscription data which we are gonna use to update. So let's go ahead and write const subscription data, which is a type of database, public tables subscriptions, lowercase subscriptions like this, and insert like that. Great. So now I can go ahead and open this large object. So I'm going to expand this so you can see the whole type. So public tables subscriptions insert. You should not get an error in this type, so you can hover and you should get the definition of every one of them. Make sure that subscriptions is lowercase. Great. So let's go ahead and write ID, which is subscription.id, which we just fetched from here. All right. User underscore ID is UUID, which we just created here. Great. Metadata here is subscription.metadata like that. Go ahead and write ts-ignore for the next line. So in here, status is going to be subscription.status like this. Price underscore ID is going to be subscription.items data. First one in array.price.id like that. Now let's go ahead and write another ts-ignore. What we're going to do here is quantity, which is going to be subscription.quantity. All right, so we have the quantity here. Cancel at is going to be, let's first do cancel at period end, and let's give it a subscription.cancel at period, cancel at period end like this, and then let's do the cancel at, which is subscription.cancel underscore at like that. Great. So let's go ahead and let's see, I have an error here, so I'm gonna quickly go ahead and see what went wrong here. Well, yes, so we have to turn this into a date. So basically, first we're gonna check whether we have the subscription.cancel at, and then we're gonna add a question mark here, and we're gonna use our helper to date time, which we imported, and we're gonna pass in this very same subscription.cancel at like that, and just write to ISO string like this. Otherwise, null. Like that. So we're going to use this a couple of times. Great. So go ahead and below that, write canceled at, so different one. That's going to be the very same thing. So you can just go ahead and copy this entire line here and paste it. So instead of cancel at, it's going to be canceled at, and we're going to pass in the canceled at like this. So make sure it's the same as the line above. Great, you can go ahead and copy this again, and this one is going to be current underscore period start, and the same thing. So subscription, and replace the canceled at with current period start in the question mark and in here like that. Except this one is not gonna have, my apologies. So this one is not gonna be a template. It's not gonna be a question mark like this. It's just gonna be a direct modification to date time. So even simpler. Great. Now below that, we're gonna do the same thing with the current period end. So go ahead and write current period end like that, and just add the current period end here. Great. After the current period end, do the same thing with created like that. So to date time is gonna be subscription.created to ISO string like this. Great. And after that, we just have a couple of more here. So we have ended underscore at, which is going to be again, first we're going to check whether it exists. So subscription.ended underscore add question mark. In that case, we're gonna add to date time to be subscription dot ended underscore add to ISO string like that. Otherwise, null like this. Great. And you can go ahead and copy that 2 more times. For the second one, we're going to use the trial underscore start like that. So just go ahead and replace ended at with trial start like this. And don't forget to put a comma at the one above and the one here. Great. And instead of the ended at for this one, it's going to be trial underscore end. Great. So we're going to replace this as well. So do we need all of this here? Well, no, for our case, we don't have any trials and stuff like that, but I'm giving you here the helpers and webhooks for a much larger application. So if you want to play around and add trials into your Stripe, this is going to work for you. So that's why I'm doing this very complicated Stripe webhooks here, because it's going to save you a lot of time if you want to customize the application. Great. And after you have the subscription data, we're going to go ahead and we're going to insert that into the database. So const, go ahead and extract the error from await Supabase admin from subscriptions like this, upsert, go ahead and open an array and write subscription data like that. Great. If there is an error, we're going to throw the error like that. Otherwise, we're going to console log, and I'm going to write something useful here. So I'm going to write inserted / updated subscription. And I'm just going to go ahead and write subscription.id for user ID like that. Perfect. And now just at the bottom of this, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create an if clause. So if create action and end subscription dot default payment method and user ID, in that case, we're going to go ahead and call await, copy billing details to customer, user ID, and subscription dot default payment method as stripe dot payment method like this. Great. So this is going to be our last resort if we want to copy billing details to customer. This is a very expensive function, but I saw it in this project, in this Supabase example. So I assume it's useful for specific cases, and perhaps if you're doing something more complicated with Supabase and Stripe, is going to be useful for you. Great. And again, I highly recommend that you open my GitHub and that you go through this code and maybe just check them one function by one function whether everything is okay. You can go ahead and try and like copy and paste one and like paste it and just check if things have changed. Like paste it like this, for example. Okay, so I choose the wrong one. So something like this, right? You want to go ahead and select maybe product data like this and paste it like this and see if there was any changes. So in my case, it's normal. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's export all of those. So export upsert product record, upsert price record, create or retrieve a customer like this, and manage subscription status change. Great. Okay, so I noticed something. So it's called create or retrieve customer, not create or retrieve a customer. So just remove the a here and let's find this where we do that. So create or retrieve customer like that without a. So yeah, I mean, this is just naming. It doesn't matter much, but you can see how easily a mistake can be found here. Great. So now that we have this ready, we can go ahead and we can create our webhook. So we're gonna do that using the new API folder. So go and close everything here, go into the app folder, create a new file called API like this, and inside of that you're gonna go ahead and create a new folder called webhooks like that, and inside you're gonna write route.ts like that. Great. So let's go ahead and let's create this webhook. So first import Stripe from Stripe like this. You're gonna import next response from next/server like this. You're going to import headers from next/headers like that. You're going to import Stripe from add/lib/stripe like that. And you're going to import from add/lib/supabase admin like this. You're going to import upsert product record, upsert price record, and manage subscription status change. Great. Now we're going to write the relevant events that we want to handle in our webhooks. So let's go ahead and write const relevant events is equal to new set like this, product dot created, product dot updated, price dot created, price dot updated, checkout dot session dot completed, customer dot subscription created, customer dot subscription dot updated, customer dot subscription dot deleted like this. So this is very important, because if you misspell this, your database and your Stripe is going to be out of sync. So please make sure that you go into my GitHub, into webhooks route, and just go ahead and try and copy and paste it to see if it's the same as your code, so you don't have any mistakes here. Great. So now that you have that, what we're going to build next is our actual post request. So let's go ahead and write export asynchronous function post like this, with a request, which is a type of request like that. And let's go ahead and get our body. So const body is equal await request.text. So we have to get it in a text format, because we're going to pass that in a Stripe webhooks construct event function, which accepts a specific type of a string, right? So now let's get the signature. So const sig is equal to headers executed dot get, and write Stripe dash signature like this. Great. Now let's add our webhook secret here. So const webhook secret like that. So it's gonna be process dot environment dot stripe underscore webhook underscore secret like this. So I'm just going to go ahead and confirm in my .environment.local. Yes, Stripe webhook secret like this. So make sure you have that here. Great. So you can just move it like this. Great. Below that, we're going to have let event to be stripe.event like that. Now let's go ahead and open a small try and catch block here. So inside try, if there is no signature or if there is no webhook secret, in that case, we will break the function. Otherwise, we're going to create an event. So event is equal to webhooks.construct event, and pass in the body, signature, and webhook secret like that. Great. In catch, let's go ahead and catch this error. So there is an error, a type of any. We're going to console log error message, and I'm just going to paste in error.message like that. Great. And return new next response. And in here, we're going to pass in webhook error like that, error message, and the status is going to be 400. So the statuses are very important for webhook, for Stripe webhooks, because it has a very visual way of displaying what's going on with your webhook. So when I was developing, I forgot to put statuses, and it was very unclear what was going on with my webhooks. I thought they were not working, but they actually were, and vice versa. And make sure you return the new next response. I also forgot to do that while I was developing. Great. So now outside of this try and catch block, we're gonna go ahead and check if relevant events has the current event.type. So if the event that our webhook has caught is in the list of the events we want to look for, in that case, let's go ahead and do a specific task depending on what event is called. So we're going to use try and catch inside of that. So first, let's go ahead and write switch inside, and I'm going to switch on event dot type like this. So let's go ahead and write case product dot created or case product dot updated. So for both cases, we're going to have the same thing happen, and that is going to be await upsert product record event dot data dot object as stripe dot product like this, and remember to break. Whoops, like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and do case price dot created or case price dot updated like this. So inside of here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna call await upsert price record like this with event dot data dot object as stripe dot price like that. Great. And don't forget to break like this. Great. And now we're gonna do the subscription change. So case customer dot subscription dot created, and you can copy this 3 times. The second one is going to be updated, and the last one is going to be deleted like this. In that case, we're going to call await. First we're going to call const subscription is event dot data dot object as stripe dot subscription like that, and then we're going to pass in await manage subscription status change. We're going to pass in subscription dot id. We're going to pass in subscription dot customer as string like this, and event dot type is customer dot subscription dot created. So this is going to trigger our create action boolean right here, which we use here in the end to copy billing details to the customer. Great. So now that we have this await, let's also not forget to break that as well. And one more time, I'm just going to remind you, please have this open and just confirm with the working code here, because you can see how easy a mistake can hide in here. So just always confirm with the actual GitHub. Great. And after this one, we're going to have case of checkout.session.completed like this. And inside, let's go ahead and create our checkout session. So const checkout session is equal to event.data.object as stripe.checkout.session like that. If checkout session.mode is equal to subscription, in that case, we're going to go and get the subscription ID to be checkout session.subscription like that. And again, await manage subscription status change. We're going to pass in subscription ID as a string like that. And we're going to pass in checkout session.customer as string as well. And we're going to pass in true as the last argument. So let's just see. Oh, I made a mistake here. So like that. Great. And after that, just use break as well. Let me just confirm. Yep. So not inside the if. My apologies. So this is inside the if, and outside the if clause, write a break like this, and write default, throw new error, unhandled relevant event like that. Great. And now in your catch, just go ahead and write catch error here and write console log error and return new next response webhook error like this, and you can just give it a status of 400 like that. And at the end of our code, this is very important, just put return next response.json received true and a status of 200 like that. Perfect. So now you have a completely finished API webhook for Stripe. So this was the hardest part of the project. I know it's very complicated, but payments are complicated. In the future, I'll try to maybe find only the relevant events for our product, but this was the only functioning example that I found online. So I kind of modified it for our Spotify here, and I think it works very well actually. So what we have to do now is we have to connect our Stripe with our webhook here. So in order to do that, we're gonna have to go ahead and fill our .environment.local Stripe webhook secret. But here's the thing. The thing about webhooks is, let's go ahead and let's search for, okay, it's here, webhooks. So this is the thing. You can, if you want to test them in a local environment, you need to download the CLI. So you have to do this. So what I need you to do now is I need you to find the webhooks. So you can just search webhooks if you cannot find them and click developer webhooks here. And then you have to click on test in a local environment. And that is going to guide you to download the CLI and log in with the Stripe account. So you can here find ways to download and install the Stripe CLI. So if you're on Windows, you can have an installer. If you're on Mac, I highly suggest using Brew. If you're on Mac, I think is the simplest thing to do. But you can see you have all the steps where you can download the files and extract them. Same thing for Windows. If you want to, you can even use Docker. Same thing for Linux. Basically, you need to have the Stripe CLI. And after that is done, you'll be able to run this, and then you'll be able to trigger an event to see if our webhook is working or not. So I'm just gonna go ahead and create a different setup here for you so you can see better. Just a second. All right, so to make this easier, I just shut down my entire application. So nothing is running on localhost. You can see it cannot start. So I have two terminals here and I am inside of my project. You can do this inside Visual Studio Code if you want to, but you have to have two terminals open. So in the first one, I'm going to run npm run dev, which is going to start my application again. So let's just wait a second. Okay, there we go. And now what I want to do in the second one, I want to run this Stripe listen -- forward to. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to collapse this a little bit. So this one is a bit more visible. Great. So I'm going to write Stripe listen -- forward -to. And we're not going to write this localhost 4242 because we are on a completely different one. So we're going to write localhost 3000 /API/webhooks and press enter. And now you're gonna get your Stripe Stripe webhook key. So after you've written this, make sure that you copy this Stripe webhook key right here, go back into your project and assign it to the Stripe webhook secret, and check throughout your project that you're using the proper environment variable here. Great. And now you can go ahead and click this Stripe trigger payment intent succeed, for example. And I'm just gonna open a third tab here. I'm gonna go back into my repository and I'm gonna try and paste this. And there we go. My webhook is working. So I'm getting 200 positive events here. So you can go ahead and just test this. Great. And what we're gonna do next, so throughout your entire development with Stripe, you're gonna need to have this running. So I cannot stress this enough. You need to have your webhooks running while developing. Otherwise, your database and your Stripe is gonna get out of sync. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna go ahead and create a product. So I'm gonna go into my Stripe right here, and I'm gonna go into my product. And in here, I'm actually going to go into Supabase right here, just to see if this is the project that I'm working with. Yes, a Spotify clone right here. So currently I have no products and no prices in my database. You can see it yourself. Go to Supabase and go into prices, and you won't have any products or any prices here. But if our webhooks are working and if we create a product here, so I'm going to name this Spotify Premium, for example, and I'm going to give it a price. You can choose, for example, US dollars. I'm going to choose $9 recurring and monthly like this. And I'm going to click save product like this. Great. Okay, so actually, let's see. I think I forgot to put a webhook somewhere, so let me just see if I made a mistake. So yes, my apologies, I completely forgot about a step. So yes, we have created this product right now, but we're not gonna need it. So you can go ahead and click on products. If you haven't created it, great. So just delete the product because we're not gonna need it. My apologies, I completely forgot that we have another step in the webhooks. So go ahead and go into your webhooks right here. Click test in a local environment, and since this is already working for you and you have this running and you have this key right here, click on done here. All right, and now let's go into our events here to see. So products, it's working. All right, so my apologies. When I created a new account here, I forgot that I have to run these steps. So I did not run Stripe login, and that's why I didn't get the completed sign here and I didn't get this completed here. So this is what I did. I run Stripe login, so I'm gonna run it again here inside of my repository. So I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna write Stripe login. And you can see how that gives me this link to open in the browser. And once I click here, you can see that I have this text and it's the same one from the terminal, so I can allow access to my Stripe. There we go. And now that is done. And I'm gonna get this completed tag here. And then I'm gonna go ahead. So you probably already have your project running, but I don't. So that's why I'm running npm run dev again here. And then I'm gonna go ahead and call this Stripe listen forward to localhost 3000/API/webhooks again. And after, if you've done this again, so every time you log in, you're gonna get a new signing secret. So make sure you copy it and you replace it here like that. Great. So now that that is done, I'm gonna go ahead and copy this again in a new tab like this. I'm gonna run this and there we go. All right. So if I try, I get a 200. So everything works correctly. Great. Now let's go ahead and click done here. And you can see how I have completed here as well. So now after you get this last completed, that means that your webhook is successfully configured and that your route here is working. Great. So go ahead and click done here. And now let's go into products here. Make sure you have no products available. Make sure you have no products in your database here. So I'm just going to wait for this to refresh. I'm going to click add a product, Spotify Premium, and I'm going to give it a price of dollars. So $9, for example, recurring. And I'm going to click save product like this. And there we go. You can see how my webhooks are working here. And I'm going to go here and let's see, there we go. It's in our database and you can see the name Spotify Premium. That's exactly what we wanted. And we can also look at the prices. There we go. Price, which is linked to the product that we have, which is active. You can see that its unit amount is 900, which is actually 9.00. So $9. You can see the price type is recurring and the interval is month. Exactly what we wanted. Perfect. So this is officially working. Your webhooks are working, and all that's left to do now is to create the model, which is going to show up and subscribe the user and the authenticate and the account page. So I'm going to repeat this. While you are developing on Stripe, you need to have your webhook active. I cannot stress that enough. If you don't do that, in that case, your Stripe and your database is going to be out of synchronization. In production, that is not a problem because we're not going to have this running in a terminal, but we're just going to pass in the URL of our website in the webhooks. Great. So you should have one product here. You should got this 200 on the product and you should have the price and the product in the database. Great. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to create the actual model to create this. Great. Great, so I just want to make sure that you have both your project and your Stripe webhook running in your terminal. So I'm gonna move back to my code, but in the background, I'm gonna have this running and I'm gonna have my webhooks running. So make sure you do the same. All right, so now let's go ahead and let's create a route that is going to create our checkout session. So let's go ahead and let's go into our API folder one more time. And we're going to create a new folder in here, and it's going to be called create-checkout-session like this. And inside, create a new file, route.ts again. Great. So first things first, I'm going to import from Supabase auth helpers Next.js, whatever is the newest one. So let's see. Create route handler client like that. That's what we want. So create route handler client from Supabase auth helpers Next.js. Perfect. After that, we're gonna need headers and cookies. So headers and cookies from next/headers like that. After that, you're gonna need next response from next/server like that. We're gonna need Stripe from add/libs/stripe, and we're going to need get URL from libs helpers like that, and you're going to need create or retrieve customer from libs Supabase admin. So go ahead and write export asynchronous function post like this, which takes the request, which is a type of request, and let's get the body of our product, which we are going to subscribe to. So price, quantity, default that to 1, and metadata, and default that to an empty object from await request.json like that. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and open a try and catch block. Inside of here, write const Supabase is equal to create a route handler client like that, and let's pass in cookies, and let's see if we can pass in the headers. So no, only cookies. All right. Great, and now what you want to do below that is extract data, data, open an object. Whoops, my apologies. So just destructure the user like that from await supabase.auth.get user like this. So just make sure you don't have a typo here like I do. So Supabase. Great, and now you can have your user here. Perfect. Below that, go ahead and write const customer is equal to await create or retrieve customer, and pass in user ID, which is user?.id or an empty string like that, and email, which is user?email or an empty string like that. Perfect. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's create a session. So const session is equal await stripe.checkout.sessions.create like this. Go ahead and write payment _method_types to be card like that. Billing address collection is going to be required like this. Customer line _items like that. Open an array here. So we're gonna give it a price, which is price.id, and quantity like that. Great. Below this array of line items, we're gonna give it a mode of subscription like that. Allow promotion codes true. Subscription data is going to be trial from plan true, and metadata here. Great, and let's pass in the success URL, which is going to be our get URL /account, and our cancel URL is going to be just the get URL like this. Great, so we have that now, and then you can write return next response.json session ID session.id like that. Perfect. And now that we have that, let's catch the error here, which is a type of any, and let's console log the error, and let's return new next response internal error and give it a status of 500 like that. Perfect. And now while we are working on the backend, let's also wrap up our create portal link. So let's go ahead and create a new API folder here. Create -portal -link like this. Let's go ahead and write route.ts inside of that. And again, I'm going to import from at Supabase /auth helpers Next.js. I'm gonna import create a route handler client like that. I'm going to import cookies from next/headers like this. I'm going to import next response from next/server like that. I'm going to import stripe from libs stripe like this. I'm going to import get URL from libs helpers like that. And I'm going to import create or retrieve customer from libs Supabase admin. So let's go ahead and write export asynchronous function host like this. It's not gonna accept anything, and just try and catch. And first let's get our Supabase. So create route handler client like that and pass in the cookies like this. Great. And now let's extract data and let's extract user from it from Supabase from await supabase.auth.get user like that. Perfect. If there is no user, throw new error, could not get user like that. Perfect. Otherwise, const customer is equal to await create or retrieve customer like that. User ID, user.id, or an empty string. Email, user.email, or an empty string as well like that. Perfect. If there is no customer, let's also throw an error for that. So if there is no customer, throw new error, no customer. Sorry, let's say could not get customer like that. All right, now let's get the URL. So const URL is equal to await stripe.billing portal.sessions.create using our customer, and let's give it the return URL of get URL, execute that /account. Great. So now we are able to create our subscription link and our portal link where users can remove their subscription if they want to, and they will be tied to their account when they click on it. So return next response .json URL like that. Perfect. Let's go ahead and write the catch here, and let's just write console log error like that, and return new next response internal error, and just give it a status of 500 like this. Perfect. Great. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's create our subscription model. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go into my hooks folder, and I'm going to create a new file, use subscribe model.ts. So let's go ahead and we can actually copy everything from use auth model. So just find the auth model and paste everything in use subscribe model, and just replace the auth model instances with subscribe model like this. Everything else is exactly the same. Perfect. And now we can go ahead and go into components and create a new file, subscribe model.tsx like that. Let's go ahead and let's mark this as use client like that. And let's give it a name of subscribe model like this. And inside, all I'm going to return for now is our model component from ./model like this. And I'm gonna give it the children of subscription like this. I'm gonna give it a title of only for premium users. I'm gonna give it a description of listen to music with Spotify Premium like that. I'm gonna hard code is open, And on change is just going to be an empty arrow function like this. And now I'm gonna add this subscribe model into our model provider. So I'm gonna go into model provider and I'm gonna add in subscribe model like this. And you can import that from add components subscribe model. And I'm gonna refresh this and I should have the model open. There we go. So only for premium users, listen to music with Spotify Premium. So let's go ahead and let's actually dynamically create this content here. So I'm gonna write let content like this. And by default, it's going to be an empty div, which will say no products available like this. And I'm gonna give it a class name of text-center. So that's gonna be our content by default like this. Great. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and I'm actually going to find a way to load our products. So the way I wanna do that, I wanna go back into my layout. So go ahead and find a layout. Just a second. So app folder layout right here. You're gonna write const products is equal await get active products with prices. Now this does not exist yet, so obviously we have to create that. So let's go ahead and let's go into actions and create a new file, get active products with prices .ts. So get active products with prices.ts, the same text that I've written here, get active products with prices. All right. And what we're going to do inside of that is first we're going to create, well, actually it's going to be very simple to our get songs, for example. So let's copy get songs inside and replace it. Just rename the action to get active products with prices like this. And instead of returning a song, it's going to return a new type called product with price. So let's go ahead and add product with price here. And now let's go into our types and let's just export interface product with price extends product and just write prices question mark price like this. And I advise that you put those below product and price like this, so you have both of those defined before it. Great. So product with price extends the existing product and adds in the prices with a price array like that. Perfect. And now we can go back here and you can now safely import this from types, and we don't need the song like that. And what is going to call, so it's going to call from products like that. It's going to select everything. It's also going to populate the prices, so prices like this. It's gonna call everything inside. We're gonna choose only the active ones, so active must be true. We're also gonna check if the price is active, so prices.active also must be true like that. We're going to order them by metadata index like this, and we're going to order them by unit underscore amount, and we're going to use this foreign table to be prices like this. Perfect. So that's going to fetch our product with prices, and now we can go back into layout right here and fetch the product with prices here, and I'm going to pass that into our model provider here. So go ahead and write products like that. Let's go into model provider. And in this model provider, what we're going to have to do is create the props. So interface model provider props is going to accept products, which is product with price from types like that. Let's go ahead and assign that. So react.fc model provider props products like this. And we're going to pass them to subscribe model. So products like that. Let's go here. Let's go in interface, subscribe model props, products with price, which is an array like this, and just assign this. So react.fc, and then we get the products like that. Perfect. So now that we have this. Products, we can go back and start developing in this subscribe model. So what I want to do now is I want to check if products.length, in that case, my content is going to be different. So I'm going to open a div here and I'm going to map over the product. So products.map, I'm going to find the product like this. And I'm going to open a function like this. And I'm going to check if there are any prices. So if there are no product.prices .length, in that case, I'm going to return a div. I'm going to give it a key of product.id. And I'm going to write no prices available like this. Otherwise, I'm going to return a map over those prices. So product.prices.map, I'm going to get the individual price. And I'm going to return a button, which you can import from /button like this. I'm going to give it a key of price.id like this. And I'm going to write in here, subscribe for, and now I'm going to write a function to format the price. So let's go ahead and let's just quickly do that here at the top. So const format price, it accepts the price from types like that. Const price string is going to be equal to new intl dot number format, choose n-us, open an object, style is going to be currency like that. Currency is going to be price.currency, so whatever currency we chose from Stripe. Minimum fraction digits is going to be 0 dot format. Let's go ahead and open parentheses here and write price (dot unit underscore amount) or 0 slash 100. Sorry, divided by 100. Okay, let's see what's going on here. So I made a mistake. It's currency like this. Okay, so make sure you don't misspell currency and just return price string like that. And now you can use this format price and use format price inside for the price object like that. And I'm just going to write an interval as well. So subscribe for the price for price.interval like this. And there we go. You can see how I loaded the only product that I have. If you were to add another product in your database, that would appear here as well. Great. So now that we have this, let's go ahead and let's give this button some other props here. So besides the key, let's go ahead and let's write on click. So my apologies, on click like this. Handle checkout price. We're going to create handle checkout later. Disabled is going to be is loading, or price.id is equal to price ID loading. We're going to create both of those fields. And class name is just going to be MB-4. So of course we will now get errors because we don't have is loading, we don't have price ID loading, and we don't have the handle checkout. So let's go ahead and let's first create our handle checkout here. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to write const handle checkout like that. It's going to be an asynchronous function which accepts the price, which is a type of price like that. And let's first write, first we have to add some states here. So let's go ahead and write const, my apologies, const price ID loading set price ID loading like that is equal to use state, which is a type of string. So we're gonna set the currently loading ID in this state, and let's import use state from React. So make sure you don't accidentally forget that. Great, I'm just gonna reorder my imports a bit. Perfect, so now that we have price ID is loading, let's also fetch our user. So const user is, const the structured user is loading, and subscription, we're gonna need that from use user, from add hooks /use user. like this. So that's the hook that we created at the beginning. Great. And now we have that is loading, we have that user, and we have the handle checkout. Great. So the errors should go away. So make sure you have handle checkout is loading and price ID is loading. Great. Now let's go inside of this handle checkout and write set price ID loading to be price.id like that. If there is no user, set price ID loading goes back to false. Sorry, it goes back to undefined because it's not a boolean. And return toast, which you can import from React hot toast like this. Dot error must be logged in. So just another check here. If there is a subscription, so if the user has already been subscribed, set price ID loading undefined, and just return toast, which informatively will say already subscribed. Just make sure you don't add a typo like I did. Great, and now that we have that, let's actually go ahead and create a checkout session. So try, I'm gonna open a try block and I'm gonna write const, and I'm gonna extract session ID from await post data, which you can import from our helpers right here. So we created post data. So go ahead and write await post data, open an object and write URL is going to be /API/create-checkout-session. So that's the API that we created recently, checkout-session like that. And we're going to pass in the data with the price like that. Perfect. And after we get the session ID, I'm going to write const stripe to be await get stripe, which you can import from libs stripe client like this. So go ahead and add that as well. Now that you have that, I'm going to write stripe dot redirect to checkout, and I'm going to pass in the session ID like that. So that's going to create a custom checkout screen for the currently logged in user. And if there is an error, toast.error, I'm going to pass in error as error. Let's just wrap that in parentheses like that. Dot message like this. Perfect. And finally, set price ID loading is going to be undefined like that. Perfect. And one more thing I want to add is just below this if products.length, I want to add a third case for our model. That's going to be if we are already subscribed. So if subscription, in that case, content is going to be a div which says already subscribed like that. And we're going to give it a class name of text-center like this. So let's go ahead and let's see if maybe we made some mistakes or if everything is fine. So I'm going to extract that. You can see how in my database, I currently have no customers and I have no subscriptions. So I only have one product and one price in my database, and you should have the same, but I have no subscriptions and no customers. And same thing on my dashboard, right? So I only have one product here, and that's the product that I have in here, and that's the price that I have in here as well. So let's go ahead and try and see if this is working or if we did something incorrectly. And there we go. It works for me. So it opened a checkout link here. And now if you want to test this, so make sure it's in test mode here. I'm going to write 4242424242, and everything else can be anything you want. Only this date needs to be in the future. So you can just write literally anything you want. This is just testing. And just make sure you add 424242 because that will trigger a success. And you can see how it's immediately linked to my account. And I'm going to click subscribe. And we're going to see if that's going to successfully add our customer. Right, so we are redirected to /account, but that does not exist yet. So that's completely fine. But let's check in my customers now. There we go. I have a customer. Let's go into my subscriptions to see here. All right, so something went wrong with subscriptions, it seems. But let's see if the customers are here. The customers are here. All right, so we're going to have to do some checking to see why the subscription was not created. All right, so I think I found our culprit. So I looked at the errors when we created the subscription, and you can see that I have this subscription is not defined. Maybe you don't have that. Maybe it even worked for you. So the reason it doesn't work for me, at least, is because I have this typo in subscription. So I'm going to write subscription.quantity like this here. So you can see, okay, let's try again. So I need to write subscription like this and that. Yeah, so the TS ignore actually made it so that I didn't find that this did not exist. But yes, okay, let's go ahead and let's try now. I'm not sure if I can try again, since I just kind of created something and kind of not created something. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna try and see if maybe this will create a subscription object. I'm not sure. I'm gonna click subscribe now. All right, and there we go. That created the subscription. Perfect. So it was a small typo. You can see how that happens. And there we go. It says already subscribed here. Great. So it was a very small error, but that's why I told so many times, please confirm with my GitHub, because it's so easy to create a mistake here. Great. So what we have to do now is we have to enable this auth modal on a bunch of screens that we want. Great. So instead of having it hard-coded and always opened, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go into my subscribe modal here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to modify how it's controlled and how it's opened. So let's go ahead and write const subscribe modal is equal to use subscribe modal like that. All right. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write my onChange function. So const onChange is going to be equal to open, which is a type of Boolean like that. If there is no open, in that case, subscribe modal.onClose like that. And we're going to use this onChange inside of our onChange here like that. And default is open is going to be subscribe modal.isOpen like that. So now by default, this model should not be opened. And now I want to find all the places where we use this model so that we can safely protect our front end from it. So let's go ahead and let's go into our library first. So I'm going to go into library like this. And what I advise you to do is, if you are successfully subscribed, go ahead and log out. And I'm going to create a new account here, which is not subscribed. So I'm going to go ahead and confirm my email here. All right, so I just want to be in a new user that is not subscribed to anything. So I don't want to, so just create a new user that you have not clicked subscribe with. Great, and now that you have that, you're going to go into library here, and now we can use that subscribe model. So const subscribe model, use subscribe model like this, which you can import from @hooks, use subscribe model. And now here I wrote to do check for subscriptions. So that's what we're going to do. So instead of just user, I'm going to also write subscription like that. So if there is no subscription either, in that case, return subscribe modal.onOpen like this. So since I don't have subscription with this account, when I click here, you can see that it says it's only for premium users. Perfect. So that's one place where we want this. Now let's go ahead and let's go into our use on play hook. So right now I can go ahead and I can play my songs, right? But I only want to restrict that to users who have registered. So let's go ahead and fix that here. So inside of this, on play, in the use on play hook, I'm also going to check for a subscription. So go ahead and extract subscription like that. If there is no subscription, in that case, return subscribe model, which we have to add. So let's go ahead and do that. So const subscribe model is equal use subscribe model like that. So const return subscribe model dot on open like this. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and try and play something. All right, so I had a quick error, but I think it was just hot reloading, nothing else. Yeah, okay. And now let's try and click, and there we go. So only subscribed users can now play songs and add songs. And let's see if I log out and if I go into my other account where I have subscribed, there we go. You can see here I can add the song and I can also play the song. Perfect. So that's exactly what we wanted. And that's pretty much it. All we want now. Oh, see that on reset, it did not, on logout, it did not remove this player. So let's go ahead and quickly fix that. Let's go into header right here. And let's see. Yes, there we go. To do reset any playing song. So we wrote that. Perfect. Let's go ahead and add const player is equal to use player like this. And what I want to do is just run player dot reset like this. So now every time we click on logout, it's also going to shut down any playing songs. Perfect. All that's left is to create the account screen so the user can remove their subscription. Great. So let's go and let's create our app folder and create a new folder called account like that, and inside create a page.tsx, and you can actually immediately copy the error and loading from it and paste it in the account as well. Great. Now let's go into this page.tsx and let's just write account div account page like that, and go ahead and log in into your account. And just go ahead and try and click on this user now, and you should be redirected to /account, and you should be seeing a visible account page. So let's go ahead and write a class name, bg-neutral-900 rounded-lg h-full w-full overflow-hidden and overflow-y-auto like that. And inside, I'm going to add a header component, and I'm going to give this a class name of from-bg-neutral-900, like that. Great. Because I wanted to have similar styles to search, I'm going to create a div inside. I'm going to give this a class name of mb-2 flex-call and gap-y-6. And inside, I'm going to create a heading with account settings like that, class name text-white text-3xl and font-semi-bold like this. Perfect. So we have account settings inside, and now here I'm going to write account content like this, and inside the account folder create a new folder called components, and inside I'm going to write account content.tsx like that. Mark this as use client like that. And let's go ahead and let's create our account content here. So I'm just going to write div account content. I'm going to go back into page and I'm going to import that so it's quickly resolved. There we go, like that. And inside of here, let's go ahead and let's add the router. So const use router from next/navigation like this. If these errors keep appearing, you can always shut down your application and start again. Great. Const subscribe modal is going to be use subscribe modal from hooks, use subscribe modal like that. We're also going to have the user. So const is loading subscription and user from use user. Remember to import that from hooks use user and not the Supabase one. Great. Let's add our loading and set loading here to be use state false by default. Just add in that. Perfect. Now use effect. Great. Now inside write if we are not loading, and if there is no user, in that case we are going to router.replace to /. So we're going to restrict this so it's only available to authenticated users. So add is loading and user and router to this dependency array. Now let's create a function that will redirect to customer portal. So const redirect to customer portal is asynchronous like this. Set loading to true. Open a try block, const URL error await host data from libs helpers. So I'm just gonna reorder this like that, from libs helpers like that. Go ahead and write the URL to be /API/create-portal-link. So that's a API route that we created recently. So create-portal-link right here. All right. Great. And now let's just write window.location.assign URL like that, catch the error. And if there is an error, in that case, you can just write toast from React hot toast. So I'm going to move that to the top as well. I'm going to write toast.error here, error.message, like that. All right, let's write it like this. So error as error.message. There we go. Great. Yes, that's all I want to do here. And at the end, I just want to set loading to false like this. Perfect. And now that I have that, let's go ahead and let's actually style this. So let's give this a class name of mb-7px-6 like this. Great. If there is no subscription, and in that case, let's open a div which says no active plan and give this a class name of flex-call and gap-oy-4 like this. And we're going to put this inside a paragraph like this. So paragraph. There we go. And a button from components button like that. Subscribe. And we're going to give this an on-click, which is going to open, subscribe modal.onOpen without execution like that. And let's give it the class name of w-open square brackets 300 pixels like this. So this is gonna show if we have no active plan and if we go into our account page. Great. Now besides that, we're gonna add a special case if there is a subscription. So if there is a subscription, in that case, we're gonna go ahead and open a different div. Let's give this a class name of flex-call gap-y-4. And inside, let's write the paragraph. You are currently on the open B like this, subscription, question mark dot prices, question mark dot products, question mark dot name plan dot like that. There we go. So you're currently on the Spotify premium plan. Perfect. And below that, a button component, which is going to say open customer portal like that. Let's go ahead and give it the class name of w-open square brackets 300 pixels like that. Disabled is going to be loading or is loading. And on click, we're going to call redirect to customer portal. Like that. And that should be it for our Spotify clone. Now, if I click here, I should get, okay, there we go. So we have something wrong. I'm going to go ahead for a second and debug what happened. All right, so the error I got says the following. It says you can't create a portal session in test mode until you save your customer portal settings in test mode. So let's go ahead. And if you have the same error, you should probably see it. And you can go ahead and click here to see where that is going to open. So I'm going to go ahead in here. I'm going to try and find what they meant by that. So let's see. Settings billing portal. Let's see. Billing. Can I find a portal here? I'm just going to resolve this offline. So I'm going to tell you what the solution is. All right. So I think I found it. Go ahead and search for customer portal. And you go to settings, billing, customer portal like this and click activate test link. And there we go. I think that should work now. I'm going to try again. I'm going to refresh here. I'm going to click open customer portal. And there we go. We are in our test portal and I can cancel my plans. You can see, yeah, since we played, I had that error with subscriptions. So it looks like I have 3 subscriptions now. So yes, but this is all in test mode. So that's completely fine. We can remove everything from your database and everything from your Stripe and start again and everything will work completely fine. Great job. All that's left is to deploy this application. So that's what we're going to do next.
Alright, so all that's left to do is to deploy this on Vercel. But before we do that, I just want to search through the project if we have everything left in to do, and we do right here. So I wrote a to do in media item. So go into your media item component where you can find that in your global components file right here. And what I want you to write inside is, instead of this to do, we're going to go ahead and add the player. So const player is going to be equal to use player like this. And you can import that from add/hooks use player like that. And instead of this to do, you're going to go ahead and write player.setID data.id like that. And go ahead and return that like this. Nothing much should change because I think everywhere where we use the media item, so I'm just going to quickly go through them here. So in liked content, we add an on-click. In search content, we add an on-click. In library, we have an on-click. And in player content, so in player content, we don't have that on-click. Great. So it's going to be used at least there. Great. All right. So if you want, you can add that. If you don't, you can also just remove it because I don't think this is actually used anywhere except in our actual player. So I'm going to go ahead and just test if this still works. I'm going to wait a couple of seconds, and yes, it still works. Great. And now what we have to do is we have to go into GitHub right here. So I'm going to expand this a little bit. And what we have to do is we have to create a new repository. So click new repository here and name this Spotify-clone, something like that. Make it public or private and click create repository like this. Great. And we're going to use this second option. So push an existing repository from the command line. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to find if I have any running terminals. So just a second. All right. So go into your terminal right here. You can shut down the app like that. And first thing, let's commit everything here. So I'm going to go ahead and write git add and git commit final like that. So make sure your stuff is committed here, and then go ahead and just copy this entire thing. So make sure everything you wrote in here has been committed. So you should not have any active changes. And then you can just paste everything here and press enter. And then when you refresh, you can see that I have the entire file right here. Great. So now what we have to do is you have to go in our Vercel dashboard and click add new project right here, and you can now import your Spotify clone repository which we just created. So I'm going to click import here, and make sure you click on the environment variables right here, and in your code find .environment.local like that. Great. So go ahead and select all of that. You can copy it and just paste all of that here. And there you go. You can see how everything is set up now. And of course, we're going to have to change our Stripe webhook secret, but we are going to deploy with it first, and then we're going to change it later. So let's just go ahead and click deploy to see if we have any errors which we have to fix. So I'm going to expand this. And I'm going to go and pause, and I'm going to return after this has been deployed, or if I caught any errors. Alright, so I just unpaused the video so I can show you that I'm getting these warnings right here, but so far that has not stopped the build process. So if you're getting this as well, don't worry, it looks like they're not breaking. And there we go, it seems like everything else was successful. So I think the only thing that can break it is actually TypeScript errors. So you might have a TypeScript error. If you have it, it's going to be very clear in which file it is, and you can find it in your project and fix it there. But this, the encoding is normal. And there we go. So now I have my site right here. And let's just wait a couple of seconds so that my domain is assigned. So I'm going to go ahead and click here. And there we go. I now have my domain here. But one thing that won't work right now is Stripe. So let's go ahead and let's copy this URL that you now have, which Vercel has assigned to you, and go back into Stripe right here and find your webhooks again. So go to developer webhooks like that, and we already have a local listener. So that's what we did with the Stripe CLI, but now click on add endpoint here like this. Okay, so I just have to confirm my password. So let's just wait a second for that. All right, and after I've done that, you can see that now I have this add an endpoint selection here. So I'm going to paste my endpoint here. Again, you can find that in your website once you click on this icon in the Versal. So just copy that URL and paste it here. And now go ahead and click on events on your account and click select events right here and click select all events. So we want to listen to all of them. And then click add events at the bottom like that. Go all the way to the bottom and click add endpoint like this. And let's just wait for a second. And now, very important, so you have to change your signing secret. So don't use this ID, but instead click on this signing secret right here and click on reveal like that. And then you're gonna copy that and you're gonna go back on your Versal. So go ahead and go into your dashboard right here. So you can just find it. Let me try. I'm gonna click here. So you should have it right here. So click on it like that. Let's go ahead and let's find the settings for this. All right, so go ahead and here in these tabs right here, go to settings and go to environment variables right here. Go ahead and find the Stripe webhook secret, open these dots and click edit and just change it to the new one like that and click save. And after that, you're gonna have to redeploy. So go into your deployments right here, find the last one, click on these tabs right here and just click redeploy. And do not check use existing build cache. So make sure this is unchecked like on mine and click redeploy like that. So I'm gonna go ahead and wait a couple of seconds and then I'm gonna show you whether this works or not. Great, so it deployed successfully and I'm gonna go ahead and visit my website here again. And I want to go into my Supabase here. So I have 2 users here. So first, let's check if that works. I'm going to go ahead and try and create a new user. So I'm going to use a new email right here. Okay, let's just click on sign up instead. Sorry. So sign up instead of login. And the email has been sent. So I'm going to go ahead and confirm my email in a second. Alright, so I successfully confirmed my email, but one thing that happened is that the URL in my confirmation email led to localhost like this. So I don't want to do that. So for that, you can go into your authentication right here and click on URL configuration and just go ahead and copy your URL and paste it here as well and save that. And then that is going to create proper email templates based on your deployed application. So my bad, I missed that. But nevertheless, I managed to confirm my user here. So let's go ahead and let's try and play the song. All right, it says I need to subscribe. So let's go ahead and try that now. So here I have the Stripe waiting for events. So let's go ahead. Let me just find my, where is my, there we go, it's here. So I'm gonna go ahead and try and register again. Sorry, I'm gonna go ahead and try and subscribe again. Let's see if that works right here. Let's wait. And I'm gonna go ahead and try now. Okay, I got logged out. So let me just see if I go back inside and try and play the song now. All right, so it's still not working. Let's see what went wrong. All right, so I figured out why it's not working. I made a very dumb mistake. So go back into your webhooks, go ahead and find the webhooks right here. And you can see that the URL I put is just my page when it should be /API/webhooks. So go ahead and click here and click on update details and just add /API/webhooks like this and then click update endpoint like that. So you can see that I played around. I tried to create some more products, some more subscriptions, but it did not work. So I'm gonna go ahead now that I've changed it to /API/webhooks, my apologies. I'm gonna go ahead and try again. So I'm gonna subscribe one more time and let's hope this one works. So I'm gonna click subscribe here. Let's wait a second. And there we go. We have a second subscription here. And let's see if that's going to work here. I'm just going to go and log in again. Yeah, sometimes Stripe logs out your account. But let's see. There we go. You are on Spotify Premium plan. Great, great job. And now I can actually click here. And there we go. My song is playing. will play. There we go. Now it's playing. So great job. My apologies. You in your webhook, make sure you put /API/webhooks in the end. Otherwise, you're going to have the same error I did. And that is that you will successfully get a new customer on Stripe. But for me, it did not transfer into the database. But now after I fixed the webhook endpoint in Stripe, it's working. Great job. You did a very hard project. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to leave a like, share, and subscribe if you liked the video, and see you in the next one.